Michael. Has the improvement in the defensive record been down to what you've been doing behind the scenes? Because 2 clean sheets here, well, clean sheets have been really hard to come by, especially at home. That must be really pleasing for you. And what have you been doing behind the scenes to show people?
It's pleasing for sure. I think it's a lot. It's not easier, but it's a lot. It's easier winning games if to win games without having to score so many goals every week. For sure, you know. We do seem to be a team that can cause a lot of problems and create opportunities and score goals. So it's definitely getting the balance right. There's still things to improve on. It's definitely something we focused on of trying to be better as a team collectively when we don't have the ball. But 3 or 4 weeks we're not going to fix everything and all of a sudden look perfect. So it's understanding that a little bit. But yeah, I think the boys have responded really well to what we've asked them, and the clean sheet, as much as everything today, the clean sheet was important for us.
Betty.
Hi Michael, what sort of challenge does a team like West Ham pose for you? Obviously they're fighting relegation towards the bottom of the table. Is it a different challenge to approach?
I think you've got to go into the game understanding the situation of both teams. I think we've tried to paint that picture to the players in every game we've played so far, and it'll be the same come Tuesday night. The type of game, the feel of the game, what kind of skills we're going to have to try and draw on. You know, different games throw up different things. So, and yeah, for sure, you know, teams towards the bottom of the league are really fighting for things. So, but so are we, and we've got a lot to fight for. So it's you know, you'd like to think that balances out in some ways, and it's who can come out on top at the end of it. But sure, we're totally aware of what we're going into on Tuesday night and how difficult it'll be.
What do you make of West Ham under Nuno?
Yeah, well, there's a bit of change. I think injuries as well is difficult. I think they're very good on transition, very dangerous. Got some really good attacking players. So we've looked at them already and kind of have an idea with that, as they would have done for us. You know, so. But yeah, they're a threat. They're a threat, and when they get up ahead of steam at home, they're a dangerous team. So. Definitely got to be ready to cope with all that.
Michael, you've said in virtually every press conference that you won't get carried away, you won't allow people to get carried away. When you took over at Middlesbrough, you won a lot of matches. There were a couple of defeats, but you won a lot of matches. Is there anything from that period that you can learn about this period and keeping focused and maintaining your sights on the next game and not getting carried away? Because it's an easy thing to say.
No, it's a really easy thing to say. And listen, part of it you got to enjoy the buzz of winning, right? You have to. That's what we're in it for. So you got to manage the highs of it, and you got to enjoy it initially. The feeling of winning a game. You know, you can't kind of just be flatlined the whole time. But certainly going into the next game, you got to then regroup and prepare again for what's next. But you definitely take the confidence and the feeling from the games that you've had, knowing you can go into the next game with a little bit more feel-good factor about it. But I guess the big challenge is knowing what's got you there and all the hard work and the preparation, and then what it takes to win a game of football at this level is tough. So never assuming the next one's just going to be all right. But you still got to allow yourself to feel a little bit of waves of emotion with it. Because all a little bit boring and pointless if you didn't really, to be honest. Winning games is what we're all strive for, you know. So the boys have been good with that though. They've managed it really well and kind of had the higher to win, come back into training and focused on the next one, and we've got to keep that going.
You won't do what your old manager used to do, give the players even when they've won a game or anything like that.
There's a time and a place for everything, Simon, isn't there?
Hi Michael, Bruno said on TV after the game that you remember what he said to you last time you were manager, that you were going to be a great manager, and he still believes it. Can you remember what he said to you last time you were in charge about that, and how does it make you feel to hear someone like that talking about you in that way?
Yeah, no, I've known Bruno for quite some time and know him really pretty well, and seen him the odd time the time that I've left the club and bumped into him at times. So I got a really good relationship with him, you know, and I understand how much he's really intelligent footballer. He's bright. He cares a lot for this club. So in terms of that side of it, we all want the same thing, you know. So it's obviously nice when players that you respect, as I do with Bruno a lot, says good things about you, but it's ultimately it's about the team, you know, and getting the best out of the team, and actually that's all working together. So time will tell, you know. It's not about judging how good or successful at this moment in time, because nothing's really happened yet, you know. We hopefully got a lot more to do between now and the end of the season, and see what happens after that.
Dan and then Carl.
Michael, can I just ask you, team news-wise, will Mason be in contention to be back, and also with Matthias, could he be fit after the FA Cup kind of break for the team?
They probably will Mason will be probably not for Tuesday, probably after, but definitely going into the Everton game. Yeah, he'll be back. Matt will be. We'll see how he develops over the Everton game feels like a long time away at the moment, so we'll see how he develops, but he's positive, he's moving in the right direction, but Mason's a little bit closer than him.
And Michael, absolute tangent, and I apologise in advance for asking this, but there is a young lad who is waiting to get a haircut, and it's been a while. Just wonder how aware you are of him, and will that go into your team talk out of West Ham?
I can say I'm aware of it, yeah. My kids have made me aware of it, if anything, but it certainly won't go into the team talk from a professional level, but I can understand what's going on with it, and it does make me smile, but it won't have an impact ultimately in the end.
Carl.
Good afternoon, Gareth. Congratulations on the win. You mentioned about Bruno Fernandes getting his goal on the left-hand side. Earlier in the first half, there was a moment where he indicated to a man he wanted to swap and move to the right. I just want to know a little bit more about how you let your front four interpret their roles. There seems to be a great amount of creative freedom. Yeah,
within reason, as long as we carry out the roles properly. Yeah, I mean it's not total free for all where you can kind of go and decide. It's a little bit of where you end up. Bruno's that type where he understands the different roles and plays them particularly well again. So and Brian's done very similar. Same, to be honest, Matthias as well, playing sometimes through the middle, sometimes off the left. So it does give us the variety. I think they're all suited to different kind of roles. Ahmad's probably more of natural being wide, and so that's a little bit more predictable if you like. But the flexibility certainly helps us as long as we look after the positions when we don't have the ball.
Okay, thanks so much.
All right, cheers guys, thanks.
After the Burnley game, has anyone picked up any major injuries since then?
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. We're gonna have some players out, yeah. Fortunately, yeah. Knox, and it's what it is. It's what it is. Yeah. I'm not gonna tell you who. I'm sorry.
Last week, you seemed really disappointed after that Chelsea game. I could kind of feel how that loss had affected you. So how important was it that the team would bounce back against Burnley in the manner they did?
Very important. The way we reacted, the way we came across in the game, the way we played, the way we achieved a good performance, a good result, important game. So really happy the way we bounced back.
And in particular, getting that clean sheet, I think your first since you were here in the Premier League, how important was that for you personally, and also for the team? How much does it help them in terms of the rest of the work they do actually going forward as well?
Yeah, it's very important for the team that we try to have this being solid in our defense, because we believe that with the talent that we have in front, we can create problems. So it's a good step moving forward in terms of being compact and achieving a clean sheet. Really important for us.
Psychologically for the team as well, when the gap now is just 3 points in terms of getting out of the relegation zone, is that important for it to be almost so close now, just one game and you can go level potentially with the team like Nottingham Forest?
We keep believing that it's up to us. We have to do our jobs. We go day by day, game by game. We know how tough it's going to be tomorrow. Ignoring what the other teams do, because we have our situation that has changed. We still have to go. This is we approach.
But the way the team's playing at the moment, I know you talked on the weekend about the combinations of the team and the way that they're playing. Are you the happiest since you've been here in terms of the football they're playing and just how the team is operating on the pitch?
I think we are competing well. The players are committed. Of course, with time it helps. The connections, the complicities, the knowledge of the players. We brought players, new players coming in. Many of them just go straight in the team. That needs time to get it properly. But we believe that we are achieving what we believe that to be a team that is organized at the same time as talent and combinations in front, and things start to click, which makes me really happy.
Can you tell me a little bit about your thinking in bringing Mads Hermansen back into the team on the weekend?
Look, the goalkeeper situation is a special one inside of the group. We decided to put Mads. I think he did a good job. They are helping each other. Everybody's working, and it's up to us to make decisions, looking always for the best of the team, trying to achieve better things, different things. But we are happy. We are happy with the performance of Mads.
Because a goalkeeper, I guess, is quite a unique position. If he's not playing, he's not going to come on as a sub and get minutes. So how do you keep someone like Mads motivated during the season when he's not played for a long time? And how's he been? How did he react to being out?
I've been there, as you know, how I was a goalkeeper, sometimes playing, sometimes not playing. And they have to help each other. And this is what Barbosa is doing inside of the small group of goalkeepers, realizing that the one that plays needs the one that doesn't play to make him better, to push him, to make him perform better. What was before with Alphonse, Mads pushing, now it's Mads that starts and Alphonse is doing an amazing job. So we trust both of them.
And Disasi just came straight into the team, keeps a clean sheet. How impressed were you with him? And just a few words, I guess, on his debut.
I think he did really well. For someone that only 1 week with us. He was very, very aware of the needs of the team, what the team needs, and I think he integrates really, really, really well in terms of how we play, the way he's here in the turning ground, creating bonds. It helps. It's not about individual, as a back line. They have to have all the knowledge, realizing the movements, because one movement dictates the other approach of the defender. So I think he did well. Hope it continues.
It's Man United tomorrow, but a very different one to the team you played, I guess, in December with a new coach. What have you made of Michael Carrick's start?
I think they are playing very good. They come from a good dynamic. They are in a good moment. You can see that the players are confident, and we know it's going to be tough because they have a lot of talented players.
Do you feel like almost both teams have changed quite a lot in the space of the last time you played them? Because I guess you're playing a slightly different style. They've got a new coach playing a different way as well. Do you think it's a completely kind of different game to the one?
Yeah, totally different, Chris. It's going to be totally different. It's always like this in football. New game, new things will happen. New decisions have to be made. But look, all the teams during the season have these situations. They change. Sometimes it works out, and if not, you have to change it again, looking for the best. I think United is the clear case that they have changed, and now they are playing good.
Finally, from me, I noticed after the game on the weekend, you really bigged up the away support and how much they gave you and the team. Is it important now, with all the games I guess are huge, but especially tomorrow night, that you kind of get the same response from the home crowd as well?
Yeah. It's been amazing. It's been very supportive. It was like this in Burnley. I told you, let's try to put this energy tomorrow because we need them, and we know that it's up to us. The moment that we give, our fans are gonna give back.
Thanks.
Cheers, Chris.
Hi, Nuno.
Hello.
Hi. I've asked you a couple of times over the last few weeks about Somerville, his form, and each time you say you want more from him. What more can he give you in terms of 5 goals in 5 matches?
I think he's doing great. He's doing really, really good. But we always want more. And more than anything, we want consistency. We want these actions to repeat all the games. I think he's in a good moment. He's full of confidence. He's scoring, he's assisting. Jerry is scoring, he's assisting. So Tati is scoring. Pablo, Callum, we need all these front players to have this confidence, this individual confidence, that helps the team, and Somerville is doing that in a very, very good way.
Do you say to him, give me more? Is there more to his game, or is it just like keep doing what you're doing at the moment? Or are you still seeing areas where he can do a bit more, or do things a bit different?
Not only with Somerville, with all the players, we try to always look at them and say, how can we make you better? How can you do more things that help the team? So we are always asking and demanding more from our players because the situation requires the best of them.
From a managerial point of view, when you have a player who hits that form, how much of a difference does that make when you've got a player who is looking, and not just Somerville himself, but other players who all of a sudden are looking when they go onto the pitch, that they feel they can go out and win matches, they've got that confidence about them? How does it make your job a lot easier when the players have that within them?
Of course, and it's our job to try and maintain these levels of confidence. Performance of the team increases the confidence of the players. And now, in my point of view, it's always hard. It's always hard because we are aware that football is only what we do today. And tomorrow is going to be a new day. So all these things, the positive things that we are speaking here, we want them to continue tomorrow and for the next one. So on managerial point of view, what you have is to ask more. It's always to demand more because talented players can give much more.
In terms of Manchester United, and you mentioned before it's different now from how it was even just a couple of months ago. What specifically about United have you noticed that's different about them from when you faced them back in, when was it, early December?
No, it's difficult to compare. It's not about comparing. It's a different shape, it's a different manager, new ideas. So what we are looking now is not what was before, is what we see in front of us. Tomorrow is going to be a very good team, a team that's organized and, like I said, talented all over the pitch.
One of those players, Bruno Fernandes, has created more chances than any other player in the Premier League this season, but by a distance. Do you look at it as a case of if you can stifle Fernandes, if you can maybe block the supply to him, then maybe you can stop?
We look at many things in United, many things, but definitely Bruno Fernandes is one that we have to look at. He's a fantastic player. I have big admiration for Bruno.
And then just looking back to when we did the press conference before that match in December, I think you'd had a couple of games where you'd barely had a shot on goal. And it's very different now. You're getting a lot more efforts on target. What's changed?
I think we've been able to put more bodies in the box the way we are playing, achieving better combinations in the final third. And we've been scoring. So teams, the players that came in are giving a big boost in helping the team. And to score goals, you have to put bodies in the box, and you have to shoot. And we dare our players to try things, to challenge themselves, risks, because with risk comes rewards.
And the confidence has been good, the results have been good. How much would a win against an informed Manchester United do for the team?
We have to play the game. I believe that we are ready to compete well against a very good team. Let's see. Let's hope for the game.
Hi Michael. Has the improvement in the defensive record been down to what you've been doing behind the scenes? Because 2 clean sheets here, well, clean sheets have been really hard to come by, especially at home. That must be really pleasing for you. And what have you been doing behind the scenes to show?
It's pleasing for sure. I think it's a lot. It's not easier, but it's a lot. It's easier winning games if to win games without having to score so many goals every week. For sure, you know. We do seem to be a team that can cause a lot of problems and create opportunities and score goals. So it's definitely getting the balance right. There's still things to improve on. It's definitely something we focused on of trying to be better as a team collectively when we don't have the ball. But 3 or 4 weeks we're not going to fix everything and all of a sudden look perfect. So it's understanding that a little bit. But yeah, I think the boys have responded really well to what we've asked them, and the clean sheet, as much as everything today, the clean sheet was important for us.
Let's see.
Hi Michael. What sort of challenge does a team like West Ham pose for you? Obviously they're fighting relegation towards the bottom of the table. Is it a different challenge to approach?
I think you've got to go into the game understanding the situation of both teams. I think we've tried to paint that picture to the players in every game we've played so far, and it'll be the same come come Tuesday night. The type of game, the feel of the game, what kind of skills we're going to have to try and draw on. You know, different games throw up different things. So, and yeah, for sure, you know, teams towards the bottom of the league are really fighting for things. So, but so are we, and we got a lot to fight for. So it's you know, you'd like to think that balances out in some ways, and it's who can come out on top at the end of it. But sure, we're totally aware of what we're going into on Tuesday night and how difficult it'll be.
What do you make of West Ham under Nuno?
Yeah, well, there's a bit of change. I think injuries as well is difficult. I think they're very good on transition, very dangerous. Got some really good attacking players. So we've looked at them already and kind of have an idea with that, as they would have done for us. You know, so. But yeah, they're a threat. They're a threat, and when they get up ahead of steam at home, they're a dangerous team. So. Definitely got to be ready to cope with all that.
Michael, you've said in virtually every press conference that you won't get carried away, you won't allow people to get carried away. When you took over at Middlesbrough, you won a lot of matches. There were a couple of defeats, but you won a lot of matches. Is there anything from that period that you can learn about this period and keeping focused and maintaining your sights on the next game and not getting carried away? Because it's an easy thing to say.
It's a really easy thing to say. And listen, part of it you got to enjoy the buzz of winning, right? You have to. That's what we're in it for. So you got to manage the highs of it, and you got to enjoy initially the feeling of winning a game. You know, you can't kind of just be flatlined the whole time. But certainly going into the next game, you got to then regroup. And prepare again for what's next. But you definitely take the confidence and the feeling from the games that you've had, knowing you can go into the next game with a little bit more feel good factor about it. But I guess the big challenge is knowing what's got you there and all the hard work and the preparation, and then what it takes to win a game of football at this level is tough. So never assuming the next one's just going to be all right. But you still got to allow yourself to feel a little bit of waves of emotion with it, because all a little bit boring and pointless if you didn't really. To be honest, winning games is what we're all strive for, you know. So the boys have been good with that though. They've managed it really well and kind of had the higher to win, come back into training and focused on the next one, and we've got to keep that going.
You won't do what your old manager used to do and give the players even when they've won a game or anything like that.
There's a time and a place for everything, Simon.
Hi, Michael. Bruno said on TV after the game that you remember what he said to you last time you were manager, that you were going to be a great manager, and he still believes it. Can you remember what he said to you last time you were in charge about that, and how does it make you feel to hear someone like that talking about you in that way?
Yeah, no, I've known Bruno for quite some time and know him really pretty well, and seen him the odd time the time that I've left the club and bumped into him at times. So I've got a really good relationship with him, you know, and I understand how much he's really intelligent footballer. He's bright. He cares a lot for this club. So in terms of that side of it, we all want the same thing, you know. So it's obviously nice when players that you respect, as I do with Bruno a lot, says good things about you, but ultimately it's about the team, you know, and getting the best out of the team, and actually that's all working together. So time will tell, you know. It's not about judging how good or successful at this moment in time, because nothing's really happened yet, you know. We hopefully got a lot more to do between now and the end of the season, and see what happens after that.
Dan and then Carl.
Michael, can I just ask you, team news-wise, will Mason be in contention to be back, and also with Matthias, could he be fit after the FA Cup kind of break that the team?
They probably will. Mason will be probably not for Tuesday, probably after, but definitely going into the Everton game. Yeah, he'll be back. Matt will be. We'll see how he develops over the Everton game feels like a long time away at the moment, so we'll see how he develops, but he's positive, he's moving in the right direction, but Mason's a little bit closer than him.
And Michael, absolute tangent, and I apologise in advance for asking this, but there is a young lad who is waiting to get a haircut. It's been a while. Just wonder how aware you are of him, and will that go into your team talk out of West Ham?
I can say I'm aware of it, yeah. my kids have made me aware of it, if anything, but it certainly won't go into the team talk from a professional level, but I can understand what's going on with it, and it does make me smile, but it won't have an impact ultimately in the end.
Carl.
Good afternoon, Gareth. Congratulations on the win. You mentioned about Bruno Fernandes getting his goal on the left-hand side. Earlier in the first half, there was a moment where he indicated to a man he wanted to swap and move to the right. I just want to know a little bit more about how you let your front four interpret their roles. There seems to be a great amount of creative freedom.
Yeah, within reason, as long as we carry out the roles properly. Yeah, I mean it's not total free for all where you can kind of go and decide. It's a little bit of where you end up. Bruno's that type where he understands the different roles and plays them particularly well again. So and Brian's done very similar. Same, to be honest, Mateus as well, playing sometimes through the middle, sometimes off the left. So it does give us the variety. I think they're all suited to different kind of roles. Ahmad's probably more of natural being wide, and so that's a little bit more predictable if you like. But the flexibility certainly helps us as long as we look after the positions.
Now Michael Carrick is continuing to impress at Manchester United. His side recorded their 4th consecutive win.
Club, but I think we've got to be
staying on.
Look, I think this is such a...
What a man.
You're the only one.
The chief arrived.
They're all suited to different kind of...
Correspondent Carve Solical has joined myself in Clinton.
I love it when Carve's here.
Yeah, do you? It's a serious chat.
What a man.
You're the only one.
The chief arrives.
That's who you have to impress. You know I got you.
Right, you can ask him something in a minute. But let's just start by talking about Michael Carrick then. Look, if this brilliant form continues, and it's not just the fact that they're picking up points and winning games, they're playing incredibly well as well. Surely it's going to be hard not to see him staying on.
Look, I think this is such a big decision for Manchester United that they're going to take their time to try and make sure they make the right decision. I don't think they're going to be swayed by the fact that United have won their first 4 games under Michael Carrick. Of course, it's great news. You're totally right. They're playing like United again. It feels like they've got their identity back. They've got a head coach who understands the club. But I think we've got to be cautious. And at this moment in time, you have to trust the people who are running the club. You've got to trust Jim Ratcliffe, Omar Barada, Jason Wilcox. Behind the scenes, they will be doing all the hard work to make sure that they identify the right person to be the long-term head coach. And one of the reasons why this is so important is United need to be back in the Champions League. And I think the best thing that Michael Carrick can do, whether he gets the job long-term or not, is make sure United finish in the top 5. Because I think finishing in the top 5 will have a transformational effect on United. Because finishing in the top 5, they'll get back in the Champions League, and that will open the door to the tens and tens of millions of pounds that you can make from being in the Champions League. If we could just look at how much money the clubs who are playing in the Champions League this season have already made. We haven't even got to the knockout stages. Look, Manchester City up there, £84 million. Liverpool, £84 million. Arsenal, 83. Chelsea, 80. Spurs, £73 million.
Staggering amounts of money.
Wow. Because of the new format of the Champions League. A few people have been saying, how come Arsenal have earned less than Liverpool and Man City?
Because they finished top.
Because they finished top. It's really complex, but the way money is distributed, a third of the money is distributed on how big your TV viewership market is, and also how well you have done in recent times in Champions League European competition. Right. And obviously City and Liverpool have a better recent record than Arsenal. But the reason I say it's so important for United to finish in the top 5, because I think 5th will get you in the Champions League, is because they will get that kind of money from next season. So I think Carrick can get them into the top 5. I've been doing a little bit of maths. Last season, 5th, you needed 66 points to finish 5th. United at the moment are on 44 points. So they need 22 points from their last 13 games to finish, hopefully, in the top 5. That is 8 wins from 13. 8 wins from 13, and I think they'll be back in the Champions League.
I think they'll finish 3rd.
Better.
I honestly do think the form they're in at the moment and the run of games they've got and the way they're playing, I think they'll finish 3rd. And I think that's good for Man United Football Club. Back where they belong. It's Man United Football Club, isn't it? They've had to suffer quite a bit, these fans, but I think they'll be back where they belong.
I think the 2 toughest games they've got left are arguably away at Chelsea and away at Newcastle United.
Yeah.
And the way they're playing at the moment, you wouldn't bet against them winning those games. So I think Carrick just needs to get them in the Champions League, and then I think his name will be added to the list of possible contenders to get the job long term.
Don't get me wrong, I think Manchester United fans are nervous enough about going to West Ham tomorrow, so...
Oh, that is a tough game. That is because West Ham are in good form, so that's a good point you make, Emma.
What, in terms of on the pitch, what are the big changes? Aside from players seemingly playing in their rightful positions, Kobbie Mainoo as well, who started all four of the games that Michael Carrick has been in charge for.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head with both of those, and also working hard. You look at this group of players and playing a formation that suits the players, gets the best out of players. You've got Maguire that's coming back in, who's playing ever so well. Kobbie Mainoo as well. Luke Shaw, everyone said, oh, he couldn't play at left back, he can only play as a left third centre half. Martinez is now fit, who they did miss for a long period. Martinez is a really good defender. And Dalot is now, who had question marks, is defending and playing as a proper fullback, Dalot. So in all areas, they look really good. And you've got X factors, the likes of Cunha. Bruno Fernandes is levels, to be fair. When I say levels, unbelievable levels. If I'm now Man United, I'm tying him down to a long contract, because the way he's playing at the moment, he's grabbing that team by the scruff of the neck and games and being brilliant. And everyone,
could he be player of the season?
Yeah, of course he could be player of the season if he continues to do that. It always usually goes to someone who wins the Premier League. But I think from where Man United were, if they can get into the Champions League, and he's been that driving force, that is a good shout, Carvey. It will definitely be on the list, that's for sure. But he's fantastic. And I just love it. And credit to Michael Carrick. He's doing a brilliant job. I do think the coaches he's brought with him have helped massively. Steve Holland, I think, who worked with Gareth Southgate, he's doing a brilliant job. But, yeah, Man United look really, really good at the moment. I'm really impressed with them. Even another player goes under the radar where he's leaving at the end of the season, Casemiro.
Oh.
How good has Casemiro been? We say 3 years ago, everyone's laughing, his legs are gone. Good players, his legs might be going, but good players know where to be, and he knows where to be on that football pitch. Good connection now with the players
Kobbie Mainoo, isn't it,
and
as
everything.
well?
Kobbie Mainoo, who can do his running, but yeah, I think every Man United fan are happy, aren't they?
They are at the moment.
Yeah.
Long way it continues. Who's on this list then?
Well, look, I think you can split it into sort of different parts. If you look at the sort of big name managers who are in work at the moment with international teams who are taking part in the World Cup, I'm sure United will be looking at the likes of Thomas Tuchel, for instance, Mauricio Pochettino, Julian Nagelsmann, Carlo Ancelotti. Now, the only issue with going for somebody like that is the World Cup final is on July the 19th. The Premier League season starts about 4 weeks after that. So do you really want to wait that late before making an appointment? And also, if you're taking somebody like Thomas Tuchel, imagine the kind of media circus there's going to be during the World Cup with England, if it comes out that he's going to be taking over at Manchester United. And also there'll be stories the whole time, every day during the summer, about what's going on with the United job. Why don't United have a long-term manager in place already? So those are the problems that you'd have going for an international manager. I think what United have been doing in recent times in the transfer market is going for players with Premier League experience. So what would happen if they went for a manager with Premier League experience? Then you're thinking about managers like Oliver Glasner, Marco Silva, Andoni Iraola, Enzo Maresca. Now, I don't know whether any of those would turn out to be any better than Michael Carrick. Then you go into the realms of somebody who is proven at the highest level, somebody like Luis Enrique.
Yeah.
What a job he's done at PSG. The only problem is he seems to be loving life in Paris. Yesterday, PSG beat their biggest rivals, Marseille, 5-0. After the game, he was asked about his future. He's got 18 months left on his contract. He said, look, I knew I'd be asked about this. All I want to say is, I love Paris. So it sounds like he is probably going to be extending his contract at PSG as well.
Manchester, Paris, Manchester all day long, no? Ooh, tricky one. I won't let you answer that. It's all right.
What about the shopping?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm here for the shopping.
What, you're not seeing the Trafford Centre? It's all right.
Yeah.
You'll be shopping in Paris.
Yeah, I know where you're coming from.
In terms of the manager situation, then, because it feels like there's a narrative for some that it's got to be this big name manager. Where do you sit on it?
I understand because it's the size of the club. But if Michael Carrick keeps doing what he's doing from now to the end of the season, it's a difficult one because he's seen it many a times where Man United have done it before with an interim manager. But I think this is different with Michael Carrick. I think if he does ever so well from now to the end of the season, he's got a great chance of being in the reckoning. I still think they will look at other managers, but he's gave himself a good chance. Whatever happens, his stock will be high and he will get a job in the Premier League, whether it's at Man United or another football club, because the job he's done there has been fantastic. I, for one, would love to see him get the job, for sure, at Man United Football Club, because he deserves it, but I still think there's other names in the frame at this moment in time. But long may it continue, because I'm here for it. My son support Man United. They're buzzing at the minute.
The other thing I'd say about Michael Carrick is he's brilliant at handling the media as well. You know, sometimes under Ruben Amorim, he was generating too many headlines, but Michael Carrick has... You know, he's got the experience. He knows what it's like to play for a club like Manchester United. He's obviously seen how Sir Alex Ferguson used to deal with the media as well. He gives very little away. Look, he's honest and he's as open as he can be. But it's interesting as well, whenever he's asked about his future, whether he wants to job long term, he handles those questions really well as well by just shutting down any talk of that.
Funny you say that, because he was actually part of the media not long ago. You see the pictures surfacing of him interviewing Thomas Frank at the beginning of the season. Right, let's bring Dave into this. Away from the, potential managerial search, you've been having a closer look at some United stats and also how corners are proving.
More, by the way, on Liverpool at 11:30, but now it's been an incredible transformation at Manchester United since the arrival of Michael Carrick, as the club target a 5th straight league win when they take on West Ham United tonight. Their good form has seen them climb up to 4th, but Michael Carrick is wary of the threat his old club will pose this evening.
Teams towards the bottom of the league are really fighting for things, so but so are we, and we've got a lot to fight for. So it's you'd like to think that balances out in some ways, and it's who can come out on top at the end of it. But sure, we're totally aware of what we're going into on Tuesday night and how difficult it will be. They're very good on transition, very dangerous. Got some really good attacking players. So we've looked at them already and kind of have an idea with that, as they would have done for us. So, but yeah, they're a threat.
Our 5th straight Manchester United win would have extra significance for one supporter in particular. It could be the night that Frank Illett can finally have his hair cut. 16 months on from vowing to continue growing his hair until they win 5 games in a row.
I'm pretty chilled about that. I don't mind about it ending, for sure. And more than anything, I need this haircut. Look at it. I'm first and foremost a Man United fan. I'm enjoying seeing the team play well again, and getting some wins under their belt. So that was part of it as well. Is that thing of wanting to see them back to winning ways is been amazing since he first came in. I'm glad as well that it's not been like 5 easy teams either. It hasn't been a walk in the park, but he's made it look a bit like that.
James MacDonald. James, right, OK, Manchester United. We were debating this yesterday, actually. If they are the best team to watch in the Premier League since Michael Carrick has come in, what do you think?
I mean, on current form, definitely. We're the only team making commentators sing at the moment, aren't we? Kuna, Luke Shaw, Bruno. So, yeah, I think we're doing really well. I think we're really good on the eye and we're really attacking, doing great football.
What do you think about that, Jody? I mean, it is only a few games since Carrick has been in, but how impressed have you been with their style of play?
I've been extremely impressed. I think the variation in their performance needs to be applauded. I think if you think about how defensive that to be in the first 2 games and kind of soak up the pressure and look to maybe counter teams, and then if you look at the second 2 games where they've had to be the more dominant, they've certainly been exciting from a neutral's point of view as well, because there's been lots of goals. But I just like seeing a team that is clearly playing with confidence and with a bit of freedom as well. And I think you've got to absolutely credit all that down to Michael Carrick. I mean, he seems to have taken the shackles off the team, playing them in their right positions, and they have been a joy to watch.
We've got some examples of some beautiful football that they've been playing, Jody, actually. I want you to have a look at this, and James, you as well. United's playing in tight spaces, which, pretty impressive for someone who's never played professionally like me. And we didn't see this type of football under Ruben Amorim. Is that something that Carrick will have been doing on the training pitch, or is this a case of giving them freedom to do this themselves? What do you think, Jody?
No, it's more. This is more giving the players freedom. I think sometimes when you can have a manager or coach that is so set in his ways and maybe stubborn. We know how stubborn Ruben Amorim was with the formation that he wanted to play, and sometimes they can get bogged down by trying to sort of like dictate every single pass and every position a player should be on the pitch, when I think you then become very predictable as a team in itself. And I think Michael Carrick's just put players in the right positions and also gave them a bit of freedom. And when you've got top players, which we know Man United have, that's the type of football that you can get from players. And obviously winning games is going to breed more confidence anyway. But we've seen these Man United players produce little passages of play like that before. It's just we didn't see it at all under Ruben Amorim, really. But for me, that's more down to Ruben Amorim than it is the actual Man United players. And again, I think Michael deserves all the credit for, like I said, taking the shackles off the players.
James, when was the last time that you saw you playing like that in those tight spaces?
It's been a while. I can't remember, to be fair, but I think, touch on Jody's point there, confidence breeds confidence. You do a couple of them, the crowd get behind you, the players start believing, getting more confident, and start expressing themselves. I think Carrick's job was to come, when he came in, was to pick these players up off the floor, remind them who they are, remind them of the quality that they've got, and let them start expressing themselves, and that's what we're seeing.
James, there's a message on the screen from Ian saying that Manchester United are only doing what they're doing because they're only playing once a week. Is that fair?
Yeah, absolutely, because it really does help us when we're playing against City and Arsenal. No, absolute nonsense. I think we are playing against top quality teams. 2 of them 4 wins are against teams that should be challenging for the league. I don't think not having a midweek game matters too much at this level.
We talked so much this season about how Kobbie Mainoo wasn't playing. Now we're talking so much about how Manchester United have been so much better with him in the side. Do you now expect him to go to the World Cup? And yesterday, Tim Sherwood was saying, he said Kobbie Mainoo, Luke Shaw and Harry Maguire should all go to the World Cup, but you wouldn't have been saying that a few weeks ago under Amorim.
No, I don't think so, but I think they have played themselves into the team. I think for me, Luke Shaw all season should have been an England contender. He's done okay all season. But Harry Maguire getting consistent games is showing that he's undeniable in certain aspects, and so is Mainoo. I think like on performances alone, they've earned the right to be in that squad.
Does it make you, as a Man United fan, even more annoyed with the previous regime when you see the fact that as soon as Michael comes in, he gives Kobbie Mainoo he's played 90 minutes on the bounce and been performing at a real top level? Does it make you even more annoyed previously, and almost thank your lucky stars that you've now got someone in charge who believes in him and could maybe save Kobbie Mainoo's Man United career?
Yeah, it was absolutely frustrating seeing him not playing week in, week out. And I think for Mainoo, it must have been equally, if not more, because he's seen like players like Ugarte come on and get match time when he's not. And to be honest, the way we were going, we were at risk of losing him in January. And what an absolute blow to the club that would have been if we're letting young talent like Mainoo leave. Because probably what would have happened is he probably would have gone on to another team, got himself in the England squad, and it'd just be another story of United wasting a young talent.
Exactly.
James, an Arsenal fan earlier, actually said that he was more worried about Manchester United closing them down in the title than Manchester City, which I'm sure will put a smile on your face. Thank you.
Absolutely. Cheers, guys.
About their opponents, who are West Ham tonight. They're one of the Premier League's in-form clubs, so could they escape the bottom 3? Joining us now is West Ham fan Chris Coville. Chris, what's clicked to make you improve so much in recent weeks?
Morning, gents. Several things, actually. I think, firstly, we've got a bit of athleticism in during the transfer window, which has really helped. We've had a new assistant manager come in. He's been alongside Nuno for the last 4 games. So obviously, we've won 3, lost 1, and that was a tight game against Chelsea. He's given us a little bit more impetus on the front foot as well, which I think has liberated not only Bowen, who wasn't at his best, but particularly Crescencio Somerville, whose recent form has coincided with the new guy whose name's Paco Gémez coming in. And I think particularly Tati Castellanos coming in, he's given us a focal point of the attack. but he really doubles down. There's a lot of work rate from him as well. And again, I think you'll find he's doing a lot of the running. He's occupying defenders. And I think, whisper it quietly maybe, there was a bit of a shadow hanging over the club because of Lucas Paqueta. And as much as he seemed popular, since he's gone, the squad seemed to be liberated. It seems like happier camp, and I think you've got Matthews Fernandes who's stepped up with the responsibility. I thought, well, actually, I'm going to add something here, and he's become not just a playmaker, a bit of an all-rounder in midfield. So there's several reasons why we've had an upturn in form.
Well, only 2 teams have got better form than you in the last 4 games. Can you name those 2 teams?
Well, one of them would be Man U.
Correct.
Chelsea.
Chelsea and Manchester United. Well done. Of course, it's Manchester United tomorrow. How confident are you about that one? But also, how confident are you that you will stay up now?
My confidence is growing, but it was at a very, very low point. I was asked relatively recently. I didn't think we had more than a 5% chance of staying up. We seem to be so cut adrift. We need other clubs to do badly. It's not all in our hands, really. But tonight's huge. If we could get a win tonight and then speak to me in the future and ask me that question, I'd be far more confident. We need to win games that maybe you'd look at on paper and think, well, West Ham aren't going to get a victory there. We beat Burnley, that's good, but we went through Christmas and didn't beat teams that maybe we should have done. A big game tonight. If we win tonight, I will start thinking, hold on, maybe the game's on. But I think Forest have got Wolves, so we're looking at Forest. Leeds, it's tough. Everyone above seems to be getting points, you know?
That's it. Are you a Wolves fan tomorrow night?
Oh, yeah, definitely. 100%. 100%. There seemed to be a little bit of nervousness around Forest, actually. You don't quite know what's going to happen with their owner, Marinakis. He could get a little bit tetchy. Maybe he sacks Dyche. I don't know. And then we've got Tottenham as well. We'd be really nice if Tottenham lost. We'd take anything. We'd take any scraps or any crumbs of comfort at the moment that would probably help us. We can only look after ourselves, but we do need others to slip up.
Do you think, like, when you mentioned Tottenham there, do you think you've dragged them and Leeds into it? It's not just you and Forest anymore?
I think Leeds have got a spring in their step. I think that's difficult. And if you look at their record at Elland Road during night games, it's formidable. Tottenham's tough, you know. I think if they lose this weekend, I wouldn't be surprised. Sorry, if they lose this week, I wouldn't be surprised if Thomas Frank goes. There's a melancholy around that club. Leeds just seem to be on a different vibe. They seem to be enjoying themselves. And, I wouldn't think that there's any problem with Leeds. They don't have a brilliant run coming up, but they can get results against the big teams, which is what we need to do, funnily enough.
Christian, back to you at West Ham. Do you think that you're good enough defensively to stave off these attacks from other teams? And how do you think Dizazi will slot in? He played 90 minutes, didn't he, in the last game?
He did, and we were all surprised about that. And he looked like a bit of a monster, actually. Where West Ham have floundered recently is, I tell you what, Jody, we've gone from one type of manager to another. So when a new manager comes in, he doesn't necessarily inherit a group of players that suit his style. And, you know, Nuno likes to park the bus and hit teams on the counter-attack. We didn't really have the players for that. Now, you'd know all about Chelsea yourself, but I know Disasi didn't seem to be, we call him Disaster and giving him names like that. He didn't seem to be flavour of the month at Chelsea. But you look at why they paid money for him from Monaco, aerially very dominant, the type of qualities we probably need. Is it going to fix it? That's tough. I'm worried about tonight. We're susceptible from crosses, particularly crosses to the back post. A lot of teams score against us there.
Yeah, João Pedro got his goal, didn't he, against you? And I mean, you were great in the first half, as bad as Chelsea were. You were great, but I agree with you. The confidence that you're getting. I thought Bowen and Somerville were outstanding against us, but as soon as we got that first goal, I just felt that you looked vulnerable at the back, and that's why I was just interested to see how you thought Dizazi was going to do for you, because it clearly, to me, looks like you need help at the back.
Yeah, well, if you were at the game, Jody, you remember he brought Kilman on. Yeah, me too. You saw the atmosphere change in the game. It really did. The stadium sort of came alive from a Chelsea perspective, which had been quiet before that. Bringing Kilman on was tough. It sent a message. We went to 3 centre-backs. Sent a message to our players, you're going to sit back, you're going to defend. I think it sent a message to you guys to say, OK, you can probably do something there. I think maybe Rossini got the better of Nuno tactically, but Kilman, he's not really worked out as a player for us. You need attritional players that love defending. You'd have played with plenty yourself over your career, and that's really what we need. And hopefully Disasi is that, just because he wasn't good at Chelsea. Maybe you need a more cultured player at Chelsea to bring the ball out. We don't really at the moment. We need a backs-to-the-wall monster, really.
Chris, before you go, I'm quite confused here. I'm sure we used to call you Gonzo.
You do. You call me something different every time I come on, mate. So
have you dropped Gonzo for Sky Sports News?
look, if I was going to do anything for Sky Sports News, I'd tidy up my midlife crisis cave, which you can see behind me here. I've not changed my name. And there you go. You've got on the big screen now. My goodness. You two boys are too young for this, but you've got this coming when you'll start hiding down your shed and playing foosball and doing all sorts of silly things. No, I'm still Gonzo. I still have too much junk in the man cave. So, yeah, you can continue to call me what you want.
Gonzo, Chris, thank you.
Yeah, Chris. Thanks, guys.
To Manchester United, because could it be 5 in a row for Michael Carrick? Just quickly, I know we've spoken a lot about this guy Frank getting his hair cut. Can you believe in this day and age, Jeff, that managers are being asked in press conferences about a fan getting his hair cut?
No.
No.
I mean, it's pitiful, to be brutally honest. You know,
yeah.
There are a lot more important things when it comes to Manchester United, including whether you would... I mean, without offending West Ham fans, because I'm not suggesting this is going to happen, but if they go to West Ham and win, 5 wins on the bounce, at what stage do you say... You've done enough for me. You've got the job permanently, if you want it.
Probably just about that point, I think.
Do you think?
I mentioned to you, the difference in the whole place. I got there 3 hours early on Saturday morning. You just feel it. I mean, a completely and utterly different environment. You know, there's a buzz. That everybody's happy. There's an enthusiasm. There's a positivity. Everything that you'd want about your football club was at Old Trafford on Saturday. It really was. Plus the most important thing, which is the results and the performance. So I think we've got a game tonight, by the way. I think that's a game tonight, which I'm looking forward to it. It's a real test, because West Ham, particularly in wide areas, I think have been excellent. So it's a game tonight. But I don't know about you, Jeff. I think, I mean, if he gets Champions League football, which looks as though will be the case, I think you've got to give him the job, Jeff. Because see, if you don't give him the job and you give it to somebody else and they don't do well, you leave yourself open to some unbelievable criticism.
Yeah, and I feel, guys, that they can't go too far down the path of wooing and talking to other managers, which they're going to have to do. You know, if they believe they might take somebody else, you're not going to get an Ancelotti or a Tuchel or whatever by, turning up one day after the World Cup and saying, actually, do you want our job?
Correct.
There's got to be a lot of work goes into that. And I think there's a danger of going too far down that path when actually people quote Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, and say, look what happened once he got the job permanently. And it might happen to Carrick as well. Well, it might do. It might happen with anybody.
Correct.
But it might not as well. So for me, I would say... Done a great job so far, son. This is your reward. You've got the job if you want it.
It's funny because, see, looking at it, guys, and it's easy when things are going well. Obviously, I get all that. But I just think he looks comfortable in the position. Which is a big thing as well. He looks as though he can handle it. He looks as though he's enjoying it. And it's clearly you're going to enjoy it when things are going well and that, and there will be tougher times ahead. But I just think a little bit like, I look at a couple of these players on the pitch, whether it's Cunha and Bruno, they look comfortable being there. I think Carrick looks really comfortable in that dugout.
Yeah, he does. He's got a good team around him. And Martin, who is a Man United fan, he asks a question that everybody will ask. Is it not still new manager bounce? He said, I'm not convinced he's long-term. It's hard to tell, isn't it, to be honest, Martin?
Yeah.
Whether it's new manager bounce, but they play with a swagger and a style. As you say, and Boomer and Cunha and Amad Diallo and, of course, Bruno Fernandes.
Yeah.
And he's restored, the Maguires and the Luke Shaws to their best, and they've finally got a good, reliable goalkeeper as well.
Yep.
I do think so. I think if if they do get Champions League, which I think they will, because it will go down to 5th, and they also don't have any other competition to focus on other than the Premier League, I think they're going to have to make a big decision to make, because, you know, it is Manchester United at the end of the day. And if, say, a Luis Enrique becomes available in the summer and he wants to go to United, and he is one of the most elite managers we've got out here in world football right now, so then it's like, well, do you go for someone like him, or do you give Michael Carrick the job? In the back page of The Sun, Carrick is ZZ Top. Zizou? Right, I'm just going to give you a little bit of context, because Michael can be United Zidane or Pep, says Joe Cole. I'm not quite sure if this has been taken a little bit out of context. We're talking about the man that won 11 trophies at Real Madrid, 3 back-to-back Champions Leagues, 2 La Ligas, 168 wins in 263 matches for Real Madrid. I think he's going down the route of, because he knows the club, and he's got knowledge of it, and his demands of playing at the highest level. And you know, Guardiola and Zidane followed stellar playing careers with Barcelona and Real Madrid by leading their old teams to glory. That's the route he's going down, not necessarily all the success that Zinedine Zidane had with Real Madrid and Pep Guardiola has had as Manchester City. Do you understand, Ali, what Joe means by this? Feels a little bit too soon, maybe.
Oh, of course it's too soon. Absolutely too soon. But I think he means as a figurehead leading the club. And I don't think there's any doubt that's the angle he's going down. Because it's madness, effectively, to try and compare him at this moment in time to somebody with a track record as Zinedine Zidane. But I do understand the point he's trying to make as a figurehead.
There's an interesting text coming as well, guys, saying if Vincent Kompany can do a mediocre job and get relegated with Burnley, then be rewarded with a job at Bayern Munich, why can't Michael Carrick be the manager of Man United? I think it's worth saying that Bayern Munich were in a lot healthier space than Manchester United were. But it's a good point, isn't it?
Yeah. And Hastings did another great result the weekend. Kane got another couple of goals, 5-1. No, but that I can understand that baffling people. It baffled me to a certain degree as well. It was as if no matter what job that Vincent Kompany did at Burnley, he was getting that Bayern Munich, as if he'd been set up for that Bayern Munich job for a long, long time. And, has to be said, he's doing well.
Yeah. You know what, if they lose 4-0, Man United lose 4-0 at West Ham tonight, we won't be having this conversation for a while.
Definitely, although
how fickle are we?
In Nuno's press conference, it was quite interesting. He got asked if there was any big players missing for the game, and he said yes, but he wouldn't tell us who. Now, there's rumours that it could be a couple of their most important players. So if Jared Bowen or Crescencio Somerville are missing, then I would expect Manchester United to go on and win that game comfortably and make it 5 out of 5 for Michael Carrick. And you can't deny what he's done. But I think, Jeff, the key thing is not just the football, not just getting the best out of the players. It just feels like the whole club is almost back to, maybe not back to the United of old, but it just feels like it's maybe on its way to getting there. And I think that's the biggest compliment you can give to Michael Carrick since he's come in, that it's not just on the pitch that it feels like he's changed, but off it as well. Yeah,
you couldn't agree more. John's texting in to say, Carrick will take the Spurs job, lads. Well, John, there isn't a Spurs job. But you know what? Actually, I shouldn't be cynical, because, John, you're right, John, because if Matt Carrick doesn't get the Manchester United job long term, he's going to be right in the frame now for other Premier League jobs, isn't he? No question. Olivia, thanks very much indeed.
Thanks, Olivia.
Cameron, the Manchester United fan. Cameron, I imagine you're the cat that got the cream, aren't you?
Yeah. You could say that. I've just got a couple of points, Rory. First being, I think Man United again today were brilliant. They were good. They were flawless on the ball. And does that make Ruben Amorim a fraud? I don't know.
I think it certainly does.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay, it does. It just shows you the difference when you just play the basics and you play football.
Yeah, I completely agree, Cameron. Everything that we saw from Ruben Amorim, just to demonstrate the difference that Carrick has had. Like, Manchester United have already surpassed the points tally from last season with 13 games to go.
Well, exactly. And winning that 4 on the bounce now, and I think the fifth game is actually going to be our hardest game, considering the form of West Ham. I think that will be our biggest test. And I know that we've played City, we've played Arsenal, but I think West Ham are going to be our biggest test.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, I thought today's victory was, on some definition, actually the best victory. It was the best one. You know, it wasn't relying on emotion. It wasn't about the huge occasion. It wasn't relying upon like the huge noise and the desperation to win of a derby. This was a routine victory. It was another day, another win for Manchester United. And that is what Manchester United needs to get back to. Just that standard procedure 2-0 home victory.
If Amarin was in charge today, we would have got beaten. Even with the red card. Even with Tottenham getting the red card, I think we still would have had a very hard game of it.
No, I completely agree. Not only that, if you'd have had Bruno Fernandes playing in some deep role, Kobe Mainoo would have been nowhere near the starting lineup, Amad Diallo would have been playing as a fullback. Sometimes football's a very simple game, and Ruben Amorim is a complete fraud, a complete imposter. He tried to pull the wool over all of our eyes by
being the nice guy.
By pretending that the game was played on a different plane that we could possibly understand. He was he was like suggesting that if you didn't understand his ridiculous tactics, it was because you didn't understand football in the perfect way that he did. Amad Diallo was one of Manchester United's best players the previous season. He stuck him at fullback. Bruno Fernandes has been probably Manchester United's best player over the past decade. He played him as a holding midfielder. Kobe Mainoo is a man who started for England in a Euros final. He's got him on the bench watching Manuel Ugarte play football. If that doesn't demonstrate 100%. That Ruben Amorim is a complete charlatan, I don't know what does.
No, 100%. And I'll also quickly say another 2 points. Well, we're going on about English managers. I would love to see an English manager win the Premier League, but we've still got to remember an English manager's never won the Premier League. I don't know why. There's never been that quality. Who could you see would be the next man? The English manager to potentially win the Premier League? I can't see it being Eddie Howe.
No. At the moment, it's not. At the moment, it's not looking likely. But to try and explore a reason around that, Cameron, do you think that we give English managers enough opportunity? I mean, our own FA, the English FA, hasn't even trusted an English manager. So why should we expect clubs to do it? Yeah, we've gone for a German.
Well, yeah, that's what's exactly. And you hit the nail on the head, and everything that you're saying is on point, because they don't give the faith to the English managers. And I don't know if that's a culture thing or we've always preferred foreign football compared to our own football, if that makes sense. We've always imported. Our game, or the English game, is never exported to play styles that are in Spain, that are in France, that are in Italy and Germany. We've always imported.
Yes,
and it seems like the same with managers. We import these foreign managers who, they do win stuff. But where is the English pride and English determination to have a manager that can win the...
Yeah, absolutely. But maybe it will come. Cameron, it's a great call. And the discourse around Ruben Amorim is suffering massively because of the brilliance around Michael Carrick. Thank you so much for your call there, Cameron. We're going to now cross and speak to Billy, the Tottenham fan. Oh, dear.
Hiya, mate.
Dear. Billy, can I ask you a question? I don't want this to sound loaded.
Of course you can.
Are you in a relegation scrap?
I can't bring myself to say it, mate. I can't bring myself to say it.
Like, do you know what? Moments ago, Billy, I don't know if you were listening, I was talking to a West Ham fan, and the West Ham fan was sort of positioning their bid for survival, their quest for survival, and he kept bringing up Forest, and it was like Forest, all West Ham, and I thought, he's missing a massive opportunity here. It isn't Forest or West Ham. It's Forest, West Ham, Leeds, Palace, and Tottenham Hotspur. Tottenham's fixtures and Tottenham's form really does suggest to me that they are in a relegation scrap.
Don't get me wrong. I looked at the upcoming fixtures, and my mate's a Liverpool fan, and I said I don't want to see us winning anything. It's been abysmal this season. You know, we're really, really missing like a player like Harry Kane. Just like not necessarily the goals that he scored, because Dominic Solanke, he's getting better, but just that character.
Do you know what I think you are missing? Look, you know far more about Tottenham's culture than I do, but I don't support Tottenham, and I certainly don't want to see them win. But you know what you've always had all my life? You've always had a glorious player, an icon. And like when I was a kid, you had, Jurgen Klinsmann. When I was a little bit older, David Ginola. Then you had Gareth Bale. When I was a kid, Gazza. There's always been like these true icons at the club. You've had Harry Kane for a decade, Heung-min Son. There isn't really that maverick, unpredictable, mercurial talent that is so associated with Tottenham Hotspur. And I don't really understand why.
Joe, the only player that I could see potentially becoming that, if he could not stay fit and not get injured, is James Maddison. Because as a player,
You are
I love
joking, aren't you?
I love James Maddison as a player. Like when I
love James Maddison, the YouTuber.
Growing up,
I think he's
didn't
better at that.
His YouTube videos are quite good, to be fair. But like growing up, I wasn't into football, and then I went to my first football game when I was 16 to Tottenham, and Dele Alli for me was just the one.
Yeah, Dele Alli was
that
that
man.
There was a period where Dele Alli was at. But overall, Billy, what do you think? Do you think that Tottenham are in a relegation scrap, or are you not really thinking along those lines?
My dignity can't say that we are.
Yeah, fair enough. I rate that. I rate that, Billy. Thank you so much.
It was a great day yesterday. How did you take in all the sport?
Well, I took in the early game, which was obviously Old Trafford. And after 5 minutes, the dynamic of Manchester United was clear for everyone to see. It's so different so quickly. I touched on this yesterday. Watching the first 5 or 10 minutes and watching how direct they are, play with purpose, just the movement. Ahmad, who's a live wire with pace, chases people, hustles them, and Burma does the same. Fernandes higher up the pitch. Casemiro, I thought, was outstanding yesterday. It will come to a spot. If he keeps it going, it will be... Maybe if Man United offer him a 1-year deal at a certain rate, would he take it? Would he accept it? Because obviously he can't be on the money that he's been on in previous seasons. But Casemiro looks completely different. But I think for a midfielder, there's nothing better, and Kobe Mainu would find this as well, that if everything in front of you is moving and making runs for you and making your job easier to find that pass. Some of the passing that United did yesterday, I haven't seen that for years. Just, a new manager's coming. I'm seeing all interchange play, and you've got the commentator saying, what a pattern of play that was. And it's like, well, yeah, the guy's only been in the door, for the last 4 games. I'm thinking, well, if he'd have been in the door at the start of the season and had an impact like he has, they'd be challenging for the title. Yeah. And that sounds an outrageous thing to say in many ways, but it's like, well, he's made a huge difference, Carrick. He has. You can't deny it.
It was absolutely magic again yesterday for Man United fans. It was a blockbuster day also in the Premier League. Here's how it all sounded for you here on TalkSport.
And it's a red card for Romero. He went in a little bit too heavy on Casemiro. Argentina on Brazil. And then Bruno Fernandes is there to stab it home at the Stretford end and secure all 3 points for Manchester United.
Scott Parker, what are you thinking now? Burnley 0, West Ham 2, and it's come from Valentin Costanelos.
Hat-trick Cole Palmer inside the first 37 minutes of this game. Wolves 1, Chelsea 3.
There was a stoppage in play. Everyone in the stands wondering what's going on. We've just seen a squirrel run all the way from inside the Bristol City half, and it went in the goal.
Bournemouth 1, Aston Villa 1. What a wonderful goal this is from the new signing, Ryan.
Arsenal 3, Sunderland 0. Victor Gyökeres off the bench at the double.
Fulham 1, Everton 2. This is an embarrassment for the Fulham defence, in particular goalkeeper Bert Leno.
The left-footed strike at the Gallagher end to break Newcastle's heart. Brentford were brilliant, up to 7th. Newcastle 2, Brentford 3.
What a day. Yep, it all started live here on TalkSport. Manchester United beat 10 men Spurs 2-0. Arsenal thrashed Sunderland. Great performance from them. That ended 3-0. Villa and Bournemouth was a draw 1-1. Burnley were beaten by West Ham at home 2-0. Looking at Fulham also beaten at home by Everton 2-1. David Moyes absolutely doing bits, isn't he? And Wolves defeat yesterday by Chelsea 3-1. Newcastle Brentford. That was a bit of a cracker. And as we mentioned there, Keith Andrews getting the job done again. It ended 3-2. 21 goals, 7 with the left foot.
Oh.
Yesterday, Cass. That's quite unusual. A third of goals were left.
I've never really count how many left-footed and right-footed.
Unusual percentage, some might say.
Well, yeah. Is it just this weekend, or because if you had a detailed report of the last year, could you say how many left-foot goals have been scored?
I can't count. So, but we can look into that for you. Let me ask my friend.
By the way,
GPT.
When you said there earlier about Manchester United we were just talking. I'm talking about the 11 against 11 United.
No, that's fair. I think that's a very, very good point.
That happened when they were playing 11 against 11. Okay, and Mbeumo scores after the sending off. But if you look at the opening patterns of play, that I've played at Old Trafford twice. One with Millwall. And I'm trying to think, was the second one with Millwall as well? I'm not sure because I did 2 seasons. And both times were 4-0, 5-1. It was literally from the outset. It was a tin-hat job. They didn't disappoint you. And, that's what's expected at Old Trafford. That type of style as well.
Yeah.
I expect that of my club, Liverpool. They have to play with a certain, panache, a style of, which we see a lot of the time. Last year we saw it. We've seen it with Klopp beforehand. And Bob Paisley going back years. The history of the football club means your football club has to play a certain way. And that is winning things and playing with style.
Christian Romero, let's talk about his sending off. It's his second time this season that he's been shown a straight red card. So this time, as it's the second of the season, it'll be a 4-game ban, meaning he's going to miss the North London derby. And after everything that happened with Romero this week on social media, of all weeks for this to happen, he's getting absolutely hammered by his own fans. United now 4th at 3 points off second. Spurs are down in 14th, just 6 outside of the bottom 3. This is a real issue. Now the captain's not going to be present for the next 4 games. Thomas Frank said after the game, the red card was unfortunate, but it was the right decision. Okay, so here we are, the aftermath of Christian Romero's week, again going against the board and the club on social media and then gets sending off. I mean, how's that for timing?
Doesn't surprise me with Christian Romero. He's done this in the past. It's not just this season. We're not just saying that he's got quite a long list of misdemeanours, hasn't he? Some people are throwing the kitchen sink at him. I'd throw the dishwasher, tumble dryer, fridge, everything, because I just think Tottenham are better off getting rid of him at the end of the season if they can, because someone will pay good money for him. And I think they should move on because he's also captain, which compounds it. He does things like this, and it cost the team dearly yesterday. Now, whether they were good enough, Tottenham, to get something out of the game 11 against 11, we don't know, but it certainly gave them really pretty much zero chance afterwards.
I asked this yesterday, would you take the captaincy off Romero? Would you do it now after this?
I don't know what. So who steps in? Yeah. Is there a captain material that you'd go at Tottenham at the moment and go?
Van der Ven, yeah.
Well, Van der Ven, yeah, maybe. Probably that's probably as best a shout as any, but I would just probably go behind closed doors. And look, it's impossible for Thomas Frank because he's in a dangerous situation himself. That will he get to the end of the season? But that's one of the changes he has to consider and make for me. I just don't see. Sometimes you have to let good players go because I'm not questioning his ability, Christian Romero's ability. I think he has a terrible attitude sometimes and he's incredibly reckless on the football field. That's what he does.
4-game ban now for Romero. Spurs fans, are you really considering and thinking and worrying about a relegation battle? Should they be?
I think they just got enough, but they're on a bad form, Spurs. But there's been some bright little sparks. I think Simons has certainly shown that he's a capable player. Gallagher's come in and done okay. But then they got an incredible injury crisis. So I don't see it. If they get a good few of them players back, they'll be fine.
Spurs fans, how do you feel about this morning? Where do you stand with your captain? Is that it? Should he be stripped to the captaincy, as Cass pointed out there? Should they be getting rid of him at the end of the season? And are you concerned about a possible relegation battle? 03717 223344 if you want to pick up the phone and give us a wee call. 81089 if you want to send us a text message. On the way next, we're going to discuss that huge win for West Ham. What does their late win at Burnley do for their relegation picture? You're listening to the Weekend Breakfast here on TalkSport.
Welcome into the latest edition of ESPN FC. I'm Dan Thomas, joined by Stevie Nicol. A full programme of midweek Premier League games means that Manchester United have the chance to win 5 in a row. Let's just remind you how things stand in the table as they go into that clash against West Ham. Obviously, 4th in the table. It's been an incredible run since Michael Carrick has taken over. As if United fans need any reminder, let's just show exactly how he's done it, of course. That win in the derby against City, going to Arsenal winning 3-2, that late victory against Fulham, and of course that comfortable victory this Saturday against Spurs. How's he done it? Well, Mario Malchio joins us, but we're also joined by Dimitar Berbatov. Dimi, what is the key? What's the secret sauce? You know Michael Carrick. How has he changed this team around so quickly?
Well, I think it's communication. If you know how to speak to the players, if yourself has been a professional football player at that level, like Michael was, I think he knows how to speak the language in a way that the players at United to feel appreciated, to trust him, and after that to get his idea and put it into play onto the pitch, because the players are the same. The players are the same, just obviously the manager is different and the system is different. But the most important things, which are the players, are still the same, and we can all see how they play now. They play with flair, with belief, with confidence, with arrogance when they need to, like a team, and it's a joy to watch right now. And so far in the games that we watch, we saw everything is just happening for the team, for him. And the consistency they will find, or I hope they will find until the end of the season, will be the test if Michael can get the job permanently after the end of the season.
So is it, Stevie, as simple as keeping it basic and talking to your players? That just seems not amateurish, but too simple, I suppose.
It does. It sounds like it, but it really is true. And all the things that we've said about it, and Dimitrov was talking about there, driving in.
Who? Dimitrov?
Sorry, Dimi. Sorry.
It's late, don't worry.
It's my Scottish.
Yeah. He's called people worse, don't worry.
Yeah, simple things like driving in the morning, you can't wait to get into training, to get in the dressing room, to have a laugh with the guys and then go out and work hard and then get stuck into each other. Now, that seems a really simple, pretty weak thing to say, but it's 100% true. As opposed to what's happening under Amorim, nobody wants to be there, nobody wants to go there. They get there as late as they can, because the less time they spend there, because the more time they spend there, the more miserable they are. Sure. I mean, all of those little things add up. And the fact that the actual staff hasn't changed, the players haven't changed, tells you that it's a mentality thing. And Michael Carrick has absolutely found a way of getting through to the players and freeing. They've basically been freed up by the way he talks to them and by the way they're training.
So how can Amorim have got it so wrong, Mario?
Because, what Amorim did, look, okay, when you become a coach, you got to look at the material that you have. And then you look at what you should be playing. But what Amorim had, he didn't look at the material. He just picked his own spot. He just said, no, we're going to do that. So he didn't really care about if the team cannot handle the 3 at the back and the 4 in the middle, whatever he wanted to do. He didn't care that much. I think the difference with Carrick is Carrick, as a player, he was a guy that always, you understand, like the way he influenced games, you understand, in the middle of the park, it was like always try to be in control, always seeing things, try to anticipate, try to see it before it happened. Now, if you look at his team, they all find each other very easy. They know exactly where they need to be, and everybody's in the spot, so it becomes an automatic play sometimes. And I think this is one of the key things. And like Dima said, and what Stevie said, the way you talk to them, there were two things, the way of talking, because some people sometimes think it's words only, but sometimes it's also the proof how you play the game. And how he plays the game and how he wants his team to play the game is almost identical to each other. So it's not like I'm watching Man United doing something totally different. No, I'm watching Man United almost playing the way he was as an individual, because that's how he played the game, and understanding it and knowing exactly what the holes were and try to always be in control of the game. And I think that is what they're trying to build now.
Dimi, do you give him the job permanently?
On the basis of these 4 games, yes. But let's not forget, I think there's another 13 games or so to go until the end of the season. And hopefully after that, based, of course, on the performance, we all All of us, I'm a bit biased, of course, because I used to play with him and I want him to get the job. But let's wait and see until the end of the season. But if they go the way they do right now, of course, why not? But we've seen that before happening with Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. I think it was the same story. So let's not jump to the conclusion yet. Let's just enjoy game by game how United is improving, playing. After the end of the season, we'll wait and see what happens.
A lot of people, as you mentioned, are comparing his run to when Solskjaer first came in, Dimmy. Is that fair, saying, yeah, he had a good run at the start, but then look what happened afterwards, he was out of his depth?
Well, people are comparing, and we all can see the similarity, because sometimes when the new manager comes in, that fresh breath of fresh air, and the players are free to play now the way they want to play, and we can see how United's changed with the same players. And there are similarities, but again, in my perspective, from my point of view, I am enjoying what I see right now. I'm cautiously optimistic about the team still, although they play great football, but I think they should go game by game until the end of the season, because who knew that now United will be 3 points, I think, from the second place, or 4, where we were in the beginning of the season. So at the moment, everything is going in the right direction. So let's wait and see.
Of course, a lot of the players' form has turned around since Carrick comes in, including Sesko. Am I right, Dimmy, that you spoke to him, that Carrick asked you to speak to the striker to give him some advice? What did you say?
No, that was a false news. I read it somewhere. I read it.
Stevie showed it to me. I tell you what, you offered some great advice. You look really good.
No. Listen. Sometimes
sorry,
in the media...
Yeah.
Sometimes
does a new manager coming in, does it give a striker a chance? Does it, obviously, it gives him to prove basically the old manager's wrong?
No, you forget about the old manager now. You have a new manager. You want to play for him. You wanna show how good you are. He's gonna give you a chance depending on what you show. I think management is very important, especially when it comes down to the strikers, because we all think we're special with big egos. We want to play. When you don't play, you don't handle it very well. Then you need to explain to you why you're not playing. So I think in the position of a strikers, the manager needs to know how to speak with them, when to speak with them, what words to use. Again, it's down to communication. In the case of Sesko, I think there is work to be done to build the confidence of him, because we all saw the goal he scored was a beautiful goal.
Doesn't know he's starting every week. We obviously have seen the changes. Does it make a difference? Obviously, it must do as a striker, where the chances are limited, and almost does that kind of pour more pressure on you when you're on the pitch to try and prove yourself?
Of course, because after that goal when he scored, now as a striker you think, all right, I've done my job, I'm going to play next game. But then the manager comes in and he's telling you, you're not starting.
And that's, I imagine, where your coaching has to go up a level. And just to keep everybody on board and keep that confidence up, despite the fact you're not starting the player.
Yeah, 100%. I think it helps that he's still really, really young.
Right.
You know, and I think also right now, there's no pressure on him. So I don't think he's going to be sitting every Friday when he gets the team sheet and he's not in it, going home and cursing and not happy and the whole thing. Yes, he wants to play, but I think he's at a stage of his career where right now, the way things are going for him, I think they're okay. You know, he can keep coming on, keep getting his opportunities. I mean, the fact that he missed that opportunity, I'd forgotten all about it. I couldn't have told you he'd missed a great chance in that game. And that's a good thing. And again, listen, I wasn't a striker, but I think you can relate it all around the field. You know, when your career gets built, the longer things just move along without any real pressure, just smoothly, doing nothing crazy, being solid, getting your basics right, just all the things that you can do to just improve. And then there does come a point where, right, I need to be playing. But I think right now, I don't believe Sesko's in the position where he's like, I need to be playing, this is no good for me. I think he's learning his trade, basically.
Do you agree, Mario? This is a player, of course, arrived with a big price tag.
Yeah, no, I understand, you know, what the guys are saying. It's like, look, sometimes you got to wait your time, and the timing is very important. I think, like we said, you understand, like I think Dima highlighted very good was his confidence. You know, as an individual, it doesn't matter where you play on the field. What position you play, you need to play with some confidence. The only way for him to get the confidence is either you play games or you practice so hard on yourself, you understand, at moments where, you know, when the training is finished, you're gonna do your work, do your individual work. And if you do your individual work, your confidence starts boosting. And then when you come on in the game, if you come in the game, you wanna make the difference. Strikers are built on that, you understand? The greed of scoring will always be their hunt. I mean, I don't wanna talk because I'm not a striker, but I clearly played with enough, and they were not happy if they scored one time. So they start getting angry because they wanted two. So in that sense, what I'm saying, for him, the focus really will be, is just, in the time when you don't play, I say it to everybody that, you know, regardless if you play in England, doesn't matter where you play. If you don't play, work so hard on yourself that when you play, you are ready to show the difference. Because if you don't do anything and you just do what the group does, believe me, when you get your chance, you're not going to be sharp enough to take it.
Manchester United then very much in the conversation to finish in the top four. Meanwhile, it's a very different conversation when it comes to Tottenham Hotspur at the moment. Of course, another defeat for them. They were good for the first 20 minutes, but we saw obviously what happened when Romero got sent off. It's a team sitting 15th in the table. They're only 6 clear of the relegation zone. It's impossible, Dimi, to talk about this game without talking about Romero. As a teammate, if you're a Spurs supporter, how do you feel about that moment?
He just make a mistakes with heavy touch, and then it leads to the red card. So my mind is always been, know your strong qualities. He's the leader. He's the captain. He's outspoken. He speaks. Even when he doesn't need to speak, he speaks. But he needs to be more humble from time to time. And know that he needs to lead by example. The red card was not the example, because the moment he received that red card, the game finished. There were no chance they were going to win that game. So that sometimes comes from that false confidence that you are the man, you're the guy, you can do everything, and then that leads to mistakes like it was in this case.
Should he be Spurs captain, Dimi?
Oh, you're asking the wrong person. I'm not the manager. Of course, he have the qualities. As I said, he's the world champion. He can be very stable in the back. He have great chemistry with Mickey van der Ven. They have good connection going on there. The only thing he needs to take care, in my opinion, of course, Marriott can say better than me because he used to play in a position like this. But that belief that you're the best sometimes, that you can do everything without you want, plus the fact that you're the captain, you're the leader, the team starts with you, sometimes can make you make mistakes because of this type of thinking.
Dimi, you had some big characters in that Manchester United dressing room. How would have they dealt with this situation? Would they have spoken to him about it?
Depending who the characters are and how they understand situation like this. Because in United dressing room, we had great leaders. Some of them were outspoken, some of them were more quiet. So depending who he had around him, but in the Spurs situation, I think the players are a bit more not so outspoken. They are a bit too kind, too nice. You need to be sometimes be more nasty. You need nasty to your teammates even to
they
know
need
how
to be the
provoke.
bad boy like you, yeah? The bad boy like you.
Even if you're the captain, you will say, look, you're the captain, you should lead by example. This was not the thing today. You should know what to do and how to lead us. We are following you, but that's not the right example.
Mario, you think of that Chelsea dressing room you're in. There weren't many timid characters there in comparison to those at Spurs. How would they have dealt with this situation?
We had the smallest guy, you know, in the team. Was maybe the biggest character was Dennis Wise. No, if you would do something like that, Dennis was like, he was way shorter than me. But if you would do something like that, yeah, he will come and talk to you if it needed. Because, okay, we had, let's say if Dennis had to talk to Desailly. Okay, Desailly, similar situation, you understand, Marino, he went through because won the World Cup, he won the World Cup as well. So you go and talk to him, you just say sometimes like, okay, as a captain, you will be like, hey, come on, guys, you know, you cannot do certain things like that. The only thing in this situation, what I don't want to happen to him is that his game is being played with passion. And I understand the passion, he needs to control his passion. Because I think if you take away the passion out of him, I think his delivery and the quality that he puts in his game will get less. And I'm worried for that. Because I don't want that to happen. But the only thing is like, things like this cannot happen. Captain, second time in the league, but you're going to get 4 games now. You not only hurting your team, you're also hurting yourself. Because people sometimes say like, hey, he's hurting the team, but also yourself. 4 games, watching your team play, you don't want that. You want to be part of that. So for him, if you won the biggest trophy that we wanted to win, there is more out there. And the only way to win that is not to do stuff like that, because it's going to get you in trouble.
Dimmy, how much does this fall on Thomas Frank? Does he need to be stronger as a manager?
In a situation like this, definitely. I can see him almost suppressing anger sometimes when he's doing press conference. I can see that he's angry at some of the situation. He doesn't always allow himself to express that anger so everybody can see, but I think it's there. And of course, you should be angry in a situation like this, because you lost the game the moment that red card happened. And I think a conversation, honest, with your captain should happen, because this is the guy that is translating your ideas to your team. This is the guy that leads. So in a situation like this, be honest, be direct. You need to be, as a manager, there and say, look, you're the captain. That's wrong what you're doing. And I know that he likes him because the way he speaks about him, and he should be. But he needs to be direct with him and say, this cannot continue. 4 games now, you're gonna watch from the sidelines, and we're gonna miss you.
Overall, Didi, as someone who's well connected at Spurs, how sad is it to watch them play at the moment?
Like a team, you mean? It's painful, because when watching United and Spurs, I'm split in the middle, and because I respect both teams, I love both teams. But Spurs right now, in this moment, if the results don't go their way, they'll be in relegation battle. I mean, come on, it's unbelievable, and they have a good team. They can surprise you, but they can disappoint you. So it's always been the same story with Spurs. I think that consistency, they cannot find it. They can have a great game, surprise everybody, but the next time, disappoint everybody. So if they don't find that consistency, they'll be in trouble.
Yeah, indeed, they could be dragged into that relegation scrap. A lot more on what happened at Old Trafford between Man United and Spurs on the latest edition of the Gab and Jules show. That is available now to listen to as a podcast. Oh, Jules looks like Don today.
It feels like the energy at Old Trafford is back to its best.
It's a special place, isn't it? Things happen there that don't happen necessarily anywhere else. Knowing how Bruno, I've known him a long time now, and he's creative, you know, and so let him be creative.
Are you in the boss's office?
It's a different setup now.
I know, I've seen it there. It's a barber studio.
Yeah, I've not been in there yet, can you tell?
The start of 2026 has seen a lot of change at Man United. I'm here at the training ground to meet the new boss and my former partner in midfield, Michael Carrick. I want to hear all about what life is like now he is in charge. How you doing? Yeah, good, dude. To be fair, I'm not actually sure how to start this. I don't know whether to call you boss, Carrick. I've never called you Michael. I think everybody calls you Carrick, but I guess now you're the boss, aren't you?
Call me what you want to, mate. I don't mind. I've got no preference to any of that. I literally don't mind, as long as there's a respect, and which there has been both ways. I don't mind. I think a name's a name, but certainly the boys have been fine. I know some of them are obviously a bit more than others initially, but the boys have been great, I have to say, and there's a real good feeling in and around the group.
I mean, for you, I think obviously no one kind of actually the training ground as well. Do you think that helps a little bit? Forget the football, just kind of settling in and actually knowing all the spaces, you know, the pitches, the gym, and
the drive-in is the same. And I've been doing it with my son anyway, and picking him up from training. So I've been coming in and out of it for some time. I'd never been in the building, so it's part of it feels normal, part of it feels fresh, but in general, it just feels like I've been here for quite some time.
Are you in the boss's office?
It's a different setup now. It's
I
not
know,
the
I've
same,
seen it, yeah. It's a barber studio?
Yeah, on the end, yeah. Yeah, I've not been in there yet, can you tell? But to be honest, I like being around the coaches too, and the staff and the analysts, and I like being around it really. I don't like being in my own office. I like being around it.
So I'm not one of them that'll knock myself away. Being around the players, being around the coaches, and that's where I want to be.
Talk to me about that, kind of the staff. Obviously, Jonathan Woodgate's with you, Steve Holland, bit of experience as well. How did that all come about? Because it feels like you got a nice big team together.
Yeah, I knew Woody from Middlesbrough. So Jonathan had been with me for coaching at Middlesbrough for 2.5 years or so. I didn't know Steve that well personally, but just thought he would be a really good fit for the role, really, and experience. Had really a lot of experience at Chelsea of managers changing over a little bit as well, and dealing with good players. He was there for 8 or 9 years, and I think he worked with Rafa Benitez, Conte, Jose. It's quite a kind of changeover of players as well.
Yeah.
But used to work in that level, and obviously with England, with Gareth, I think he just naturally feels comfortable at this level, which you know what it's like. I think being at the level, and it doesn't feel like it's a stretch or it's new, or he knows how it feels and can cope with it. I think that's a major part of it for players as well, and just good experience, fantastic coach, really good person. So, and Johnny was already here. Johnny Evans was here, and I know him well anyway. So he's been fantastic, and Trav, who came up from the 21s, and it's a really good mix. But it does feel like we've worked together much longer than just this short period of time, considering we didn't really know each other before.
I mean, you had a nice soft start, obviously, with City and Arsenal. How was that? Obviously, the game plan kind of was kind of clear in those 2 games. Obviously, defended a little bit better, and the boys at the top of the pitch, a bit like our teams, really, can go and win you the game. And it felt like the blueprint for those was almost perfect.
Listen, we had 2 days on the pitch before City, so it was as much as I say, try and make it simple. It's never simple because there's that many, it's like there's that many layers of detail that you still need to give the players. It was more clarity in making sure it was clear. Obviously, City, Arsenal, you look, 2 big games, but we felt if we could get the good results and win them games, then it'd give us a great springboard, and hopefully it's the start.
You look at the team, and obviously I think we've spoken to Harry Maguire before, him and Lissandro. You think about Rio and Vida, or Bruce and Palace, that every team kind of has that kind of partnership. And then obviously Casemiro and Fran, who's had an incredible career. Kobe's back, and Bruno. Do you know, it feels like there's people in positions which they're used to?
Yeah, Bruno can just create moments, and he's bright. I think that little bit of freedom suits him. He's got a natural brain for the game. Adapts, the game evolves. So it's, to totally pigeonhole him on a little bit of, there's certain positions where you can give a bit of freedom towards, and I think knowing how Bruno, I've known him a long time now, and he's what his skills are and his attributes. So he's creative, and so let him be creative in the right places, and made 2 goals the other day in different ways at play, and then obviously a big moment for the winning goal, and it's what he does best.
It seems that everybody, when they've come in, they seem to have a big impact in moments and play a pivotal role, which I think back to our teams.
Yeah, it's important.
You had subs played a huge part, I think, in the team's success.
If anything, that's probably been one of the most pleasing things to see. I think the way the whole group's gone really together and kind of invested in it, and you can't fake them emotions at the end of a game. You've seen it over the years. Some players, they're not happy even if the team's doing well, if they're not kind of the main man at that point. But the boys have been fantastic, and got to keep building on that.
So you've seen kind of the ups and downs over the last 10 years. I think it's really important to actually enjoy those moments, when you're doing well. And it was interesting to see the boys, like you said, everybody come together and be there for each other.
Yeah, I think sometimes you've got a bit longer to enjoy it than others. It depends on what's next a little bit. But certainly in that moment, sometimes them last-minute winners can galvanise you even more and bring you closer together, and you can feed off it, and it feels a lot more than just a win.
I mean, you've always been, I don't know how long I've known you, probably what, England under 21s?
Yeah.
How long? I mean,
yeah. 2002 or something.
Yeah. I mean, you've always been the same. You've always been level-headed. Do you think that helps? As a manager, don't get caught up in kind of the emotion of the highs and lows.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of are what you are as well, So it's not something that I over try and play or anything. I think it's just kind of natural personality in many ways, but there's definitely that stubbornness and that little bit of something underneath that really drives you forward, And My missus will tell you I'm stubborn enough at times, but I think you need that. You've got to have that drive, you know. So it's all right being calm. There's times to make good decisions and be calm. There's times to be really fired up and feel that emotion, and that's the key. So you're trying to get the boys in the frame of mind where, for me, always that the players are in that really living on the edge, pushing the limits, but at the same point, a bit of composure about it. That's probably the magical place that you try and get the balance right.
Every game is different, isn't it? You know, so sometimes you dominate possession, sometimes you play on the counter, sometimes it's set pieces. But I think that team we were lucky to have, kind of you'd figured out within the game what the game was. Do you know what I mean? You'd find the solution. Do you think I think coaching's gotten better, but do you think sometimes there's almost too much detail?
We got top players and we got talented players and we got good defenders, and there's a trust element to that as well, you know. And sometimes, like you say, well, you might dominate. Sometimes it might be a struggle, and you got to give the lads license to then find a way to win and do what they feel. So players have got to go and do it, you know. Players are important, so you've got to give them that element, and again, balance, you know, and trying to get the balance right.
I mean, considering kind of the impact you've had, and obviously the goals obviously probably finish in the Champions League places, it feels like they're in a brilliant position to kind of potentially achieve that.
For sure, we want to be looking up the league, you know. That's natural, and we'll see some good teams in there, and it's tight, and there's a lot to play for. So again, we're not getting carried away with it just because we won a few games and think everything now is going to come easier. We've got to keep hungry and understand what we've had to do to win them games and put it into the next games as well.
It feels like the energy at Old Trafford is back to its best. Do you know what I mean?
It's a special place, and things happen there that don't happen necessarily anywhere else, you know. So the supporters have been unbelievable all the way through it inside the stadium. The support's been incredible, and for me, standing there in the stadium and that emotion and the support and the enjoyment and that passion that they come in, or you're sending them home and they're bouncing out the stadium, you know, that's almost gives you the best feeling of the performance is one thing, the goal might be another thing, but for them bouncing out the stadium and then stopping me in the street and going, that means a lot, you know, and that's why we're involved, to try and create that feeling.
What's that been like for you on a personal level? Could you have ever envisioned this? I remember seeing you not long ago in Cheshire, and
I bought your drink as well, by the way.
Did you? Did you? No. Don't mean that. Could you have ever envisioned this? You know.
I think there was always part of me was this is the ultimate, you know, for me to be in this position. There was always that. It was always, even when we were playing, there was always an element of looking, going, I wonder what it will be like managing or being coach or whatever. So there was always something. I wasn't necessarily planning a journey to be. I don't think you can, you know. And you'd never know if it'll happen. If it doesn't happen, or whatever. Maybe it was the first time I took them 3 games. It was kind of, I'd sampled it. Maybe that was it. But for me, it's the ultimate, you know. And to be in this position, it's a lot of responsibility. But actually, it feels really good. So I'm enjoying it.
Well, good luck. All the best for the rest of the season. Thanks, and keep going.
Right.
Welcome into the latest edition of ESPN FC. I'm Dan Thomas, joined by Stevie Nicol. A full programme of midweek Premier League games means that Manchester United have the chance to win 5 in a row. Let's just remind you how things stand in the table as they go into that clash against West Ham. Obviously 4th in the table. It's been an incredible run since Michael Carrick has taken over. As if United fans need any reminder, let's just show exactly how he's done it, of course. That win in the derby against City, going to Arsenal winning 3-2, that late victory against Fulham, and of course that comfortable victory this Saturday against Spurs. How's he done it? Well, Mario Malchio joins us, but we're also joined by Dimitar Berbatov. Dimi, what is the key? What's the secret sauce? You know Michael Carrick. How has he changed this team around so quickly?
Well, I think it's communication. If you know how to speak to the players, if yourself has been a professional football player at that level, like Michael was, I think he knows how to speak the language in a way that the players at United to feel appreciated. to trust him, and after that to get his idea and put it into play onto the pitch, because the players are the same. The players are the same, just obviously the manager is different and the system is different. But the most important things, which are the players, are still the same, and we can all see how they play now. They play with flair, with belief, with confidence, with arrogance when they need to, like a team, and it's a joy to watch right now. And so far in the games that we saw, everything is just happening for the team, for him. And the consistency they will find, or I hope they will find until the end of the season, will be the test if Michael can get the job permanently after the end of the season.
So is it, Stevie, as simple as keeping it basic and talking to your players? That just seems not amateurish, but too simple, I suppose.
It does, it sounds like it, but it really is true. And all the things that we've said about it, and Dimitrov was talking about there, driving in...
Who? Dimitrov?
Sorry, David. Sorry.
It's late, don't worry.
It's my Scottish.
Yeah, he's called people worse, don't worry.
Yeah, simple things like driving in the morning, you can't wait to get into training, to get in the dressing room, to have a laugh with the guys and then go out and work hard and then get stuck into each other. Now, that seems a really simple, pretty weak thing to say, but it's 100% true. As opposed to what's happening under Amorim, nobody wants to be there, nobody wants to go there. They get there as late as they can, because the less time they spend there, because the more time they spend there, the more miserable they are.
Sure.
I mean, all of those little things add up. And the fact that the actual staff hasn't changed, the players haven't changed, tells you that it's a mentality thing. And Michael Carrick has absolutely found a way of getting through to the players and freeing. They've basically been freed up by the way he talks to them and by the way they're training.
So how can Amorim have got it so wrong, Mario?
Because, what Amorim did, look, okay, when you become a coach, you got to look at the material that you have. And then you look at what you should be playing. But what Amorim had, he didn't look at the material. He just picked his own spot. He just said, no, we're going to do that. So he didn't really care about if the team cannot handle the 3 at the back and the 4 in the middle, whatever he wanted to do. He didn't care that much. I think the difference with Carrick is Carrick, as a player, he was a guy that always, you understand, like the way he influenced games, you understand, in the middle of the park, it was like always try to be in control, always seeing things, try to anticipate, try to see it before it happened. Now, if you look at his team, they all find each other very easy. They know exactly where they need to be, and everybody's in the spot, so it becomes an automatic play sometimes. And I think this is one of the key things. And like Dima said, and what Stevie said, the way you talk to them, there were two things, the way of talking, because some people sometimes think it's words only, but sometimes it's also the proof how you play the game. And how he plays the game and how he wants his team to play the game is almost identical to each other. So it's not like I'm watching Man United doing something totally different. No, I'm watching Man United almost playing the way he was as an individual, because that's how he played the game, and understanding it and knowing exactly what the holes were and try to always be in control of the game. And I think that is what they're trying to build now.
Dimmy, do you give him the job permanently?
On the basis of these 4 games, yes. But let's not forget, I think there's another 13 games or so to go until the end of the season. And hopefully after that, based, of course, on the performance, we all of us, I'm a bit biased, of course, because I used to play with him and I want him to get the job. But let's wait and see until the end of the season. But if they go the way they do right now, of course, why not? But we've seen that before happening with Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. I think it was the same story. So let's not jump to the conclusion yet. Let's just enjoy game by game how United is improving, playing. After the end of the season, we'll wait and see what happens.
A lot of people, as you mentioned, are comparing his run to when Solskjaer first came in, Dimmy. Is that fair, saying, yeah, he had a good run at the start, but then look what happened afterwards, he was out of his depth?
Well, people are comparing, and we all can see the similarity, because sometimes when the new manager comes in, that fresh breath of fresh air, and the players are free to play now the way they want to play, and we can see how United's changed with the same players. And there are similarities, but again, in my perspective, from my point of view, I am enjoying what I see right now. I'm not. I'm cautiously optimistic about the team still, although they play great football. But I think they should go game by game until the end of the season, because who knew that now United will be 3 points, I think, from the second place or 4, where we were in the beginning of the season. So at the moment, everything is going in the right direction. So let's wait and see.
Of course, a lot of the players' form has turned around since Carrick comes in, including Sesko. Am I right, Dimmy, that you spoke to him, that Carrick asked you to speak to the striker to give him some advice? What did you say?
No, that was a false news. I read it somewhere.
Stevie showed it to me. I tell you what, you offered some great advice. You look really good.
No. Listen. Sometimes
sorry,
in the media...
Yeah.
Sometimes
does a new manager coming in, does it give a striker a chance? Does it, obviously, it gives him to prove basically the old manager's wrong?
No, you forget about the old manager now. You have a new manager. You want to play for him. You wanna show how good you are. He's gonna give you a chance, depending on what you show. I think management is very important, especially when it comes down to the strikers, because we all think we're special with big egos. We wanna play. When you don't play, you don't handle it very well. Then you need to explain to you why you're not playing. So I think in the position of a strikers, the manager needs to know how to speak with them, when to speak with them, what words to use. Again, it's down to communication. In the case of Sesko, I think there is work to be done to build the confidence of him, because we all saw the goal he scored was a beautiful goal.
Doesn't know he's starting every week. We obviously have seen the changes. Does it make a difference? Obviously, it must do as a striker, where the chances are limited, and almost does that kind of pour more pressure on you when you're on the pitch to try and prove yourself?
Of course, because after that goal when he scored, now as a striker you think, all right, I've done my job, I'm going to play next game. But then the manager comes in and he's telling you, you're not starting.
And that's, I imagine, where your coaching has to go up a level. And just to keep everybody on board and keep that confidence up, despite the fact you're not starting the player.
Yeah, 100%. I think it helps that he's still really, really young.
Right.
You know, and I think also right now, there's no pressure on him. So I don't think he's going to be sitting every Friday when he gets the team sheet and he's not in it, going home and cursing and not happy and the whole thing. Yes, he wants to play, but I think he's at the stage of his career where right now, the way things are going for him, I think are okay. You know, he can keep coming on, keep getting these opportunities. I mean, the fact that he missed that opportunity, I'd forgotten all about it. I couldn't have told you he'd missed a great chance in that game. And that's a good thing. And again, listen, I wasn't a striker, but I think you can relate it all round the field. You know, when your career gets built, the longer things just move along without any real pressure, just smoothly, doing nothing crazy, being solid, getting your basics right, just all the things that you can do to just improve. And then there does come a point where, right, I need to be playing. But I think right now, I don't believe Sesko's in a position where he's like, I need to be playing, this is no good for me. I think he's learning his trade, basically.
Do you agree, Mario? This is a player, of course, arrived with a big price tag.
Yeah, no, I understand, you know, what the guys are saying. It's like, look, sometimes you got to wait your time, and the timing is very important. I think, like we said, you understand, like I think Dima highlighted very good was his confidence. You know, as an individual, it doesn't matter where you play on the field. What position you play, you need to play with some confidence. The only way for him to get the confidence is either you play games or you practice so hard on yourself, you understand, at moments where, you know, when the training is finished, you're gonna do your work, do your individual work. And if you do your individual work, your confidence starts boosting. And then when you come on in the game, if you come in the game, you wanna make the difference. Strikers are built on that, you understand? The greed of scoring will always be their hunt. I mean, I don't wanna talk because I'm not a striker, but I clearly played with enough, and they were not happy if they scored one time, so they started getting angry because they wanted two. So in that sense, what I'm saying, for him, the focus really will be, is just, in the time when you don't play, I say it to everybody that, you know, regardless if you play in England, doesn't matter where you play. If you don't play, work so hard on yourself that when you play, you are ready to show the difference. Because if you don't do anything and you just do what the group does, believe me, when you get your chance, you're not going to be sharp enough to take it.
Manchester United then very much in the conversation to finish in the top four. Meanwhile, it's a very different conversation when it comes to Tottenham Hotspur at the moment. Of course, another defeat for them. They were good for the first 20 minutes, but we saw obviously what happened when Romero got sent off. It's a team sitting 15th in the table. They're only 6 clear of the relegation zone. It's impossible, Dimmy, to talk about this game without talking about Romero. As a teammate, if you're a Spurs supporter, how do you feel about that moment?
He just make a mistakes with heavy touch, and then it leads to the red card. So my mind is always been know your strong qualities. He's the leader. He's the captain. He's outspoken. He speaks. Even when he doesn't need to speak, he speaks. But he needs to be more humble from time to time. And know that he needs to lead by example. The red card was not the example because the moment he received that red card, the game finished. There were no chance they were going to win that game. So that sometimes comes from that false confidence that you are the man, you're the guy, you can do everything, and then that leads to mistakes like it was in this case.
Should he be Spurs captain, Dimmy?
Oh, you're asking the wrong person. I'm not the manager. Of course, he have the qualities. As I said, he's the world champion. He can be very stable in the back. He have great chemistry with Mickey van der Ven. They have good connection going on there. The only thing he needs to take care, in my opinion, of course, Mario can say better than me because he used to play in a position like this. But that belief that you're the best sometimes, that you can do everything without you want, plus the fact that you're the captain, you're the leader, the team starts with you, sometimes can make you make mistakes because of this type of thinking.
Dimmy, you had some big characters in that Manchester United dressing room. How would have they dealt with this situation? Would they have spoken to him about it?
Depending who the characters are and how they understand situation like this, because in United dressing room we had great leaders. Some of them were outspoken, some of them were more quiet. So depending who he had around him, but in the Spurs situation, I think the players are a bit more not so outspoken. They are a bit too kind, too nice. You need to sometimes be more nasty. You need nasty to your teammates even to
they
know
need
how
to be the
provoke.
bad boy like you, yeah? The bad boy like you.
Even if you're the captain, you will say, look, you're the captain, you should lead by example. This was not the thing today. You should know what to do and how to lead us. We are following you, but that's not the right example.
Mario, you think of that Chelsea dressing room you're in. There weren't many timid characters there in comparison to those at Spurs. How would they have dealt with this situation?
We had the smallest guy, in the team was maybe the biggest character was Dennis Wise. No, if you would do something like that, Dennis was he was way shorter than me. But if you would do something like that, yeah, he will come and talk to you if it needed. Because, we had, let's say if Dennis had to talk to Desailly. Desailly is similar situation, you understand, Marino, he went through because won the World Cup, he won the World Cup as well. So you go and talk to him, you just say sometimes as a captain, you will be like, hey, come on, guys, you cannot do certain things like that. The only thing in this situation, what I don't want to happen to him is that his game is being played with passion. And I understand the passion, he needs to control his passion. Because I think if you take away the passion out of him, I think his delivery and the quality that he puts in his game will get less. And I'm worried for that. Because I don't want that to happen. But the only thing is things like this cannot happen. Captain, second time in the league, but you're going to get 4 games now. You not only hurting your team, you're also hurting yourself. Because people sometimes say hey, he's hurting the team, but also yourself. 4 games, watching your team play, you don't want that. You want to be part of that. So for him, if you won the biggest trophy that we wanted to win, there is more out there. And the only way to win that is not to do stuff like that because it's going to get you in trouble.
Dimmy, how much does this fall on Thomas Frank? Does he need to be stronger as a manager?
In a situation like this, definitely. I can see him almost suppressing anger sometimes when he's doing press conference. I can see that he's angry at some of the situation. He doesn't always allow himself to express that anger so everybody can see, but I think it's there. And of course, you should be angry in a situation like this because you lost the game the moment that red card happened. And I think a conversation, honest, with your captain should happen. because this is the guy that is translating your ideas to your team. This is the guy that leads. So in a situation like this, be honest, be direct. You need to be as a manager there and say, look, you're the captain. That's wrong what you're doing. And I know that he likes him because the way he speaks about him, and he should be. But he needs to be direct with him and say, this cannot continue. 4 games now, you're gonna watch from the sidelines, and we're gonna miss you.
Overall, Dee, as someone who's well connected at Spurs, how sad is it to watch them play at the moment?
Like a team, you mean? It's painful because when watching United and Spurs, I'm split in the middle. And because I respect both teams, I love both teams. But Spurs, right now, in this moment, if the results don't go their way, they'll be in relegation battle. I mean, come on. It's unbelievable. And they have a good team. They can surprise you, but they can disappoint you. So it's always been the same story with Spurs. I think that consistency, they cannot find it. They can have a great game, surprise everybody, but the next time, disappoint everybody. So if they don't find that consistency, they'll be in trouble.
Yeah, indeed, they could be dragged into that relegation scrap. A lot more on what happened at Old Trafford between Man United and Spurs on the latest edition of the...
Mikel Arteta's work at Arsenal is being viewed in an even brighter light after the recent coaching shakeups elsewhere. With Chelsea parting ways with Enzo Maresca and Manchester United moving on from Ruben Amorim, the contrast is hard to miss. Arsenal has kept moving forward under Arteta, giving him time through difficult stretches, and now seeing the payoff as the club pushes again in the Premier League title race. It also raises a...
Welcome into the latest edition of ESPN FC. I'm Dan Thomas, joined by Stevie Nicol. A full programme of midweek Premier League games means that Manchester United have the chance to win 5 in a row. Let's just remind you how things stand in the table as they go into that clash against West Ham. Obviously 4th in the table. It's been an incredible run since Michael Carrick has taken over. As if United fans need any reminder, let's just show exactly how he's done it, of course. That win in the derby against City, going to Arsenal winning 3-2, that late victory against Fulham, and of course that comfortable victory this Saturday against Spurs. How's he done it? Well, Mario Malchio joins us, but we're also joined by Dimitar Berbatov. Dimi, what is the key? What's the secret sauce? You know Michael Carrick. How has he changed this team around so quickly?
Well, I think it's communication. If you know how to speak to the players, if yourself has been a professional football player at that level, like Michael was, I think he knows how to speak the language in a way that the players at United to feel appreciated, to trust him, and after that to get his idea and put it into play onto the pitch, because the players are the same. The players are the same, just obviously the manager is different and the system is different. But the most important things, which are the players, are still the same, and we can all see how they play now. They play with flair, with belief, with confidence, with arrogance when they need to, like a team, and it's a joy to watch right now. And so far in the games that we watch, we saw everything is just happening for the team, for him. And the consistency they will find, or I hope they will find until the end of the season, will be the test if Michael can get the job permanently after the end of the season.
So is it, Stevie, as simple as keeping it basic and talking to your players? That just seems not amateurish, but too simple, I suppose.
It does, it sounds like it, but it really is true. And all the things that we've said about it, and Dimitrov was talking about there, driving in...
Who? Dimitrov?
Sorry, Dimi. Sorry.
It's late, don't worry.
It's my Scottish.
Yeah, he's called people worse, don't worry.
Yeah, it's simple things like driving in the morning, you can't wait to get into training, to get in the dressing room, to have a laugh with the guys and then go out and then work hard and then get stuck into each other. Now, that seems a really simple, pretty weak thing to say, but it's 100% true. As opposed to what's happening under Amorim, nobody wants to be there, nobody wants to go there. They get there as late as they can, because the less time they spend there, because the more time they spend there, the more miserable they are.
Sure.
I mean, all of those little things add up. And the fact that the actual staff hasn't changed, the players haven't changed, tells you that it's a mentality thing. And Michael Carrick has absolutely found a way of getting through to the players and freeing. They've basically been freed up by the way he talks to them and by the way they're training.
So how can Amorim have got it so wrong, Mario?
Because, you know, what Amorim did, look, okay, when you become a coach, you got to look at the material that you have. And then you look at what you should be playing. But what Amorim had, he didn't look at the material. He just picked his own spot. He just said, no, we're going to do that. So he didn't really care about if the team cannot handle the 3 at the back and the 4 in the middle, whatever he wanted to do. He didn't care that much. I think the difference with Carrick is Carrick, as a player, he was a guy that always, you understand, like the way he influenced games, you understand, in the middle of the park, it was like, always try to be in control, always seeing things, try to anticipate, try to see it before it happened. Now, if you look at his team, they all find each other very easy. They know exactly where they need to be, and everybody's in the spot, so it becomes an automatic play sometimes. And I think this is one of the key things. And like Dima said, and what Stevie said, the way you talk to them, there were 2 things, the way of talking, because some people sometimes think it's words only, but sometimes it's also to prove how you play the game. And how he plays the game and how he wants his team to play the game is almost like identical to each other. So it's not like I'm watching Man United doing something totally different. No, I'm watching Man United almost playing the way he was as an individual, because that's how he played the game, and understanding it and knowing exactly what the holes were and try to always be in control of the game. And I think that is what they're trying to build now.
Dimmy, do you give him the job permanently?
On the basis of these 4 games, yes. But let's not forget, I think there's another 13 games or so to go until the end of the season. And hopefully after that, based, of course, on the performance, we all of us, I'm a bit biased, of course, because I used to play with him and I want him to get the job. But let's wait and see until the end of the season. But if they go the way they do right now, of course, why not? But we've seen that before happening with Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. I think it was the same story. So let's not jump to the conclusion yet. Let's just enjoy game by game how United is improving, playing. After the end of the season, we'll wait and see what happens.
A lot of people, as you mentioned, are comparing his run to when Solskjaer first came in, Dimmy. Is that fair, saying, yeah, he had a good run at the start, but then look what happened afterwards, he was out of his depth?
Well, people are comparing, and we all can see the similarity, because sometimes when the new manager comes in, that fresh breath of fresh air, and the players are free to play now the way they want to play, and we can see how United's changed with the same players. And there are similarities, but again, in my perspective, from my point of view, I am enjoying what I see right now. I'm cautiously optimistic about the team still, although they play great football, but I think they should go game by game until the end of the season, because who knew that now United will be 3 points, I think, from the second place, or 4, where we were in the beginning of the season. So at the moment, everything is going in the right direction. So let's wait and see.
Of course, a lot of the players' form has turned around since Carrick comes in, including Sesko. Am I right, Dimmy, that you spoke to him, that Carrick asked you to speak to the striker to give him some advice? What did you say?
No, that was a false news. I read it somewhere. I read it.
Stevie showed it to me. I tell you what, you offered some great advice. You look really good.
No. Listen. Sometimes in the media...
Yeah.
Sometimes
does a new manager coming in, does it give a striker a chance? Does it, obviously, it gives him to prove basically the old manager's wrong?
No, you forget about the old manager now. You have a new manager. You want to play for him. You wanna show how good you are. He's gonna give you a chance depending on what you show. I think management is very important, especially when it comes down to the strikers, because we all think we're special with big egos. We want to play. When you don't play, you don't handle it very well. Then you need to explain to you why you're not playing. So I think in the position of a strikers, the manager needs to know how to speak with them, when to speak with them, what words to use. Again, it's down to communication. In the case of Sesko, I think there is work to be done to build the confidence of him, because we all saw the goal he scored was a beautiful goal.
Doesn't know he's starting every week. We obviously have seen the changes. Does it make a difference? Obviously, it must do as a striker, where the chances are limited, and almost does that kind of pour more pressure on you when you're on the pitch to try and prove yourself?
Of course, because after that goal when he scored, now as a striker you think, all right, I've done my job, I'm going to play next game. But then the manager comes in and he's telling you, you're not starting.
And that's, I imagine, where your coaching has to go up a level. And just to keep everybody on board and keep that confidence up, despite the fact you're not starting the player.
Yeah, 100%. I think it helps that he's still really, really young.
Right.
You know, and I think also right now, there's no pressure on him. So I don't think he's going to be sitting every Friday when he gets the team sheet and he's not in it, going home and cursing and not happy and the whole thing. Yes, he wants to play, but I think he's at a stage of his career where right now, the way things are going for him, I think are okay. You know, he can keep coming on, keep getting these opportunities. I mean, the fact that he missed that opportunity, I'd forgotten all about it. I couldn't have told you he'd missed a great chance in that game. And that's a good thing. And again, listen, I wasn't a striker, but I think you can relate it all around the field. You know, when your career gets built, the longer things just move along without any real pressure, just smoothly, doing nothing crazy, being solid, getting your basics right, just all the things that you can do to just improve. And then there does come a point where, right, I need to be playing. But I think right now, I don't believe Sesko's in the position where he's like, I need to be playing, this is no good for me. I think he's learning his trade, basically.
Do you agree, Mario? This is a player, of course, arrived with a big price tag.
Yeah, no, I understand, you know, what the guys are saying. It's like, look, sometimes you got to wait your time, and the timing is very important. I think, like we said, you understand, like I think Dima highlighted very good was his confidence. You know, as an individual, it doesn't matter where you play in the field. What position you play, you need to play with some confidence. The only way for him to get the confidence is either you play games or you practice so hard on yourself, you understand, at moments where, you know, when the training is finished, you're going to do your work, do your individual work. And if you do your individual work, your confidence starts boosting. And then when you come on in the game, if you come in the game, you want to make the difference. Strikers are built on that. You understand? The greed of scoring will always be their hunt. I mean, I don't want to talk because I'm not a striker, but I clearly played with enough, and they were not happy if they scored one time. So they started getting angry because they wanted two. So in that sense, what I'm saying, for him, the focus really will be, is just, in the time when you don't play, I say it to everybody that, you know, regardless if you play in England, doesn't matter where you play. If you don't play, work so hard on yourself that when you play, you are ready to show the difference. Because if you don't do anything and you just do what the group does, believe me, when you get your chance, you're not going to be sharp enough to take it.
Manchester United then very much in the conversation to finish in the top four. Meanwhile, it's a very different conversation when it comes to Tottenham Hotspur at the moment. Of course, another defeat for them. They were good for the first 20 minutes, but we saw obviously what happened when Romero got sent off. It's a team sitting 15th in the table. They're only 6 clear of the relegation zone. It's impossible, Dimi, to talk about this game without talking about Romero. As a teammate, if you're a Spurs supporter, how do you feel about that moment?
He just make a mistakes with heavy touch, and then it leads to the red card. So my mind is always been, know your strong qualities. He's the leader. He's the captain. He's outspoken. He speaks. Even when he doesn't need to speak, he speaks. But he needs to be more humble from time to time. And know that he needs to lead by example. The red card was not the example, because the moment he received that red card, the game finished. There were no chance they were going to win that game. So that sometimes comes from that false confidence that you are the man, you're the guy, you can do everything, and then that leads to mistakes like it was in this case.
Should he be Spurs captain, Dimi?
Oh, you're asking the wrong person. I'm not the manager. Of course, he have the qualities. As I said, he's the world champion. He can be very stable in the back. He have great chemistry with Mickey van der Ven. They have good connection going on there. The only thing he needs to take care, in my opinion, of course, Mario can say better than me because he used to play in a position like this. But that belief that you're the best sometimes, that you can do everything without you want, plus the fact that you're the captain, you're the leader, the team starts with you, sometimes can make you make mistakes because of this type of thinking.
Dimmy, you had some big characters in that Manchester United dressing room. How would have they dealt with this situation? Would they have spoken to him about it?
Depending who the characters are and how they understand situation like this. Because in United dressing room, we had great leaders. Some of them were outspoken, some of them were more quiet. So depending who he had around him, but in the Spurs situation, I think the players are a bit more not so outspoken. They are a bit too kind, too nice. You need to be sometimes be more nasty. You need nasty to your teammates even to
They
know
need
how
to be the
provoke.
bad boy like you, yeah? The bad boy like you.
Even if you're the captain, you will say, look, you're the captain, you should lead by example. This was not the thing today. You should know what to do and how to lead us. We are following you, but that's not the right example.
Mario, you think of that Chelsea dressing room you're in. There weren't many timid characters there in comparison to those at Spurs. How would they have dealt with this situation?
We had the smallest guy, you know, in the team. Was maybe the biggest character was Dennis Wise. No, if you would do something like that, Dennis was like, he was way shorter than me. But if you would do something like that, yeah, he will come and talk to you if it needed. Because, okay, we had, let's say if Dennis had to talk to Desailly. Okay, Desailly is similar situation, you understand, Marino, he went through because won the World Cup, he won the World Cup as well. So you go and talk to him, you just say sometimes like, okay, as a captain, you will be like, hey, come on, guys, you know, you cannot do certain things like that. The only thing in this situation, what I don't want to happen to him is that his game is being played with passion. And I understand the passion, he needs to control his passion. Because I think if you take away the passion out of him, I think his delivery and the quality that he puts in his game will get less. And I'm worried for that. Because I don't want that to happen. But the only thing is like, things like this gonna happen. Captain, second time in the league, but you're gonna get 4 games now. You not only hurting your team, you're also hurting yourself. Because people sometimes say like, hey, he's hurting the team, but also yourself. 4 games, watching your team play, you don't want that. You want to be part of that. So for him, if you won the biggest trophy that we wanted to win, there is more out there. And the only way to win that is not to do stuff like that because it's going to get you in trouble.
Dimmy, how much does this fall on Thomas Frank? Does he need to be stronger as a manager?
In a situation like this, definitely. I can see him almost suppressing anger sometimes when he's doing press conference. I can see that he's angry at some of the situation. He doesn't always allow himself to express that anger so everybody can see, but I think it's there. And of course, you should be angry in a situation like this because you lost the game the moment that red card happened. And I think a conversation, honest, with your captain should happen. Because this is the guy that is translating your ideas to your team. This is the guy that leads. So in a situation like this, be honest, be direct. You need to be as a manager there and say, look, you're the captain. That's wrong what you're doing. And I know that he likes him because the way he speaks about him, and he should be. But he needs to be direct with him and say, this cannot continue. 4 games now, you're gonna watch from the sidelines. And we're going to miss you.
Overall, Didi, as someone who's well connected at Spurs, how sad is it to watch them play at the moment?
Like a team, you mean? It's painful because when watching United and Spurs, I'm split in the middle. And because I respect both teams, I love both teams. But Spurs, right now, in this moment, if the results don't go their way, they'll be in relegation battle. I mean, come on. It's unbelievable, and they have a good team. They can surprise you, but they can disappoint you. So it's always been the same story with Spurs. I think that consistency, they cannot find it. They can have a great game, surprise everybody, but the next time disappoint everybody. So if they don't find that consistency, they'll be in trouble.
Yeah, indeed, they could be dragged into that relegation scrap. A lot more on what happened at Old Trafford between Man United and Spurs on the latest edition of the Gab and Jules show. That is available now to listen to as a podcast. Oh, Jules looks like Don today.
I'm outside Old Trafford. It's a day after a 4th consecutive win for Manchester United, for Michael Carrick, against a Tottenham team who beat United 4 times last season. We're not going to rake over that because the pain is still raw. Tottenham fans tried their best by singing about that win in Bilbao with a really odd song from Shakira, which ended up something about, we won it in Bilbao, yeah, whatever. So behind me are the fresh wreaths and flowers, because February the 6th was the anniversary of the Munich air disaster. I did a talk here on Friday. Loads of people turned up for that. It's really encouraging how many people turn up to remember the anniversary. A lot of people went to Munich as well, to the Manchester Platz in the suburb of Trundering in Munich, and there were other events at the women's game and the youth game as well. And then before the game yesterday, the Flowers of Manchester was played. Some Tottenham fans were singing through that. I don't think they fully got what was going on. And some Tottenham fans were clapping as well. So I've seen a little bit of online discourse, having a go at them. I would be tempted to give them a pass on that one. I don't think they knew what was happening. But I think the memorial was done tastefully. The big flags in the Stretford end, the Surfer and the new one, funded by the Red Army, I thought worked really well. And it was nice for Manchester United to get a win, to get a clean sheet. And we're seeing some patterns now under Carrick. Brian Mbeumo scored again. And that goal from a very well-worked corner was something that they've been working on in training. And Johnny Evans and Keita, the analyst, played a part in that. So we keep looking at the league table and think, all right, it's looking much better week after week for European qualification, which is the only target for this year. We're not going to be winning the League Cup or the FA Cup because we went out of them at the first round, and that limits us to a 40-game season, which brings problems because players are not going to get enough minutes. If you're Aiden Hever or even Lenny Yoro even at the moment, when are you playing your next football? And this is a far from ideal situation. Whereas if United were in European competition or domestic cups, there would be more opportunities. I dare say there'd be more injuries as well, because you're seeing players like Luke Shaw, who I just saw in town actually before, and a City fan, bumped into a City fan who was talking to me, and he was saying, I know what's going to happen with United. This is a City fan rather than Luke Shaw. He said, Carrick's going to win a load of games, you're going to give him the job, and just like with Solskjaer, in 6 months or a year's time, when results go bad, all your old players are going to be slaughtering the team, and you're going to sack the manager again. And obviously he's entitled to that view, but what I would say is Michael Carrick is a different person to Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. You can't hold against Carrick what you might think happened with Solskjaer. But what actually happened with Solskjaer was the best football of the post-Ferguson era. Just didn't get a trophy. And he knows that as well, but second place league finishes are difficult to come by. Not that United should ever be aiming for second, but second is something United could aim for this season because the teams above have been faltering. In my giddiest moments, I even look at how Arsenal are doing. Unfortunately, when they're not losing to Manchester United, they are winning most games. They have got a gap. I'm thinking, could United chase it down? But look, this has never felt like it's going to be a title-winning season. I would accept all day long Champions League football. I'd probably even accept Europa League football, and I realise most of you will be shaking your heads going, that's no ambition whatsoever. That was the target at the start of this season, to get into European football. Be great now if that can be Champions League, because it's the most glamorous competition, because the revenues, and there will be lots of motivation from the players, not least financial, because their contracts increase by between, I think, 14 and 20% if they're playing Champions League football. And there are different contracts for Europa League and Conference League if they were to get in those competitions. So I'm going to go down to West Ham on Tuesday for that game at that unloved stadium, the London Stadium, against an informed West Ham team, but a West Ham team who are still and have consistently been in the relegation zone since they came up here and managed to draw against Manchester United. And we saw that night that West Ham have got some decent players and they played some good football. We also saw Manchester United's inability to finish off teams at the lower end of the table who were coming to Old Trafford, like West Ham, like Bournemouth, like Everton at the time, like Wolves. That was the worst one, wasn't it? And that was the one which led to Ruben Amorim going, because there was a discussion after that where Amorim was very angry and made his feelings known, and then doubled down on how he felt, and then twice publicly criticised his bosses and lost his job. I think most of you, if you started publicly criticising your bosses, you'd probably lose your job as well. And it's remarkable how the mood has changed in the month since Sam. So Darren Fletcher came in and he's frustrated that he didn't win any of those 2 matches, and that's probably made him more ambitious to be a football manager in his own right, and I think he'd be a very good one. But Michael Carrick has transformed the form with those 4 wins. Tactically smart. Did you see against Tottenham how he shifted Mbumo for Cunha? Because he thought that Cunha's pace would be more troubling for Van der Ven, who is fast. Don't know about Romero because he gets sent off most of the time. Got sent off again for the 9th time in his career, and that did affect the game. United benefited from a couple of opponents being sent off in games here this season. Chelsea, Everton, well, didn't benefit from that because Everton won the game. We've got Everton in a couple of weeks at their new stadium, and I just think tough game. And I think West Ham, tough game. I think every game, tough game. And I'm not as confident going into any game as I might have been while watching a great Manchester United team. But that's fine. This just shows that confidence is being built from a fragile base. Manchester United are overachieving where most expected this season. Slight worry that Chelsea are winning. You know, United are not managing to shake off the teams below. Not all of them, but Villa, who are above United, they've been dropping a lot of points as well. So all good, no injuries. You know, when Casemiro went down and looked really hurt, around that Romero sending off, I thought, oh no, because he's an important player. But he carried on and he played well, played really well. And Mainu played really well. And Fernandes, and we're getting consistent performances from a consistent, settled team. Win against West Ham, that will be 5 straight wins. Been a long time since Manchester United have done that. I remember the 4-win run 2 years ago under Eric Ten Hag, but those wins were against teams like Luton Town, who were really struggling, Wolverhampton Wanderers at the time. So this is good. It feels good. Don't need to get drawn onto whether Manchester United might think of appointing Michael Carrick permanently. It doesn't matter. Just take it game by game, month by month. He's been here for a month. He's got 5 months in charge. And what a good month it has been. Until next time, until West Ham, we'll get you some ratings done. Goodbye.
Kick off on TalkSport. I could tell you on TalkSport 2, Middlesbrough 1-0 up against Sheffield United. Tommy Conway, who they signed from Bristol City. He's a big hero at Middlesbrough. They love him. He loves Middlesbrough, and he's scored. He's in good form as well. With that, Middlesbrough will be going top of the table. Sheffield United had a couple of chances before that, but 21 gone. Sheffield United 0, Middlesbrough 1.
Clear Coventry were start of January.
Coventry fans are not happy, by the way. I mean, they are, well, until this game finishes, they are top of the table still. Yeah. But if it had been the other way round, where they, but
that's amazing, isn't it?
You can't say that though.
Which is what Mark Robbins used to do with them.
Yeah,
start poorly, and then.
That's exactly right. Yeah. Now,
at least they're having a different. At least it's not the same every season.
That's true. A former Middlesbrough manager, the last Middlesbrough manager was Michael Carrick. He's now the manager of Manchester United. 4 from 4. So let's hear from a United treble winner. Dwight York joined the breakfast show this morning on TalkSport. He gave his opinion on whether Carrick should keep the job.
But traditionally, you guys know if you do well in the job, when you've been installed as interim manager, you tend to go on and get the job. So that shouldn't change. I think if Carrick is doing a splendid job, which he is, and that carry on to the end of the season and certainly get into the Champions League and finish in that top 4 very comfortable, why would you overlook that? Yes, there is big names. We have seen big names come to United over the years. Hasn't really done a terrific job, although they have won major competition in the Cup. But in terms of the league, they haven't really sustained and give us what we expected.
Dwight York on the breakfast show this morning saying if he keeps it going, if they get into the Champions League, give him the job. Well, all the midweek Premier League games this week are live and exclusive on TalkSport. You're going to need the TalkSport app, so get that on your phone or your tablet or whatever. And you can head to live games on the TalkSport app and navigate your way around from there. Get the game of your choice. And tomorrow I'll be at the London Stadium, West Ham against Manchester United. Michael Carrick going back to his first club. But what have you seen that's changed, Danny Murphy, for Manchester United from the inconsistent, if I'm being kind, pretty terrible, if I'm being realistic, Amorim side to this Michael Carrick side that, albeit 4 games, but they've beaten Man City. They've won at Arsenal and gave great excitement and enjoyment and entertainment, beating Fulham and then comfortably beat Tottenham. What have you seen that he has changed?
Well, I think from a football perspective, the system is basically more orthodox generally, although he tweaked it at the weekend, which was really clever. Back 4, midfield 3, or, however, 4-1-2-1-3, whichever, however you want to look at it. The reality is players enjoy simplicity in that respect and be playing in the roles you're used to playing. Bruno's playing as a 10. He enjoys that, less defensive responding. Mainu and Casemiro, they're next to each other, open each other out. They're not as isolated as much. The distances between each other are good. You can see they've worked on it. They kind of attack together. They drop in at times. Maybe Fulham first off I watched where they were caught in between a little bit. They weren't playing City or Arsenal, so they were thinking, should we go and have a press? And then Fulham played through them quite a few times, and it was like, ooh. And then they dropped in and got themselves together and composed more for the second half. But I suppose the bigger thing than the football tactical element is what he's done in terms of giving players the confidence and freedom to just be themselves, really. They look like they're enjoying it. They look like they're wanting the ball. I mean, Bruno's the same all the time, to be fair. But even if you look at Mainu coming in, he's not playing cautious. He's still playing round corners and getting it in tight areas. Casemiro's enjoying himself. He doesn't look like he's under pressure anymore, or he feels like he's going to be hammered every time he gives the ball away. They're all playing with a freedom and a belief that wasn't there before. So the football side of it, for sure. But whatever he's saying to them individually in little groups, and whatever words he's using, whatever motivation, or he seems to have a group now who are on board with him. And I know that sounds simplistic.
No, not at all.
But to have players of that quality, a lot of them are superstars, all on board with what he's trying to... I would imagine it's quite simple messaging. My gut feeling is Amorim was an over-talker.
Yes.
Too much information, too many tweets.
He over-talked in press conferences.
I know,
Never mind
I was
team
being
talks,
kind.
Yeah.
But
There's lots of people go...
But I've been there as a player.
Right.
Where a coach is just... It just becomes noisy. Whereas Carrick's calm and he's got more... He's been there. He's been there as a player at United. I'm talking about, which does help. I don't care what anyone says. It helps a little bit.
No, I agree. The biggest thing I could say about United and Carrick in particular is that for the first time in ages, I enjoy watching Man United.
Yeah.
And I'm speaking as a neutral here.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
That I cannot remember a period in the last 2 years, 3 years where I've enjoyed watching Man United, where they've been entertaining and exciting. Everybody has been well aware that 3 at the back with a club that's had its most storied moments with 4 at the back was never going to work. United are the club of wingers and Beckham and Giggs and balls into the box and defenders cowering because strikers are hungry to get to it, and they're a club of character and charisma, and you're seeing little bits of that come back into the Manchester United side now. And what you started off with is quite key, because they had a couple of big wins and everyone said yes, but what's the attitude going to be like when they play a Fulham? When they play a smaller side? And the attitude was the same, and the messaging coming out. I saw Bruno Fernandes's flash interview the other day, and he talked about the simplicity of Carrick's message, and he talked about the fact that the players want to play for him. There's one small thing as well. I watched the Arsenal game, and I watched Carrick in the dugout, and I watched Arteta in the other dugout. And Arteta was, as Arteta normally is, all arms and micromanaging or whatever else.
Referee in the game, yeah.
And Carrick had his arms behind his back, and to your point, I get the feeling he's let the players take the responsibility, make decisions, be leaders.
Yeah.
Understand.
He's not dictating of every little... To be fair, to give Arteta some credit, actually, I think he's chilled a bit this season.
I think he has, but
I don't mean necessarily
game,
on the touchline, but in his interviews and stuff.
No, that's true.
He's
yeah.
not as emotional.
No,
I agree.
absolutely. There's less
focused.
less post-match interviews with him in a bad mood. Yeah.
The game, in that game, the difference in dynamism was quite striking.
I also think with that Fulham game, they responded so well to the setback of going 2-2 late in the game, and I think that was key because I think that heads could have dropped. You know, the atmosphere from fans could have been...
they weren't.
Well, even Sesko now looks a player now. You know, he looks hungry. There is that desire. He did, but the fact is that he's got in there. He's got in there. You know, all of us looked at him and thought, another expensive mistake.
The other thing with Carrick as well is that, and I've got to bring it up because I did it the weekend, and I thought it was really prevalent for anyone who thinks he's not necessarily a great coach or tactician. I know I'm obviously a big fan of Steve Holland. He used to be my youth coach, so good match there. But you'd think after winning the third game in a row, the week after with the same players available, you go out again. But he tweaked it. He played Cunha and Bruno, 2 false nines or 2 10s, whatever you want to say. And he put in Mbeumo, who's been scoring,
as
the centre forward, who's been brilliant, by the way, as centre forward.
Brilliant.
Put him out left. And Tottenham centre halves and the Tottenham midfield were caught in between all the time. And it just kept happening and happening. And that's him. He's tweaked it. He's done it. I know, don't get me wrong, you're talking about 2 quality players who know how to find space against any formation. But I was watching it going, I'm surprised he's done that.
You play with Carrick?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is he one of the best you've ever played with? You played with some good players.
Played with him at Spurs, right?
Yeah, only a few times because he left. He was there the second half of the season when I signed in the Jan, so I played with him a few times. He's calm, very elegant footballer, very clever, and I remember him more playing against him than with him.
Right.
Because I used to especially when I dropped into the same role he played when I was at Fulham, and I used to play a lot of balls and you try and play them without looking and be cute and clever. When to try and play through the lines and when to play safe. And he was one of the best I ever played against at cutting my passes out. Because he thinks he was thinking, I know what he's doing. He's looking over there, he's going to go there, or he's there and he's going to go there. He used to give him like a little smile as if say, got you again. And same, I nicked a few of his, do you know what I mean? And Brigitte used to have a little laugh about it, but he's
a fantastic thinker of the game. And I think even before he took the job, we all know that there were a couple of naughty things said about him. And in this social media era, he could easily have gone on a podcast and had a pop back, or he could have gone. But it's not him, exactly. And I think the leadership and the emotional intelligence to be able to think, I'm just going to be clear-headed, I'm going to do my job, I'm going to let the job do my talking for me. If they get Champions League football, I do not see the reason why you need to go and get another higher profile manager. It's the vogue at the moment, and people want what glitters, right? But if you look sometimes at football history, I remember after Sam Allardyce lost the England job and everyone wanted a higher profile manager, and the right man for the job was so low maintenance, he could have been wearing one sandal. But I think as far as Gareth Southgate is concerned, he came in and he managed to understand the dressing room. And I think there was a lot said about tactics and bringing in big players and will they be attracted. But how many of those managers will understand the dressing room, the ethos, the fan base, the assignment?
The only thing I would say with all of it is that at the moment, he's kind of a holiday in it. It's a holiday.
There's no pressure with it.
There is pressure, but not in the same way as if he'd been given the job permanently.
Yeah, exactly.
So actually, he's probably quite relaxed. Because what's the worst that can happen?
But then at the same time, I mean, and again, you know him. I wonder if he is treating it like a holiday. I wonder if he is.
I don't mean that disrespectfully.
I know, but I think there is a professionalism about the way that he's doing it, and as you saw with Middlesbrough,
but there's a calmness that comes from probably not having that external pressure of because.
But as you said, he's calm anyway.
Yeah, he's calm anyway.
He's very low maintenance anyway. I remember when I covered Spurs and he was there, and you know, the most anxious he got was when Man United came in and he thought the move was going to break down because Daniel Levy wouldn't let him go. But he is a very low maintenance character. And so I think that, to be honest, that's probably what Man United need with so much noise around them. As they're a superpower in world football.
I think if they get top 4, I'd give it.
Yeah,
got to give him that job.
I think we're all agreed. If they agree with Dwight York on Breakfast Early, if they get top 4, it's Carrick's job. We're going to talk about Spurs next.
Oh, no.
the best teams I played for with attacking players, you just let them go because that's what they've done.
That we're having to kind of...
Because it was a small transition.
Yeah.
I'd love it. I'll just leave now. I can't be arsed.
That's what I
can't be arsed.
I'm going to be honest with you. You might as well go.
Well, we got a script here. It's looking like it's all red. It's all red.
I ain't seen nothing but United on it. Yeah.
I'm joking. But no. Well, okay. A lot of people heard what we think. What do you think about Man United at the moment?
No, good. All for the turnaround. Like it's night and day, isn't it? And Fletch went in there. I think that helped Carrick a bit.
Why?
Because it was a small transition away from something so shit. Can we say that?
Yeah.
So, like it was obviously they weren't enjoying it and it weren't very good. And then Fletch probably like helped out with that, put it a little bit back to what it should be, and then that teed up Carrick to go and do what he's done. And now I agree. Like Saturday, that they play the most attractive football to watch. I'm enjoying watching Man United again, and also for these, like my eldest son is 14, Man United fan. He's never seen Man United play like this because it's been so drab for so long. So but I did a match of the day with Carrick not long before he got that job, and I don't really know him, but obviously you know him well, but it doesn't surprise me with him because he's so level-headed. He knows football. He's very intelligent. Just seeing him on the side, you can tell that he knows what he's doing.
You played against him. What was he like as a player? Because I think it's important for people like to understand also what he's like as a player, and then you can use that as a reference to what he's now transitioned to as a manager. Because I think there's a lot of like connections.
When you play against certain, like obviously I was a centre back, but there's certain midfield players which are hard to play against. He was one of them. Like Modric was one of them. He's one of them because you can't read him. So a lot of the time you're up against the striker, but you're also really up against their centre mid because whether it's balls in behind, down the side, into feet, you're trying to read all what he's doing.
What you're trying to see what shape he's making.
Yeah, like you're trying to read whatever he's going to do before he does it. So you've got, because you don't want to be reacting to what's happening. And he was one that dictated the tempo, very intelligent, would wait for you and then play the other pass, or you know what I mean, like if you go channel he's going to go to feet. So he was always a clever top player, probably one that we don't see a lot of them at the minute in the Premier League these days. So I think when you've got that type of player, if he can transfer that into coaching and communicate that kind of level of football intelligence, you're going to get a good coach out of it. So it doesn't surprise me that he's doing. It has surprised me how well they're doing, but it doesn't surprise me that he's achieving good things.
Mate, 2 months ago, or not even, against Brighton, I think we did this pod and I was like, we can't pass, we can't tackle, we can't run, we can't shoot. Like, we don't have a clue what we're doing. And in 5-6 weeks, we've gone from that to, I think we play the best football in the league.
Ruben Amorim had too many players that were having to kind of adjust their game and their understanding of football through playing in different positions. I think you can do that with a couple of players. You can do it 1 or 2, 3 maybe players in a team and kind of get away with it. Also, if you're confident, if your team's got momentum. But if you're doing it with most of your players in your team, and even the players that are coming on having to play different roles that they ain't grown up on and not understanding properly, and the team's lacking confidence, can't get no momentum, under huge pressure as well and scrutiny that Man United brings, it was a massive uphill task to do that, almost impossible. It proved impossible.
But what about the arrogance level of it as well? I think that, like, and when he came in and the shape that he played and what he'd done before, I was like, I think it's a difficult shape to play against when you get it right. Like, we've seen Palace do something similar earlier on in the season. You can see why it works.
You played in the back three, didn't you?
Yeah, played in the back three. Similar, yeah. Wales played the same. 2 wing backs, a box midfield and a striker. But like, how long he just kept, it was almost like the more it doesn't work and you tell me to change it, I ain't changing it. Like, it's so stubborn and like arrogant really from Amorim that it's just shocking. But then when you take that and you come in, I don't want to say it's easy because it's not what he's done, but like, you can just like put players in and go play with a bit of, I know they've got some structure which we'll probably touch on later on, but like, just let them players play because they're good players. It's weird, and you're saying they can't do. You're thinking at the time he can't pass, he can't run, we can't do anything.
Mate, I was watching
the
Delon,
freedom they're playing
and I'm
with.
just thinking, if I can get near him, I'm throttling him because, like, what is he doing? The guy can't pass at all. His decision making's horrendous. And in the last 4 games, he had a game the other week. He had 100% pass completion. Don't know.
Yeah, but it's like what I said to you before, though. He's receiving the ball as a winger under Amorim. He's receiving the ball higher than the winger at times, or as high as all the front players with his back to play. You try and receive a ball.
And marked by the sideline as well.
You try and receive a ball like that, yeah? As good as you were on the ball, yeah? I was good on the ball. Don't put me in that position, because I'm sitting there going, right, you know what, there's probably 15 in our squad better than me at doing that. Like, it's just the way it is. So he ain't going to be produce a good representation of himself. Kobbie Mainoo's a perfect example. Like, I was sitting here on the pod loads of times going, you know what? He wants to play a 2 in midfield with big spaces around him, right? So that doesn't really suit Kobbie Mainoo. So I understand why he might not be playing him. But we was also saying, how good is this kid on the ball? He's shown us how good he is. So maybe you build a structure that suits one of your best players who has a superpower that not many other players, not only in your team or squad, but in the league have. The way he receives the ball in any area of the pitch with a confidence, and the amount of times he comes out of it and then the game opens up, it's unreal, really. But he wasn't for kind of buying that or even trying it. So these games so far are just showing Amorim up for who he was and what he believed in at the time. And I'd like to speak to him in like another 6 months' time and just see how he reflects on his time here. What would he change? Would he be as stubborn? Do you know what I mean? Because it was obviously it could be a defining moment in his whole career if he doesn't change. You know what I mean? But just to see what he thinks when he looks back, because I find it really interesting that you see stuff and you go. We were talking about out there, weren't we? Like, did managers in our time go, oh, because he can't do that, I can't play him, he's not playing?
They must have done.
Football players have got to the level because they're good football players. They can find, look, you're talking about Kobbie Mainoo. That kid finds a solution more times than not when in possession. So he'll get out of tight situations and he'll pass forward, or he'll get it from one side of the pitch
He's
to the other.
He's comfortable being in that position to being asked that question in a game.
Player. He's a good player. He doesn't need to be told, I don't think he needs to be told all the time, get the ball from here and we're looking for that. Then maybe he's got some patterns of play, but he will figure it out because he's good. Bruno Fernandes, he thinks for himself. He's another good player. Cunha, another good player. They can make something out of nothing. So why don't you just let them players go and do that? Put them in the right places, and then I don't think you need to coach that too much. The best teams I played for with attacking players, you just let them go because that's what they've done all their life.
Yeah, you coach up to them. You coach up a little bit of structure up to them, and then go, guys, you're here because. Do
you think?
Yeah, exactly. I think Cunha probably fits into that category, and Cunha's another one where you hear a lot of people saying, "Oh, can he play wide in a team now where you've got to be up and down and you've got to be able to defend and whatnot?" But I don't think
defended.
But I think he's one who I think he could be a bit loose at times. I think he runs around a lot. His stats probably would suggest he might run around. I'm not sure, but Michael Carrick's just gone. You know what? He gives me too much in other areas, so I'll suffer that if we can compensate through structure when we haven't got the ball, maybe. And I think it's a breath of fresh air for these players. And I don't think he's had to change loads. I just think he's gone, guys. You're all good players, man.
Back on Mainoo. You was asking whether he was working hard enough, whether he could do this.
Yeah, perfect.
Have you seen that he's run the most in every game?
Where's the camera? Where's what on the talks? Kobbie Mainoo. We asked the question. I asked the question. I hope he's working. Is he working? Is he doing what the manager's asking? Is he putting the physical mileage in on the training ground? There's no doubt in my mind that you come into a team and you run the amount that he has and you put in the performances he has, it's concrete that he was working when he weren't in the team. Because when you're out the team,
there's no rust,
and you come in, you can get a few good passes off and you can have a few shots and maybe score a couple of goals, yeah. But the red light comes on at 60 minutes. The tank is empty. First game you might get through adrenaline. Game 3-4, you are on the floor. And he must have been doing some real work. So you know what? Tip your hat to Kobbie Mainoo. Forget performance, but
80
physicality.
Against Spurs, the most duels on the pitch. Like, it was a proper
all-round
both sides performance, which that was the question, was whether or not he could do the defensive side. And he's just shown that he, Casemiro's a bit of a ghost on Saturday.
Sorry, what I think on that point is before Amorim wanted them 2 sitting players, and then I think he kind of switched it to a 1 because Bruno was a little bit more advanced, go where he wants to go after the ball. And I don't think Mainoo is the type of player to just sit in there anyway, because he's got too much energy for that situation. So it didn't fit. He wouldn't be having him because he just go, I want two to sit and protect my back three, and then let the others go, the other five. But so then he's not suited for your team, bit like what you said earlier. But when you're not winning games and you're not doing well, and you've got that behind you, that engine. To figure out a way
to get him in,
and let him do all his running, because I don't think he's disciplined. Like, we're not saying he's that type of guy that sits in the middle and links play. No, he's got too much about him for that. There's times for that, teams and players for that position. I don't think that's him. He's the one to go and fetch the ball.
That's a fine.
That is your phone as well.
Press ups. Sorry, I'll do some press ups after. Sorry, guys. Fucking hell. What is going on?
He gets the ball and he'll. What I like about him is he doesn't he'll bounce a couple. So it's just we're talking about we're glazing things now that are just used to be normal.
Basics, normal.
He'll bounce 2 or 3, and then the next one you think he's gonna, and then he'll get out of it. And as a defender, then great, because that's the transition that you want to get you up the pitch.
You can give him a ball with people on him. He just deals with it. He's got the strength now in him as well to hold someone off if they go hard on him. But he's also got that lovely feet. He can go left, he can go right, he can move it around, and he's putting it into the final third as well. Do you think he goes World Cup?
Who's in the squad in front of him? Declan Rice, Anderson.
Yep.
They're 2 absolute certainties.
Wharton. There's your 3 starters potentially, depending on what shape he wants to go with.
Well, no, I
don't know. I don't think that's nailed on.
You reckon?
No, nor do I.
I do. I think he's on the plane at least.
Wharton. Yeah. Then you got Jude. Is he counted as one of those? The 8. Who else?
Possibly.
A million 10s.
Morgan Rogers.
Yeah, loads of 10s.
Palmer, Foden.
I think he goes. I'd take him.
I would 100% take him.
I'd take him.
So you got to move. You got to move someone, but I would take. Cause you know what as well? He's done it.
He's been
at
there.
18.
He's been there.
Shown that at that level and that stage and that type of football, international football, which is different to the Premier League, he can do it. But it's all down to. I think it's down to what the manager wants. What does Tuchel want in there? Do you know what I mean?
I think he'll like him, and I think he'll go. And if he plays, he'll do well. I've got confidence in him.
All right, I'm going to talk about ball playing defenders here because I'm lucky enough to be sat with 2. So give the people a little bit of knowledge on this, Lon. I mean, Ash, we've heard Rio talk about this before. Talk to me about Martinez. I mean, I remember me and you was in Copenhagen, absolutely slating Maguire for his passing and how long it took him.
Yeah.
Martinez, a bit different.
Yeah, no. I even seen one time Martinez is going up for to win a ball with Solanke, and Maguire comes over the top of them and wins it. So you got one who's physically strong in the air and whatever, and then you got one that's a weak part of his game, but on the ball he's brilliant. So I think he's gone, well, hang on, I've got 2 good players here with different qualities, match them up, just like it was back in the day. Strikers, you'd have a big one, a little one, centre half, you might have the same. And he's gone, when we're in possession, drop the ball off at Martinez, and now he can dictate. He was dictating the tempo, the pace of the game. Sometimes he slow it down, and the importance of that is letting his team get a little rest and get reset, get into the shape that they want to be in. And then he might bounce a couple again, but the good thing about him is, like you said, he wasn't passing for passing's sake and just going across slow. He might do that one or go there, and then he's cutting through. Now they've got options. They're on the move in front of him. So when he sets up and he stops the ball, they all get set, and then you'll see the chain of events come. So then he'll play it. He might bounce it, but then the next one's coming, so he can play through the lines, and then they're off. And then it looks like the Manchester United of what we all talk about, the old Manchester United. They attack with so much pace, the shots are flying in, but it's getting set off from him. And I just think it's really clever from Michael Carrick to go, I understand your strength and your weakness and your strength and your weakness, and we'll play to both of them.
Is it
Why
mad
not?
that it's that simple and he's just do that, lads? You're good
It's
at
so
that.
clear. I don't think that's. I think that he's literally just gone, right, when we've got the ball, if it's the back line, we give it to Lissandro, and not get out of the way, but just support that. Be ready for what we're talking about in case he does do it and he gets cut out. We're all nice and ready. But we don't really want Harry Maguire's. He's not terrible on the ball, but that's not his strength. He's stronger, but you're better in the air. So
Harry's better at carrying the ball. He'll run out with the ball a little bit. Not so much now, but when he was younger especially, he would drive out with the ball, and then someone would come and engage and he'll just shift it off to the right or the left. But I agree, like Martinez, his passing is like, and we spoke about this the other day, the way he draws the forwards onto him to get really close, there's a bravery in that. I mean, people talk about bravery and the tackle and whatnot, but there's a bravery in taking the ball and risking it. He takes big risks on the ball with the distance that he allows between him and the forward, and which is why he does that, is to pass it. When he passes it beyond that striker can't react and then make a difference on the next phase of play. And I think he's again, you know, you want the right people around you in these situations as well, the right characters. Like, he's had a bit of pressure on him. Focus has been on him with what's gone on off the pitch with some other guys in the media. So he's under the big scrutiny to go and play and still take those risks and be the dominant force on the ball. And his numbers on the ball, like the amount of touches he's having, but also there's I don't know whether it's been told, I want you to do this, or I think it seems like it's in him that, no, I want you to impact the play. He wants to make a difference in the game. Most centre-halves, the midfielders are coming and getting the ball off them to make a difference on the game.
It's a 5-yard pass.
Yeah, the Man United midfielders now going, no, he's good enough on the ball. We'll move around away from him because he'll find us somewhere to then affect the game. So it's really it's interesting to see, and long may that continue.
And I think on that one as well, he's one of them players where, as a centre back, you don't see it a lot these days. But are you willing, not the high ball, but are you willing to slap up a side-footed pass
to feet
through the midfield line to your front line, and he will cut it open, which is a risky pass as well, because if that gets cut out, it's a bit of danger. But he's so good on it. He'll get that through there, and then you see the next part of this Michael Carrick Manchester United, where it goes there, set, someone coming in, it's all one touch, and then next thing you know, I don't know how many shots they had, by the way, but they peppered the goal, and it was all from things like that, where he can pass through the line, which is a difficult skill because there's so many bodies. If you imagine you're on the ball, you've got all them bodies there, you're trying to take in all that information, you can see a small gap, by the way, and you've got a certain amount of time to get that there, and he can do that, and he's doing that now. So I think it's, again, like you said, it's very simple, but it's all right saying it's simple, but we don't see it that much these days. We see a lot of these centre-halves trying to go around the block. I mean, most games, you could just put your team out of possession in a kind of Christmas tree block and go, all right, keep going around us and around us, and there's no one with that bravery or quality to go, I'm not going to accept the round, I'm going to go through. I'm going to go through.
And City couldn't do it. Who do you see doing that in the game at the moment? Is there anyone that, outside of Martinez, that does that?
Bastoni at Inter can do it. When they're playing and they're on the top of their game, Bastoni's good on the ball, man. And he's a bit more of a driver with it as well, but he can play as well. I like him on the ball. He plays in a free, so it's a bit different.
I think that was what we were speaking to the gaffer in the summer about, when it was about whether he's sort of outsourced the playmaking a little bit to one of the three by sacrificing one of the midfielders. I think it's easier in a three, isn't it?
I don't think there's a lot of them, because like the problem is that the question sometimes is it's not about are they good enough to do it, these centre halves, to play them risky balls and to really kind of penetrate. It's what they're being asked to do, what they're being coached to do. They're being coached to recycle the ball and just change the angles of the play and just keep putting it around till an opening comes somewhere else. I don't really want you doing that.
You used to slap them into Rooney often. I remember those. And Carrick, obviously. Carrick would come and get them off you. But when you'd break it and go right through midfield into Rooney, was that coached? Was that asked for? Or did you just see it and want to do it?
No, but that's what the manager bought me. Because that's what I like to do. That's the way that I played the game. And then you've got players, and that's key what Ash said. You got players that can do that. Then when they get it, turn and face, and then hurt teams.
Declan Rice, if I played in the Arsenal team, I'd have to tell Dec,
go away,
please,
go away,
please. And I don't see anyone else talking about it. Not to say that he's not one of the best centre midfielders in the world. Clearly he is. But I think I can get you the ball more advanced at the pitch. But I want to ask you, what would you be saying? Because I see that a lot now, as if I can't play.
Yeah.
Like,
I'll take it as a diss. I'll take it as a diss. That's what I would. I'll take it personal. I used to take it personal. If and as good as Scholesy or Carra as well, as I say, go away.
Yeah,
don't come near me.
That's why I wanted to ask you, because I see it every week. They just give him the ball, and I'm like, I'm not gonna. I think I can get you the ball in a better area, and also I can do the same thing you're gonna do, because most of the time they get the ball and just pass it anyway. But I'm seeing that come into the game a little bit, where midfielders are taking it off defenders, like as if they can't do anything.
Yeah, that's what my point was before. I think that Arteta's telling Declan Rice to go there, and is creating like they're having more numbers here to draw people out.
Yeah.
And I think that's maybe what they're doing, because obviously Arsenal are the best team at the moment, and teams are sitting back and that's where they find it maybe a bit more difficult having that imagination around the box. But if they can draw teams out and play through bigger spaces, maybe that's what the reasoning might be. But like you say, but then that's the difference between the generations. Like we get told a certain thing before a game, but then in the game, if we saw something, we'd go, whoa, move. What are you doing? No, this is my area. Move out this space here. And then the manager's not really going to you. Because if you go and score and you win the game, the manager's not coming at you. Even if you didn't win the game, he probably doesn't come to you and go, why are you doing that? Because they've bought you because you're good at passing the ball. They trust you. Do you know what I mean?
Was your role at Swansea asked, coached, or just what you wanted to do?
No, a little bit of all of them, to be honest. We knew the format was we're going to dominate the ball, which we did probably most games. And we was always going to do that at home or away. We'd try at least to do that. But we wouldn't really have like, we wouldn't be like, you're going to be here and pass to him and blah, blah. It was just like, listen, we're going to keep the ball. But then within that, we just developed relationships where like timings is a big thing. Yeah. Timing of when to receive a ball. I think we're losing all of them types of little details. So if I've got time on the ball, no one's coming to try and get the ball, because I'm fine. I'm safe. The ball's safe. They don't need it. The minute I get pressed, Joe Allen, Leon Britton are going to pop up exactly where. Same like Gareth Barry. He's going to be there where I need him to link it, get us out to the free man. Where's the free man every time? But so the manager can't say where the free man is going to be, because who knows in that one play.
I think the problem has been though recently is that everyone's become structured. Like really like overcoached, and everything's about the system, and the system overrides any individuals, and that's why there's no Mavericks, or not as many Mavericks in the game now. I think it's going to change around. I think we're in a position that I could see it starting to change a little bit in cycles. Yeah, I mean, I went and watched Paris Saint-Germain yesterday against Olympique Marseille, and they're structured to a point, but when they go and break, they're like flying from all angles, all over the place. You know what I mean? And it's like,
and that can't be coached. Because there's no way Enrique's saying, run this way, you run diagonal, run that. No. They just go, I'm sure.
And different people are popping up in different areas of the pitch. It's like it's nice to see the fluidity. But no, you know what, also, I think, because you're here, Ash, as well, we've had our say on like whether Carrick should get the job, when he should get it, comparisons to Ollie and people like that. Where do you sit on this?
Listen, if he continues to do what he's doing, he gets a job 100%. I don't see how you don't give him it. And why wouldn't you give him it? Because of what? Because of experience, lack of, or not a big name in coaching terms. He gets it. Now, if they fall off a cliff and it all becomes too much for him, maybe and they don't play well, then you got to look around. But then, who are you getting? Like the turnover of managers for most teams, but United as well is like, well, you've tried everything. You've tried the smaller name, you've tried the big name, you've tried the ex-player. If you've got one that's you've only got to watch that game against Spurs and go, yeah, I can go to war with this guy. He knows exactly what he's doing, his persona. This is the best I've seen watching Manchester United for ages, man. And so apart from like when I used to play against them since them times, so I'll actually tune in for Man United now and want to watch it. I'm serious. I'm not a Man United fan, but I'm enjoying the football.
Yeah, and I bet you haven't been watching it for a while.
No, and it's hard to talk about them because we're all in the same boat, but where we go, we're going to say this week now about we said it last week. It's the same thing. Feel sorry
that was
for
the worst part, is mate. Some of them standing in the crowd at Old Trafford. I'm in the Stretford end and I am bored, and it is quiet. And there's just a groan, like the Bournemouth game, the Newcastle game, and you're just thinking, this is rubbish.
You're spending your hard-earned money to go and watch that, and it's not the team that you grew up with. But then I want to watch that game. Exciting. Out the shots are flying off. They ain't even waiting. It's just getting set back, bang, bang, long-range shots. Yeah, nice. All sorts is going on. But like, I think I'm going to say, if he continues with this, he gets a job. If they don't give him it, that's some political business going on.
Enrique's been linked, and obviously he's got an incredible CV, but he's got an incredible CV with teams that were way further ahead in their development and closer to being a finished article than where United are right now.
Didn't you get linked?
200 to 1 I was, yeah.
200 to 1?
Yeah. Which is a bit of a piss take, really. that I was higher odds than Gary Neville, because I'm fucking well better than Gary Neville. But he had to quit Barcelona because the pressure at Barcelona got to him. I can't imagine, with the amount of teams at the top end of the Prem that are fighting for him the way they are, that he's going to be able to handle it.
Do you know what I think, Steve? Though I think I've seen a lot of people say, "Oh, Michael Carrick ain't got the experience. He hasn't done anything. What has he done to deserve the opportunity, etc." He's in the hot seat, and he's earning the right to be kind of positioned to be the next manager if he keeps doing well, right? But that's what I was going to say. It doesn't matter who you bring in, what they've achieved, what level they are, how many trophies they've won. No one's a guarantee. Football's a mad game like that. No matter what you bring in through the front door, there's no given right that you're going to have to win, right, or improve massively as to where you are. And you look at you look at Enrique, as you said there. Do we know if he's going to be able to change things? There's so many different layers to it and moving parts that might affect his development or his ability to make this team a success. Mourinho, everyone said he was going to be a guaranteed success. Do you know what I mean? Conte won with Chelsea. Went to Spurs, weren't a success. Like just because you've won here or you've got experience, he hasn't got. You need more Premier League experience. Well,
yeah,
why?
That might be a hindrance, by the way.
Yeah.
Like if you look at, I'm a fan of him. I think he's a really, really good manager. What he did at Brentford, but look at like Thomas Frank. I know he got all the injuries and that, but he's not. Like you wouldn't have thought this. He's scratching his head looking for ideas of how I can affect a game.
Yeah.
Obviously, you used to look like a mastermind.
It's true.
Before, so you don't know, man. Like
hard
even
to beat.
The
no,
names,
they're anything but hard to beat, aren't they?
Oh, they're just wide open. But like you look at the names, I don't know. We got some names on there: Nagelsmann, Ancelotti, Tuchel, Zidane. I don't know who you want to throw the name at it, but who's to say he can do the job better than Michael Carrick?
There's risks with anyone who goes in there. No matter what Michael Carrick does. How well he does, and if he got the job on the back of a great ending to the season, right? It's still risk. There's an element of risk. But every one of the names that get thrown into the hat, there's an element of risk with all of them.
Yeah.
It's just like, I don't know in any walk of life where someone comes in, given the opportunity to do well, and put their first foot forward for a job opportunity, they smash it, and hopefully he carries on. At the moment, he's smashing it 4 wins out of 4. And people are going, no, he shouldn't get it though. Don't understand it.
Mental.
It's crazy.
What more can you do?
Imagine he wins, let's say he wins 75% of the games, and he can still drop 3 or 4 losses in this. We're definitely finishing top 4 if he does that. Maybe even a little bit higher than that. Imagine that he does that. He gets Champions League. Last season we came 15th. He comes 3rd or 4th, and we go, hey, nice one. Off you pop.
Yeah.
And we bring somebody else in.
No,
the first game we lose, people's heads are going to fall.
I think
off.
it's almost not impossible, but I think you've got to give it to him on the basis if he does that well.
Go, you're compromised, he's your mate.
No, but I think if he I'm not saying give it to him if he wins 50% of the games. I'm saying if he goes in there and goes like, okay, he loses 2 or 3 games to the end of the season, we finish 3rd or 4th, qualify for the Champions League, and from where we were and from the negativity surrounding the club to being positive and back in the Champions League, and you go, no, we're going to go with so-and-so, who's still an element of risk about him, other than the person who's actually got to the Champions League.
But that's all the comments are going to say. He's your mate.
No, I don't care. Well, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer's my mate, and I said that they need to get rid of him at the time.
I know. I'm just saying.
I weren't one of those who didn't say it.
I'm just saying.
Nev. No, I'm joking.
It's going to be interesting to see how United get treated, although, mind you, Roy Keane's I'm not his biggest fan, I think it's safe to say, isn't it?
But I don't understand that with Roy. I've got to be honest, I don't understand, man. I just I don't know how you can be so against, like even his backroom staff. Steve Holland has been around the biggest managers in recent times, in recent football. Has been an integral part of the coaching staff.
Why, does anyone know this, by the way? Why did Steve Holland, why was he a club appointment at Chelsea and saw through all of those managers? Because normally the assistant, that's your boy, isn't it? Like, if you come in as a gaffer, you bring your mate in. What are you smiling at?
But maybe it's a Chelsea thing,
I don't know. Because you know what the old thing used to be? I just want to make this clear. I'm not saying this is Steve Holland, yeah?
Okay, get rid of that. Clip this up. Just tag me in it. I'll retweet it.
But normally when the manager goes and one coach stays...
Yeah, it's normally a stab in the back.
It's a little bit snaky, isn't it? But I ain't saying that's him, but that's what it just comes to my mind.
Mate, I think he's got some bodies under his patio then, because oh my God, did he see a lot of them?
I think he was Chelsea's. He's the club guy. He's the absolute that stays. He's the constant.
And maybe that's why they were successful. Regardless
So he had an idea what the Chelsea DNA was at the time, and every manager's going to have an element of that, but you can then add your own spice as well. Do you know what I mean?
If you'd have said in the summer when Liverpool got to their 20th title and United had just finished 15th, United are going to win the 21st before Liverpool. People that have locked you up.
No, 100%.
But it's going to happen and Michael Carrick's bringing it.
By the way, talking of Liverpool, what the hell happened there?
I've only just stopped laughing 20 minutes ago.
What the hell happened, man?
So in our notes, it says we're not allowed to talk about the VAR because everybody agrees. Does everyone agree? What are we even agreeing on? Because I've not even given you my opinion.
Agreed on what?
On what happened at the VAR at the end?
I think it's a horrendous decision.
Do you?
Yeah, are we? You mean are we agreeing on like what's the point of it all?
What's the point?
Yeah. That's what I agree. I don't.
What
It's
we
like,
doing,
Fine, we do
man?
agree then, yeah.
it's a joke.
I
Common
actually
sense
like
should
it.
come in somewhere.
Yeah.
Common
I
sense should
actually
come
like
in.
it because City lose a goal and Liverpool get a player suspended.
Yeah.
I think it's fantastic.
When both teams are fuming, you've done something wrong.
Yeah,
Just
it's
leave
true.
it and everyone would have got on with it.
No, it's true.
Not one person would have been like, I think the referee probably should have called that for a free kick.
Stupid.
Not
It's
one.
just dumb,
Not
man.
one.
It's stupid. Do you know what though? I look at the result here, and it's also like the timing of the goals, the drama, and what that does for Man City's change room. Like they needed a result like that. Do you know what I mean? And almost like you need to win a game like that
Just to stay ahead of us.
but to create that
They're
kind
not
of
winning the
emotion in the change room that goes, guys, lock back in again. We're back in this. We've got a chance because they play first again this week. It could be 3 points by the time that Arsenal put their boots on, and the pressure's different.
Yeah,
and the
is at Arsenal as well,
that's what I'm
because we
saying.
know
The
that
psychology
they
at
crumble.
Arsenal, they were 9 points clear with a few minutes to go, and I'm telling you, the WhatsApp group would have been popping off. Boys, it's happening.
Yeah,
boys,
where we going? Where we going?
Yeah. Book our beefer. Book our beefer, right? Whatever, right? I'm sure there would have been something going on, or outside the group, a couple of them going, but we got this, right? And then it changes. They're slumped, some of the Arsenal boys, right? Like it or not. But the City players in that dressing room are like they're galvanised, and the energy's different. The only thing I would say is that this ain't the same Man City team of the last 7 or 8 years.
And I don't think it's the same Arsenal team, I have to say.
Yeah,
I think they're a
agree.
bit more robust about the situation. But you disagree?
I'd like to see it put to the test.
But the only thing I'd say is they're getting a bit of a free pass, in terms of. It would be nice, wouldn't it, now if
3 points.
City turn the gears on them.
Yeah.
And then if they do stand up to it, brilliant for Arsenal.
I want Arsenal to win. I keep saying everyone thinks I'm fucking about, but I want Arsenal to win this. But I want there to be drama. I want I want it to get close again.
You don't want it done now.
Yeah,
you
I want to see
wire.
twitchy behaviour. Do you know what I mean? Who reacts
Arsenal
best?
crumble, City crumble.
You're just saying, yeah.
If Arsenal
Villa win.
No way.
Where are you going with it?
Because we're finishing above Villa.
Just be happy. You know what? You sound like Joel and the Arsenal fans. Just be happy.
Yeah, it's true, Steve.
Be
Calm it
happy,
down.
man.
Steve, I agree with
You're
Ash.
fourth. Just relax yourself.
I said this the
won
other day, and
4 games.
this man was laughing at me. I was saying, just calm
I
it,
know.
man.
Why are we? What's
If
up
Arsenal
here?
had dropped some points, I might have got giddy. Listen, we're just going about our business. We pick up another 3 points.
I just think
tomorrow
it's
night.
without the influence of Rodri, who I think is their most important player. I think this is hard to see City going on a run like we've seen it in the last few years. I think if Rodri was the Rodri of like last year and the year before,
Do you not think yesterday was a really low quality game?
it was
From,
exciting though.
League One's exciting, Rio. It doesn't mean it's good.
Yeah, but I want to be excited when I watch a game though.
No, I'm with you on that, but I'm talking about the quality of the game. It was gash, wasn't it?
There were moments.
Oh, it was rubbish.
But if this is because that's just you, mate. You're never
Never
fucking happy
satisfied.
with anything.
Also,
You know what I mean?
by the way, he's
Who
watching
didn't-
Liverpool City.
Who
and he
didn't
thinks
enjoy
he's
that
gonna
game
enjoy it.
anyway?
You know what I mean?
But who didn't enjoy the game with all the goals and the ending
I'll tell
of
you,
it
didn't
and whatever?
enjoy it. Most of the cop, 6 minutes to go, 1-0. Just
Celebrating.
all thinking like we might finish above Everton this year. And before you know it, they were 3-1 down.
Yeah, my WhatsApp group with loads of Liverpool fans, it went silent. There was no chat, and they've been lively the last 18 months.
What happens if Everton finish above them?
That can't happen.
I mean, they can go above them literally this week.
What a mental season Liverpool have had, by the way.
How can you win the league? It's got to be one of the worst like follow-ups to a championship winning
Defend
league.
your title.
They win the league. They go and
Worse than
spend
when he tried to
450
defend his
mil.
last one, wasn't it?
They spend 450 mil improving their squad.
And at that point, at the point where you're at now, you just handpicked the best players in those positions that we can all think of. Do you know what I mean? So you go, right, perfect recruitment, nailed on.
And they get worse.
New contract for Salah.
New
On the
contract
back
for
of the
Virgil.
season he just had.
It's a myth what's happened there. I don't know what's
get
happening.
it. Like, it's mad.
It all went downhill when he got on the decks.
I reckon if someone said to if you was the manager, end of the season after you won a league, right, the way they did, re-signed 2 best players, and someone went to you, you've now got to be
Better
10
than
positions
ever.
worse, yeah, and I'm going to give you £450 million to spend and be worse. I think you find it hard. I'd find it hard to do that. It's mad.
I don't know I don't even know what Arne Slot would be thinking. You must just go home and go, fuck.
I'll tell you one thing he ain't doing. He ain't going out Ibiza for a while. He ain't going back there for a while. Wow.
Mental season.
It is a mad season.
Yeah,
because United have literally been dog shit, clinically dog shit all season. Won 4 games on a bounce.
Turned it around.
And I think we were going to come second.
Yeah. Well, you are.
I'm not on my own, Rio. I'm really not on my own.
No one's saying it out loud. That's the difference.
Oh, they are.
No, you're the only one chatting like this.
I can't believe you're doing that, to be honest.
You've been hammering Joel for this type of
that's
stuff
what I mean. All
for
the
years.
years you've been like moaning about it.
They still not won anything.
You'll have shades next week.
I know, it turned into an helmet.
Well, that was a different episode without Joel, wasn't it? No shades.
No fake cigars or... Where's the
trophy? He's probably took the trophy to the Super Bowl. Isn't it? Do you know what I mean? But Ash, man, good to see you, man.
Thank you, bro.
Mr. London now, Mr. South London.
I try, man. I'm around. I'm here.
All right.
If you need me.
All right, guys. Well, that's enough. That's us done. Myself, Rio Ferdinand, Steve Howson, and Mr. Ashley Williams. Thank you very much. Make sure you subscribe, tell a friend, notifications on, and make sure you stay tuned.
Let me put this to you. Graham Potter had it at West Ham and social media.
Yeah.
Liam Rossignol has also been the subject to online mockery, if you like, with memes comparing him to the Office character David Brent, as well as the In-Betweeners character Will Mackenzie. And on that, Liam is saying, you know, when he wears glasses and he comes over as a bit of an academic now and again, the reason I know this is because I've got teenage children. They're on social media. It affects them. It affects my parents. It affects my family. But I knew walking into this job, it was always going to happen. It's normal. So when you're prepared for it, it smiles. Is there a preconceived idea, in your view, of how a manager should look and sound? And if so, why is it that some individuals do become the centre of ridicule on social media, as Potter became, and in some quarters, as Liam is becoming?
Because I think there's a premeditated bias. I think when you brought Graham Potter into Chelsea, the Chelsea fans did not like the new ownership from the get-go. They did not like the way that Thomas Tuchel was treated. They did not have the backstory to Tuchel's behaviour. And so they felt that a new ownership taking out Tuchel was a very poor decision. And idiots. So then they then equate the manager that they bring in to the owner. Go forward to the next situation with Liam Rossignol. Who's the club? Who's the owners? What's Liam Rossignol done? He's managed lesser than clubs. So already it's decided in certain minds that Liam Rossignol is not worthy of this job. So let's find a narrative to pull him down. He doesn't speak in the way that we think he should. He looks more studious than we want him to. He's a bit more articulate than we expected him to be. And of course he defers to the management in certain respects when he starts talking about sporting directors being the best in the world. We know that's a bit silly. But I think there's an element of that going on. There's an element
of... Maresca, was he worthy of the job? Enzo Maresca. But he wasn't ridiculed.
No, he wasn't worthy of the job to some extent. But I don't, certain people attract certain attentions at certain times. Maresca, there was a lot of questions about Maresca. And a lot of pushback against whether a championship manager should be managing a club like Chelsea. But I think Potter's performance at Chelsea, I think personally he was weak. I think he couldn't handle the heat in the kitchen. And I think it came over in press conferences, and I thought that was weak of him. His performance at West Ham became a parody of football management because the job that he did there was poor. There might be nuance and context, but underneath it, it was a poor job. So those two managers have been the recipients of harsh judgments by a section, not all, a section of football fans or football media. And I suppose in the minds of certain people, and Liam Rossignol seems to be exhibiting this, there's only one thing worse than people talking about you. I suspect it's people not talking about you.
Well, that's right. I mean, he does say, Liam, and we like Liam, but he says, I'm not afraid to be myself if I wear glasses. If I sound a little bit over the top when I speak or articulate myself in a certain way, or I don't look like a manager, Doesn't bother me.
And that's the best way to be. He has to win football matches. He can look like the archetypal football manager, whatever that is. Whatever that might be, in the same way that wearing a sheepskin might have been once upon a time the archetypal football commentator because John Motson wore them to death. It doesn't mean that you were a good football commentator. He happened to be. But ultimately, what Liam looks like, I mean, once upon a time, I would imagine, Mourinho was a hostage to fortune. He came in and announced to the world that it was the best thing since sliced bread. And not only did he say it, he backs it up, but my word, were they waiting for him? Were they waiting for him? You know, a special one. There was a load of ridicule for Mourinho for different reasons because of the hubris that he exhibited. He went hubris route. Liam Mousinho is going contrite, balanced, articulate, educated route. Stand back, watch the outcome, rather than front-footed hubris that Mourinho had, because Mourinho could have that because he just won the Champions League with Porto, right? Right?
Yeah.
So he comes in with that sort of attitude. But my word, would he be, if they had started that season badly, rather than starting it on the front foot. He didn't live in a world of memes then. But if there had been memes, my word, would Mourinho have been the recipient of memes left, right, and centre?
Absolutely. So we've got Rosenior and we've got Carrick, and they're English, and I think the game needs them at this time. Here's both of them talking.
I think you can see whether it's Cole or Zhao or Enzo or Moy, all of them, Andre, the defenders, they're playing with a real enthusiasm at the moment. They're enjoying their football. And as a coach, that's very pleasing to see, because if you don't play with enthusiasm, you don't play with energy or intensity. So at the moment, things are looking good, but you have to continue. The demands have gone up. It's going to be a physical game tomorrow, but the signs are looking really, really good for what we want to achieve together.
You've got to enjoy the buzz of winning, right? You have to. That's what we're in it for. So you got to manage the highs of it, and you got to enjoy initially the feeling of winning a game. You know, you can't kind of just be flatlined the whole time, but certainly going into the next game, you've got to then regroup and prepare again for what's next. But you definitely take the confidence and the feeling from the games that you've had, knowing you can go into the next game with a little bit more feel-good factor about it. But I guess the big challenge is knowing what's got you there and all the hard work and the preparation, and then what it takes to win a game of football at this level is tough. So never assuming the next one's just going to be all right.
See, I think, Simon, if Rosenior and Carrick keep going the way they're going, it may end up that English could equal the best in class.
Maybe.
I mean, we may no longer just be holding on to Eddie Howe.
Maybe. I mean, Liam Mousinho and Michael Carrick, they don't have media sizzle, do they? They don't have the charisma that leaps off the screen, which you've had with previous managers like Klopp or Mourinho or Ferguson or other managers that you see, even to some extent, Arne Slot, but his is a more calmer way of operating last year.
So there's a way a manager should sound.
Well, I think they're representative of a new generation that we live amongst, which is the inclusive generation that's all about, you know, making sure that people feel valued and not harsh words being exchanged. The key component for me is Liam Mousinho. There's a lot more to Liam Mousinho than a very calm and collected individual that doesn't seem to thrive in tub thumping or chest beating, right? Which is a default setting of what people think is a good manager. Churchillian speeches, and when you've actually been in dressing room and heard these Churchillian speeches, and you find your feet snoring because they're not particularly Churchillian, they don't mean that much. It's about communicating with modern day footballers, and his way of communicating with the media is very calm, very unflappable. You saw him the other day, a little bite at Arsenal. Get out of our half of the pitch. Get out of our half of the pitch. You're being disrespectful. You're intruding upon our space. He's got backbone. He's taken on a big job, knowing that people are going to be gunning for him because they don't think he should have the job in the first place. And whoever those people are, most of them aren't managers. I mean, I noticed the other day that Mourinho was talking about the fact that big clubs are now employing who?
Yeah.
Well, the baton's been passed on, son.
Of course.
The world turns. You don't live in that place forever. But Carrick, for me, is a sensible voice. He's just a balanced person that's seemingly let the Man United players express themselves and play in positions that they like.
Sure.
Nothing more complicated than
after
that.
After the 10:30 bulletin, we're going to be talking about punditry. What actually is it? What qualifies a place on a punditry panel? 10:30.
defended our box a lot better, a lot more urgency. Previous, we defended our box nowhere near good enough.
Defend well, and then we'll hit teams on the counter. That's what we did back in the day.
We want to be in control of the game no matter what. That's the idea. It's not whether or not we have control with the ball. We can have control without the ball as well. This is the first year I've had no Euro.
And the new manager regime at the club.
For joining me, feels like a perfect time really for Man United at the moment. I know you've been here for what, 7 years now. There's been a lot of ups and downs, but it feels like a good moment to enjoy.
Yeah, definitely. It's obviously been here 7 years. I've seen a lot. Lots of good times, lots of not so good times as well. But yeah, at the moment we do feel like we're progressing well. And when you play for this club, you know that results are the most important thing. But also when you get good results, you look at the performances as well. And I think the performances have been there.
Do you think Kara's obviously, have an affiliation, playing for the club, kind of knowing everyone and managing before? Do you think that helps as well right now?
I think it's definitely made the transition a lot easier. I obviously knew Kara's from previous working under Ollie, and he spoke really, really well when he spoke in the dressing room back then. He took quite a few meetings. He's tactically, he always had an amazing football brain. You could see that when he was playing, but when he took the tactics under Ollie, you could always tell that if he wanted to be a successful manager, he could definitely go and do that. He's obviously learnt his trade at Middlesbrough, and to make the transition into us, I think he feels comfortable in the role, and I think that's an important part, like you said.
I mean, I think must have known Karras for, I'd say at least 15 years, playing with him in England under 21s, and obviously with United and with England. And he's always been really steady, not too up, not too down emotionally. And I think obviously at a club like this, I think that helps, not getting too caught up in kind of the highs and lows.
I think it's massive at a club like this. I think even when, like you say, it's not just when you lose, it's when you win as well. I don't think you need to get caught up, because you can be the worst player in the world one week, and the next week everyone can push you to be the best player in the world, and you've just got to maintain that level-headed and make sure you go into the next game. And I think Karras as well. He doesn't get too high when we win.
I think the thing I like about it as well, you look at kind of the staff that he's got in around him. Obviously, Steve Holland, you know from England. What impact do you think he's had in kind of helping a young coach like Karras?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's something really what's worked really, really well. I think obviously when Jason and Omar was choosing the temporary manager, I think that for them to bring in a good team with them, I'm glad that they didn't just bring in one or two people. They brought in 4 or 5 different bodies who can work with people. I think obviously Steve's vastly experienced. I've worked with him at England. He's an excellent coach, and he's proven wherever he's gone. For him to bring him in is a huge asset for us, the players, the club, and also for Michael as well.
I mean, people talk about the DNA of this football club, and people say, oh, you kind of got to move on from the past. But actually, to defend well, and you and Licha have been terrific. The goalkeeper has been great as well. It's like defend well, and then we'll hit teams on the counter. That's what we did back in the day, and I think it's shown that actually if you can defend well, you can virtually win any game, whether it's Man City or Arsenal, and that blueprint is gone really well.
I think, we've got to be comfortable to dominate with the ball, but also without the ball, and also be a threat. We always know we're going to be a threat on the counter-attack with our players. But they're taking the lead against, obviously, Manchester City, and then we was happy to soak up a little bit of pressure and be comfortable at defending our box. And I think that's the main thing what's improved over the last 3 games, is that we've defended our box a lot better, a lot more urgency. And in previous, I've said it in a few interviews now, we defended our box nowhere near good enough. Every time the ball went in the box, they had a chance. But the last 3 games, loads more urgency, not just from the defenders, from the midfielders, from the wide men getting back in, from the striker getting in and protecting the edge of the box. I think it's so important that we do as a team. We've got to make sure they get the spaces right all over the pitch. We've got to make sure we're compact, and that's whether or not we're compact in a mid block, a low block, or we go after teams. I'm sure when you played under Sir Alex, you went after some teams, and then you was happy in the mid block, and you was happy, 100%. Like you say, defending low. And I think Michael will bring that. I think there'll be times where you'll see us going man-man all over the pitch and trying to be really aggressive, and there'll also be times where we'll be happy and content in keeping the spaces short and punishing teams on the counter-attack. So I think it's important to be tactically flexible in that aspect.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that United team we had, I thought that was the best part about it.
you could play any game, any style, any pitch, anywhere. And I think you look at the great teams, they are adaptable, aren't they?
We want to be in control of the game no matter what. That's the idea. It's not whether or not we have control with the ball. We can have control without the ball as well. I felt like we did that in large parts of the second half against Fulham. And really, we should have killed the game. We had the chance of 2 big chances in the second half to go and get the 3rd goal, but we didn't. And they punished us in the end. But we've obviously managed to get the winner through Sesko. But probably the best team in England at the moment is Arsenal.
Yeah.
And they're a prime example of it. They're happy to be behind the ball, be solid, be compact, win games on moments. And I think that's so important that you don't get carried away, that you need to have the ball to be in control of a game. And then you watch Arsenal some other games and they have 80% possession.
Yeah.
So they're doing a bit of both, and that's what as a team we've got to be content with. I know at Old Trafford as well, when we don't have the ball, our fans want us to be aggressive. So we've got to use our emotions right and correct.
I mean, probably a lot of that is also the partnership between you and Licha. I think back to, like Rio and Man Utd, or, Steve Booth or Guy Past. A lot of it starts with the strong partnership at the back, and I think you obviously you look like you have a great feel for each other in those games.
Yeah, definitely. I've really enjoyed playing with Licha in these games. I think there's been a lot of injuries in that position over the last couple of years, and it's never really been a settled partnership. And I think that has probably hindered the team and hindered the chances of us keeping many clean sheets. So I think it's a part of the team, like you say, definitely what you try and need a stable partnership there.
Even in front of you guys, obviously with Casemiro, he's had an incredible career, hasn't he? And then you got Bruno, but actually Kobe coming back into him, he's a great footballer, isn't he? Obviously, he's a smart player, but to actually see him back in the team, I think has been great to see as well, because he's played so well, and after not playing very much at all.
He's been brilliant. We know what Kobe can do. He can take the ball for us under pressure. He's brilliant on the ball. He can get out of tight spaces. And when the structure, I always say, as a footballer, if the structure's good,
yeah,
you can perform and you can look a good player. But the structure's got to be good around you. And I think with Cassie as well, I think we've seen over the last couple of games, when the structure's good around Cassie, he's still a magnificent centre midfielder.
The fans have been so consistent, haven't they? Kind of been there with the team through it all. What's that been like for you, having their support with the highs and lows? Because it has been a challenging time at times, but they've always been so consistent. I think it's remarkable to see.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, to be honest. The fans have been crazy with us. They've given us so much support over the years. And I've always said I feel like they're the best fans in the world. And you speak to some of the lads who come over from different countries, and they're like, if we were playing like this in this team now, they'd be booing us before we even got on the pitch, never mind booing us off the pitch. So the fans have been amazing. We thank them for the support, and we know that they're going to stick with us no matter what, and it does help us along the way. I've definitely started to enjoy my football a little bit more over the last couple of years when I've got the experience, but I try and make the younger lads now feel comfortable and confident, and as a footballer you want to be involved in those big moments.
And you must kind of be enjoying kind of the end of the season, obviously with United, but then potentially a World Cup in the summer.
Yeah, that'd be great. Obviously I've been to 3 major tournaments and I've loved every one of them. But yeah, my focus at the moment is we've got ourselves in a good position in the league now. We've dropped some silly points this year, I must say, but we've got ourselves in a strong position where we have a chance of qualifying for the Champions League. Of course, it's every game as it comes, and we know that it can turn so quickly. And this is the first year I've had no European football since I've been at this club.
Yeah.
And I must say it is strange. And it definitely does help in terms of it gives you more energy come the weekend. You can prepare well. You're not flying everywhere. But on the other hand, you've got lads who aren't playing games, who deserve to be playing games, and it might be a little bit tougher for them and maintaining their fitness and match fitness and being ready for when they're called upon. So it does work both ways, but of course, like it makes us focus more on the weekend game.
Well, I want to wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
And well done, son.
Thank you.
Let's talk Man United, shall we? Absolutely flying under Michael Carrick, who maintained his 100% record in charge with a 2-0 win against Spurs. 4 wins from 4.
Yep, flying.
Yeah, absolutely flying. But Carrick, when asked if he wants the job permanently, battered it away.
Depends if you keep asking me every week.
Well, I'm going to if you keep winning.
Nah, listen, it is what it is. I'm not getting ahead of myself. You know, I think it's for me. It's the ultimate place and the ultimate job for me at the moment to be in this position. You know, so I'm hungry for more in terms of winning games, and we want more as a group. We'll see where we end up with the end of the season. You know, we're enjoying things at the moment, and we want a little bit more.
Yeah, I bet they're enjoying things at the moment. Joining us, the 1999 treble winner of Manchester United, former striker Dwight Yorke. Morning, Dwight.
Morning, Yorkie. How you doing, mate?
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Yeah, really good, mate. Not as good as United. What have you made of Michael Carrick so far?
Yeah, fantastic. I don't think there's any more words to describe what he's doing. He's done a terrific job. 4 wins. 4 games. I don't think you can ask for much more than that, and it's a terrific start. Certainly, put his name in the hat.
York, it's funny. I got there early on Saturday. I was at a game Saturday. I got there about 9:30, whatever it was, and you know, some mate, just a completely different feeling and atmosphere about the place and the entire build-up. The supporters around the place, staff, everything. You could just see there was a far more relaxed, positive atmosphere. Now, I want to ask you about the changes, mate. Is it just as simple as back 4, 2 in front, Fernandes in his right position as a 10, wide players, boys that can score goals, and just a complete change of shape and effectively kind of playing players in their proper positions?
I don't think you can probably put it any better than you said there, Ali. You know, the game is very simple. It's just so many people tend to complicate the games at times, and probably you do need some changes as the game obviously innovated itself. But in reality, people has to play the position and play the game how we know how to play the game. United in history, a back 4, play people in the right position and get them, you know, taking responsibility in their position. And you've seen that Carrick didn't need to change too much. It's the exact same players having that belief. It's like you going to work, you're going into an environment that is new, exciting, and you want to do well. When you go to work and you don't feel particular part of what is going on, or you don't understand what is happening, then the job becomes much more difficult. Us as footballers are simple people, and we learn the game from the streets. That's where it's all started. That's why it's such a people sport. And too many times people are trying to complicate it. I get there are tactics and stuff involved in the game, and you know, substitution, which hasn't changed. But at the end of the day, players just want to play, and you play a position that you're very comfortable with. I understand there are times in the game where you have to play position to benefit the team. But overall, you play a position that your strength. The reason why you become a good goal scorer, you don't play centre back, do you?
Yeah.
Or try to play a full back. It just doesn't happen. You get better in playing your position and understanding the position and the role for the team. And I think Carrick has done that very easily. That was too difficult to do.
So Dwight, look, I mean, a club like Manchester United, it would be remiss of them if they weren't already talking to some big name, potential future managers. But at what stage do you think they maybe have to take another look at things and say, Michael Carrick, you've done so well, this job is yours?
But traditionally, you guys know, if you do well in the job, when you've been installed as interim manager, you tend to go on and get the job. So that shouldn't change. I think if Carrick is doing a splendid job, which he is, and that carry on to the end of the season, and certainly get into the Champions League and finishing that top 4 very comfortable, why would you overlook that? Yes, there is big names. We have seen big names come to United over the years. Hasn't really done a terrific job, although they have won major competition in the cup. But in terms of the league, they haven't really sustained and give us what we expected of United, and certainly the type of football that we're seeing Michael Carrick is. So when I hear other professionals like myself saying that they're going to overlook Carrick, I think it's so unfair and so unjust. that they're not being fair when other people done similar type of job but given the job. So why would you overlook Carrick if he continue to do a fantastic job? It's just uncalled for. And I don't think the fellow professionals are not being fair to Carrick, and you have to be fair.
I don't disagree, mate. I think if he continues the way he's going, I think he's an absolute certainty. I think there'll be an outrage if he doesn't get a job. I want to ask you, mate, quickly about the signings they've made. I think have made a massive difference, Yorkie. I mean, Acuna and Mbeumo, I really, really like. I think they look. I was talking to Robbo before the game. I was talking to Brian Robson before the game, and what I was saying to them is they look as though they can handle playing for Manchester United, whereas I was reckoning some of the previous signings, I think it's maybe been a little bit too much for them. But those two boys in particular look as though they can handle it.
Absolutely, I'm in agreement with you. I think they've been the two best signings, certainly over the last 5 years, in my opinion. When you bring in attacking player, and I will include Sesko in that as well, because I think he's a terrific player. They're certainly not playing to his strengths, a little bit more so now, and you will find he will progress and get better. The one thing when you join United, you got to embrace going into a huge club. If you can't play under that environment, then you're always going to be struggling. And if you get off to a really bad start, it's very rare that you catch up to the United way. I think the fans are forgiving. They will give you time to try and embed it into the system. But if you go in there being negative, that club will eat you alive. You've got to embrace being a Man United players. Mbeumo and certainly Cunha has done that, and that's why they look terrific. Now look like a team going forward in the way that we always have, and the attacking flair. And they're playing the way that United play. It's as simple as that. You get the ball forward into your most creative players and let them get on with it instead of really complicating the game. But certainly when you talk about those two players, they embrace being at United, and that's the key to being successful at any club, let alone Man United.
Brilliant. Dwight, thanks very much.
Great to see you, mate. All the best.
Pleasure.
Nathan's texted, he said VAR is meant to be used for the clear and obvious. So apparently the ref couldn't see with his own eyes what was going on with Haaland and Szoboszlai. You're absolutely right, Nathan. Of course, he did see with his own eyes, decided the goal should stand, but then the game was re-refereed.
And himself, because Michael Carrick, who maintains that perfect winning start here in charge of Manchester United, is talking to Jules Breach.
Michael, another win, 4 in a row now. Just how well did your players manage this game today?
Yeah, I thought it was, when it goes to 10 minutes, always a tricky kind of situation, really. And I thought it was quite an open game first half at times. I thought we looked dangerous right from the start of the game, which was really pleasing again. Had a few kind of issues that where I thought Tottenham played some really good football first half, so we had to solve a few things. But going a goal up and with 10 men, I thought the second half we managed it really well and largely in control, always wanting the second goal to come along. And when it did, then that put us in a really good position. So it was nice, and it was nice to get the players on the pitch. It was young Tyler coming on for his first game. It's all in all, it was a really positive day.
You told us at half-time that Johnny Evans was your new set-piece coach here. How did that all come about?
I wouldn't say set-piece coach. I think it's just Johnny's got an eye on it, and as we all have. But Johnny's been doing a lot of work with the players, so that's the rewards for that. So delighted. Listen, we go into every game with some ideas. Every team does, but when you see it come off as good as that, and as important as that first goal was massive, it just shows you how important they can be.
Bruno, another goal for him today for Manchester United. I think everyone's running out of superlatives of how important he is to the club, but just sum up his contribution that you've seen of him over the years here.
Yeah, listen, it would take a long time to sum it up. I think he's offered the club so much for the time he's been here since he walked through the door, you know, and he played different roles for us today. He ended up on the left and scored his goal off the left, and when we changed things around a little bit, and he's a team player, you know, he gives so much to the group. He's got big moments in him, we know that, the quality he has, and he cares a lot about the football club and the team, and I think that's clear to see.
Another 3 points towards your goal of achieving Champions League football next season. Just as a group, how much of an advantage do you feel it is that you haven't got the other competitions as a distraction in Europe, for example?
Yeah, it kind of works both ways sometimes. You know, we obviously play Tuesday and then we've got a bit of a gap going to Everton, so we got to manage the rhythm of the games as much as anything. Sometimes the rhythm of games can help, sometimes when it gets a bit heavy it can hinder you, so I think we just got to take it what's in front of us. You know, we got another big game Tuesday night, West Ham, and then kind of regroup and rest and recover and sharpen up, ready for the one after that.
And I know you keep saying not to get too carried away, but you can hear it in Old Trafford today. You can hear that the fans understandably are getting very excited with the work you're doing here. At what point do you start to think about what the future might look like?
Nah, it's not for now. I think, you know, to get excited and carried away as a supporter, that's exactly where you should be, you know. It's why they come to support us, to dream and to get carried away. So, and they should be hopefully leaving the stadium in really good spirits, you know, and looking forward to coming back. That's our job, to provide that. So to be in a position to be able to do that today and in the last few weeks has been great, and we got to keep building on that.
Well done today. Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks a lot.
Well, he really hasn't put a foot wrong, has he? Yes, they played against 10 men for a lot of today, but they also played against 10-man Everton after the 13th minute and still lost that game. Would you give him the job this afternoon, tomorrow, Joe?
Oh, God, that's nothing to do with me. Like I say, I know where my loyalties lie in this city, but from working with Michael Carrick, really enjoyed him as a person, enjoy him as a player. And he's doing a good job. He interviews really well. He's calm. He's not getting carried away. I think it's a time to not get carried away. I think you've got to realise that it's been a really difficult couple of years at Manchester United. So winning 4 on the spin is great, but you've got foundations to rebuild if you really want to go again.
Do you think, though, they need to give him the job because it's a different kind of pressure if it's his job permanently, so they can really see what he's like, than it is if you're just the interim man in charge?
I think they decide that in the summer. I think if you look at it now, fourth, let's be honest, they could finish second. They're only 3 points off second, and they got West Ham, Everton, Crystal Palace next. Let's be honest.
Only 10 behind Arsenal now.
Exactly.
That's some ground they've made up.
If he finishes second, you can't not give it to him. It'd be impossible. You'd have to give it to him. I don't see how you could bring anybody else in. Imagine you bring in somebody else and they start slowly. Everybody will be annoyed. So I think if he keeps winning games, he'll probably get it. But again, Michael is so level-headed. You just want to chip away, get in a good position. You see now 4th on league table. Like you said, 10 points behind Arsenal. You know how hard that is to believe after sacking the manager? And we're saying how great this Arsenal team is, and they are. But Man United are in a brilliant position. And I think if he keeps winning games, it's going to be near on impossible not to give it to him.
It's easy to say from the outside, sort of looking in. A lot of what he's done feels like common sense with this team, Joe. But what has he done differently beyond the obvious?
I think he's just understood his players and understood what the best way to get the best out of them. No doubt him having the DNA at the club will help him. The understanding, the people that he's able to talk to above his head, the team that he's got around him. You know, people, you know, head coaches will always tell you it's important that you bring around you. Even that relationship with Johnny Evans, having the trust of having someone that he's worked with. Steve Holland in there, Woodgate. Look, at the moment, like I say, it's working really well. But as Michael, you know, he interviewed brilliantly, he is not going to get carried away. You can't get carried away. You've got to stay super calm, live in the moment. And all that matters right now is West Ham for Manchester United.
As an ex-player, what does that DNA that Joe mentioned mean to you? And are you seeing it, do you think, with the football they're playing under Michael Carrick?
Well, people always talk about the history and, you know, that it's kind of getting away. I completely disagree. I think you have to embrace that. The greatest thing about this football club is the history of it, the icons that have played here. And that's why it's such a privilege to represent this football club. When I used to sit on the pitch, I used to think of those greats that played here before in midfield and used to think, they'll be watching this game. and you have to try and emulate that level. And some people are up to it and some people aren't. That's not a criticism, but it's a fact. And when you get out in the pitch, you see it. And Michael knows what it's to be one of those players. He's not going to shout and yell at somebody or put somebody down or criticize them. He's going to say, come on, trust in yourself, believe, put people in a position. You look at Kobe. How did Kobe not play for a year? And he's got Casemiro and Bruno in and around him, that midfield three. We're talking about multiple Champions League winners with one of the best young players in the Premier League in Kobe and probably the best creator in Bruno Fernandes. And a month ago, we said that was their biggest weakness, the midfield. It's a strength. And I just think everybody's in the position where they're flourishing. And credit to Michael Carrick. You know, you think back a month ago, everybody was playing a different position except the keeper. Now everybody's in a position where they can flourish. And that's credit to the manager. And the players are showing why they're good players, why they're here, and they're showcasing it.
A good day for you today, Owen. Guys, thank you very much for your company today, Joe. Owen, always a pleasure to have you alongside me. That's it from us at Old Trafford, but the live sport will keep on coming as well, because now we're going to head to the Live Golf. It's the final round of the opening tournament from Riyadh, and Craig Doyle is standing by. Welcome back to Old Trafford, where Michael Carrick has got Manchester United ticking. They have beaten Tottenham 2-0 today to cement their place in the top four in the table. Eli says a top performance again. I love Bruno. Give Carrick the job, not just a counter-attacking team, basically playing against a low block today, even before the Reds. Kelly, though, not blaming Thomas Frank for that defeat, saying, I mean, we may have lost this game anyway, but at least we would have given it a go, which is how we started it. This one is not on Frank. And this one, United Dissent, saying, I truly can't praise Carrick enough. He really hasn't put a step wrong so far. Utter dominance today, consistently creating chances, leading to goals. 4 wins in a row. What more can you ask for? Well, let's hear from the man.
So, big night of football, big week of football, and we're bringing you all the games across the TalkSport network. West Ham versus Manchester United, pretty straightforward fixture a few weeks ago, but thanks to Mr. Tottenham, the well-known consultant who's turned West Ham season around, certainly Crescencio Somerville's. This is a tough night for Manchester United, looking for the 5th win. That means that bloke can get his hair cut. Joining us now, fresh from hearing what Pep had to say after their game against Fulham, Mickey Gray. Hi, Mick.
Oh, Andy, how are you doing?
Not so bad. We'll come on to Manchester United. So what sort of form was Pep in today?
Yeah, he was quite good. He was obviously buoyed after their results at the weekend against Liverpool. And I think he was asked a lot of times about now this title challenge that he's got with Arsenal. They've clawed the gap to obviously 6 points. They play before Arsenal, so it could be 3 points before Arsenal go into that game against Brentford. But he was asked about his squad, and he said, look, we haven't got what we've had in the past. And what he meant was we haven't got a settled squad. And he went on a few times saying, you know, this is 77% a new squad of players. And I'm still trying to find out which players play with other players better in an 11. So that was quite interesting to know that Pep's still trying to work out his best 11, and said there's still more to come.
What do you think's going on with Foden, Michael? Because he doesn't seem to be getting a start. Semenya, I'm saying, looks like his shiny new toy. But it's odd, and from an England point of view, a bit of a concern because he was starting to play really well.
Yeah, you're right, Andy. I think it took him a little bit of time to get over his injuries a little bit earlier on in the season. And when he did come back, he did start to show signs of the form that, you know, we got player of the season a couple of seasons ago. But of late, he's not really been in that starting 11. And when he has been in that starting 11, he hasn't quite hit the heights I think we all expect Phil Foden to hit. So, I mean, you can see there's nothing wrong with the relationship. You see the two play well. Phil and Pep celebrating after that, so-called third goal at the weekend. Yeah. The two players hugging each other in a technical area. But I think with the form of other players, it's just making it really difficult for Phil to get in that starting 11. And you're right about, playing for his country in the World Cup in the summer, because there's so many players in Phil's position who are hitting the heights and playing really well. You just wonder if he could be one of those individuals that might not actually get on the plane, which is, it's bizarre to say, but I do think there is going to be some top quality players actually don't get on the plane.
I think so too.
Somebody who's put some decent performances for City recently is Kuzanov, who, when he first came in,
He looked a bit shaky, didn't he?
you couldn't quite see what Pep had seen in him. But
Really quick.
this run of games, he put in a really good challenge to stop Spurs going ahead the other week, and I thought he did pretty well the other day. He's trained on, isn't he? I think we're starting to see what Pep saw.
Yeah, you're completely right, Paul. And again, he was asked about Kusanov in the press conference, and he just said he's so quick. And he said, let's not forget, he's still a young player, and he will make mistakes as he's moving forward. And he was also asked about the language barrier, and he said, look, he's no William Shakespeare, but he can get by, which got a bit of a chuckle in the press room, to be honest with you. But I think of late, certainly over the last month and a half. And let's not forget, he's had to pair up with different centre-halves on a lot of occasions. So there's not quite a settled two centre-halves. It probably will start to happen now with Mark Gay. I don't know what the fitness of Ruben Diaz is. He might actually find himself out of the team. But on current form, he's probably Man City's best centre-half at the moment. He's going to be there for a long time. He's going to have a great future at Man City. But he's just another one that they brought in, obviously, in that transfer window last season. But there's no doubt in his talent.
Mentioned Mark Gay there, and I thought he had a wonderful game on Sunday, and he looks completely comfortable in a City shirt. But the Liverpool fans gave him quite a hard time. It's not his fault, is it, that he didn't go to Liverpool? Liverpool have missed out.
He wanted to go. It was Palace who pulled the plug. I mean, it was a bit panto, but it did seem a bit tight to do that to him, really.
Yeah, but I think it's football fans, isn't it, Paul? But look, Mark Gay, he was so professional at Crystal Palace, the way he went about his business. I think we all were pretty much sitting back, weren't we, just wondering which club he was actually going to choose in the summer. But when you think you're getting an England international for 20 million quid, I'm really surprised that there was only City actually went in with the money in that January window. And Mark Gay, as soon as he spoke to Pep, I think he'd obviously went to the training ground. He's seen the facilities. We all know they're incredible. But he said, I think I've made the perfect move for my progression in my career. And his performances so far have been absolutely outstanding. For 20 million quid, I say it again, he could actually take Man City to win the title. I know it's an ask still, but that £20 million could take them to the title.
Just before we talk Manchester United, of course, Michael Carrick was asked about old Frank, the man with the big hair, and whether it's on the players' minds that if they lose, he can't have his hair cut. This is what the interim manager had to say.
I can say I'm aware of it, yeah. My kids have made me aware of it, if anything, but it certainly won't go into the team talk from a professional level, but I can understand what's going on with it, and it does make me smile, but it won't have an impact ultimately in the end.
No, of course it won't.
Come on, lads, let's do it for Frank.
Yeah, show his picture.
Harry Maguire showing the lads, we're 1-0 down. Look at Frank's hair. You can't do that to him.
Whoever scores the winner tonight for United, if they do, get out some clippers.
I think they'll have to. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. This is a tougher game, isn't it? In light of West Ham's recent form, than maybe it would have been a few weeks back, Mickey.
Oh, absolutely. They've found some form over the last 4 or 5 weeks. I think it's 4 in 5 they've won. So they've certainly turned a little bit of a corner, and they give themselves that fighting chance of jumping out of those relegation positions. And how ironic, Nuno Santo, Nottingham Forest manager, they're 3 points above West Ham now. So it's going to be a fight right till the end. But I was actually at the Burnley-West Ham game at the weekend, and first half they played really well. They were sharp. They were on the front foot. They looked as if, they had bodies in the 18-yard area to score goals for them. They got 2 brilliant goals, actually, in the game. Probably petered off a little bit in the second half. But from seeing West Ham at the beginning of the season, when I watched them play against Sunderland, to now, the contrast is tenfold. They looked organised. They look hard to beat. And Man United haven't got a great record at the London Stadium either. So it's going to be a difficult one for Michael Carrick to keep this record going.
You're right about the second half, because the first half, when we played them a couple of weeks ago, Chelsea, they played us off the park the first half. They played some lovely football. I mean, much as I didn't want to admit it, but they did. And but they did fade a bit, and that possibly could happen as well. But we'll see. It's going to be.
I think there's a story there, Andy, and not just about West Ham. I think there's a lot of clubs this season have looked a lot better in the first half than they have in the second half. Manchester City being one of them. You know, they've tend to struggle to see games out and get over the line. Look, coming up against Fulham tomorrow, and let's not forget, you know, I think they were 5-1 up against Fulham away, and that game eventually finished 5-4.
Yeah,
So they just
great
switch
game.
off a little bit. But I think there's certain teams in the Premier League this season have tried to win the game after 45 minutes, would have been given a little bit of a shock at the end of the games.
Yeah. Well, enjoy the matches this week, Mickey. Good to talk to you. Thanks very much.
Thanks, guys.
There's Mickey Gray there, our man up in Manchester, and we'll bring you that game between West Ham and Manchester United. That's live on TalkSport. That's the later kickoff, 8:15 kickoff. It's 7:30. It's Tottenham Newcastle on TalkSport 2. We're going to turn to that with Clive Allen next. Everton Bournemouth on the app. And over on Talk Radio, our sister station, you can catch Chelsea versus Leeds. Later on in the show, world champion, IBF welterweight champion, Lewis Crocker popping in to see us before he heads down under. And you'll all remember Men Behaving Badly, the TV series. Well, it's back now with the original writer Simon Nye and a new cast as a stage play. And they're both big football fans, and they'll be popping in to see us later.
Congratulations on that win yesterday over Tottenham. 4 in a row now. How is the team feeling?
Yeah, no, the feeling is good. Really happy with the result. Obviously, winning is always easier to live with, but no, really happy at the moment.
Yeah, and a brilliant goal to open the scoring as well. I saw in a post-match interview, you were saying that you were missing some of those in training?
Yeah. Yeah, we had few attempts in the training, and it didn't work really well. Just like put the balls over the fences, over the net. But yeah, the most important was yesterday.
Yeah, everything seems to be clicking right now. What has it been like under Michael Carrick?
No, yeah, of course. We are good. We have a good mentality. We always have. Like everyone is doing the efforts together. Everyone work for each other, and yeah.
Yeah, and that managerial change happened while you were at AFCON. So what was the adjustment like coming back from AFCON and then having to slot back into a team with a new manager?
Yeah, obviously it's not easy. Obviously, because you are away, and when you arrive in it's like quite new environment. But yeah, professional athletes need to adapt every single time. So yeah, just need to try to do your best and try to adapt as quick as possible.
Yeah, and your scoring form since AFCON has certainly not taken any dip at all. Manchester City and Arsenal back-to-back. How does it feel being able to score against those two big teams back-to-back?
Now, obviously, it's a great feeling. Scoring is a good feeling, but yeah, obviously, when you score against the best team of the league, it's always a good feeling. But yeah, as long as I can try to help the team to win, I'm just happy, no matter which team it is.
And winning, you definitely are. The Man United's form has been unbelievable recently. What is the goal now? Is that top 4? You're touching on top 3 now as well. Like, what is the goal for the end of the season?
No, we all know, like, and want to Manchester to play in Europe, but yeah, we just want to try to aim as high as possible without putting any limits.
Michael, thank you so much for joining me today. Nearly a week on from the Arsenal game now, and the scenes at full time were pretty awesome. From your perspective, sweeter as a manager or sweeter as a player? Because you've done both for Manchester United now.
It's just different. I think it's certainly not a feeling you ever get sick of or you've ever had enough of. You know, I think all that kind of everything you put into a game, whether you're a player or a coach or managing, whatever it is, I think, and as a supporter, all the energy and the excitement, the passion, and everything that the will to win goes into the game. When you come out the other side in such an important one, and listen, late winners have always created the biggest emotion, really.
Yeah.
And to get it in such a game was a great feeling, you know. And you keep a lid on it to a point, and it can last for so long. But certainly in the moment, and the supporters, the way they were, and the way they've supported us, it was nice to have that few minutes with them.
That away end. I mean, your son was there, wasn't he? I saw the sound.
And my daughter.
Dad in there. Your daughter was in there. That must have been bouncing from their perspective.
Yeah, for me, that's one of the biggest feelings of helping play a part in everyone getting that emotion. You know, that supporters come, pay a lot of money, travel, and support us everywhere. That's what they want. So to be able to give them that, that's probably the biggest thing that's came back to me even during the week when you see people and for that emotion, that excitement. Listen, it's not going to be like that every week, and we understand that. But it's kind of our duty to try and produce that, and the boys were incredible and fully deserve all the credit they get.
Yeah, well, now we look at your first sort of 5 games in charge of this club. Some of the managers you've come up against, Emery twice, Tuchel, Guardiola. I mean, what is the secret here? Because other managers must be watching at home going, God, some of the scalps.
Yeah, good players, I think. It is what it's funny how things work out, and certainly not getting too carried away with all that. I think I just take it really as where we are now in this last 2 weeks in the 2 games, and trying to start, obviously give us a start and something to build on and a foundation, and what games are coming up are more important to me than what's gone. And we're in a good place. The boys are there. They're really desperate to do well. They're a really tight group. If anything, at the moment, you're holding them back a little bit, and they're so desperate for the next game. So it's a great place to be at the moment. We just got to keep that feeling and bottle it as best as we can going into the next game.
Next game, then, we should talk about Fulham. Just sat in your press conference there. There was lots of questions about how you might play. In your build-up to these kind of games, obviously, it's not a Man City or an Arsenal in terms of club stature, but do you take Fulham at the exact same level as you would?
100%, yeah. And I think anything else is first of all, out of respect anyway, but in terms of us for going into the game, it's criminal for us to think anything else. And then when you watch anyway, you see the level that they're playing at. It's they're a very, very good team, and in so many ways, and coached so well, and so we totally understand that. The boys understand that, and are fully prepared for that. And it's not about who we play against so much. It's about how can we be at our best, with the emotion, with the level of concentration, the obviously tactical awareness, all the different levels, everything you've got to bring to get the feelings that we've had. You've got to keep bringing that week in, week out, and in the end, consistency is what tells the story of your level of success. So that's our biggest challenge, of us being at that level often enough to give ourselves a chance of winning.
I think it's quite interesting in a game like Fulham, because I've sat in the press conference just there, and I've been watching lots of media this week and people talking about Man United dominating the ball and not playing on the counter like they have in the past. Do you see that the same way, or do you see, each game is separate? Like Fulham might have a bit of the ball, and we might have to come out against them.
I'm sure Fulham will, I think. Yeah. It's the way they play, and again, is accept and understand what the game is going to be, respect and have fully respect for that. I'm certainly not going into the game thinking all of a sudden we've done that and this game's going to be different and we'll go and enjoy it and let's play with the ball and score loads of goals. And that's just totally, couldn't be any further away from it, with a total opposite, if anything. And the things that have enabled us to get the results is working together, defending well as a team. We've got good players and we can play good football at times, and we did second half against Arsenal. We came out, we controlled it, we end up scoring, and so we got to get the balance. And again, I can't say it is strong enough. It doesn't matter who we're playing, it's about what we do, and we got to keep repeating them, and if not, improving on the levels of performance every week.
I was listening to Rio's podcast this week, and he was talking about sitting next to you in the dressing room and your sort of communication style, being a leader on the pitch. What's your communication style in the dressing room like as a coach now?
I just think it's whatever the boys need, really. However that is. Is it firing them up? Is it calming them down? Is it giving them information? And it's got to evolve. It's got to change. And sometimes you get a feeling for that, Yeah. kind of understanding what they're going through and mentally and coping with the situation. So it changes a lot. I think the boys are feeling that I'm with them, the coaches are with them, we're all in it together. That there's that, you know, there's that unity. I feel that really strongly already. That's important to me, I think. And then it's just feeling the moment, you know. And the boys, to be honest, have been in such a good place that you're just tweaking things here and there. They're so desperate to do well, which all you can ask is to give the best, you know. And they're there, they're really invested in it, and they're keen and they're hungry, and hence the results and the performances we've got. It's what we've got to keep moving forward.
This feels like there's some real leaders in that dressing room as well now. We're actually sitting here today on the 6-year anniversary of Bruno signing, so we should touch upon him and his impact on this club as a whole. Where does he sort of rank for you amongst some of United's best midfielders? Because his output is just unbelievable.
Yeah, and I'm not going to get involved in terms of where he's, you know, to others, but I think he's such an important part of this team, and he has been for 6 years now. And I was here when he came to the club, and seeing the impact he had, his attitude, his mentality, his willingness to kind of sacrifice and put himself out there every single time. The amount of games he's played, training, he doesn't miss an awful lot. Touch wood. But yeah, he's proved that for so long, and then his quality, his moments. You know, he's a fantastic footballer. And, you know, we're looking forward to building on what we just kind of started with the team, and he's a big part of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we should talk about some of the other players in that have been such big parts of that team anyway. Brian Mbeumo, for instance, the start he's made to life under yourself, playing a little bit more of a central role. Do you think that's his best role, potentially inside, playing a little bit more centrally? Because he's a deadly finisher.
I just think he's flexible, Brian. You know, he can play different roles across the front. Like, to be honest, like pretty much all the boys across the front, within reason, can play different kind of roles and be fluid and be flexible. I think it's important to enable you to kind of be dangerous and try and create different movements. So, but yeah, scoring. Listen, for Brian, scoring, he's played a big role in terms of his discipline and his responsibility for the team with and without the ball, and he's got his reward. So he's doing great.
Yeah, I think that is a big part of what we've seen so far anyway, isn't it? Specifically from the wide players, that sort of discipline, being defensively sound as a unit. Without Patrick Dorgu, obviously we had the news this week that he's picked up a little bit of injury. How do you go into this game adapting? Because it might be a slightly different style of player that isn't so defensively.
Yeah, I just think that's the beauty of the squad and individuals. It's a blow to lose part. I think even just to be in and out whether he played, whether he didn't. You know, it's you never want to lose players, but he's in such a good place. The other side of that is, you know, we can change things around a little bit. Someone else will come in, and that's part of it. And so we're looking forward to how we can adapt to that, really. And that's part of the challenges as you go through a season. You're never going to keep the same team through a season. We've had 2 really good games, and I understand why they've been made as big games, and we've had 2 big performances, but it never carries on all the way through. You've always got to find little tweaks here and there. And this week we'll try and do that.
Obviously, we've seen you at some of the under-21 games and the 18s as well recently. Are there players in that academy that you think are ready to step up and support when injuries like this happen? Because it's been such a vital component for United throughout history.
Yeah, I mean, that's all the work, you know, and effort that the academy staff put in to kind of get the boys through the system. Ultimately, is to try and get them near the first team in the end, and we're fully aware of that. I think it's a huge part of this club. It's not something I do is because I feel I have to do it. I think it's just something that I really enjoy as well, going to see the games and feeling a connection and wanting to see who's doing well and have eyes on the younger players. I think it's really important we do that. And for them, you know, to understand there's opportunities there, and sometimes you're closer than you realise, and it doesn't take too much. And then, you know, we try and get the younger players up and around us as much as possible, training and feeling what it's like, learning off the more senior players. And at some point, you want them to make everyone can't, unfortunately, make the last step, but you want boys to make the last step and to be ready for it.
I mean, we should talk about Kobbie Mainoo while we're on the topic of academy players, because he has broken into that team, and he's such a brilliant footballer. We've seen him deployed a little bit deeper at the moment, but lots of Man United fans talking about where he could play, where his future lies. As a midfielder yourself, what do you see as the strongest elements of his game and where his future lies?
I like the way Kobbie takes the ball after. I think there's a big part of being a footballer and being a top player is being able to cope with the environment.
Yeah.
And come in at such a young age and played some big games in the Euros for England, for finals for Manchester United, and playing a big part in those games. So just being able to cope for first off is a huge thing, and he's proved he can cope. He takes the ball, he drifts, he can play a little bit deeper at times, he can play a little bit higher up depending on who he's playing with, and I think sometimes we can pigeonhole players in certain things quite quickly, and it's not always the case. And sometimes you say things and you see things in a player and you tweak it a little bit. A bit like Patrick playing a little bit higher and playing as a high winger, and all of a sudden things open up. That's fine. You see things and you go with it. Cobby can play different roles within that, but definitely with Cassie in the middle of the last couple of games, they've had a really good pairing, and being a big part of controlling as the team. So he's so young, Cobby, and he's had some real highs, he's had some disappointments. That's natural. I was similar myself. When you're young and you're coming through, it's no different, and it makes him better, it makes him stronger, it makes him more experienced, and he's showing that at the moment, and he's a joy to watch.
Do you think that's one of the benefits of having somebody like Steve Holland, who's worked with him before in that England camp, knows kind of Cobby's style and how to work with him? Has that made the transition for you a little bit easier?
I was with Cobby when he was 13, 14 in the academy, coaching him when I started coaching. So I've had that as a small part, but it's had that relationship. Obviously, Steve knows him particularly well as well, and I just that's part of the staff and
incredible.
The makeup really is for that, not just for Cobby but for everyone, and sharing the load and trying to improve all the players. And Cobby's in a good place at the moment, and we've got to keep pushing him and supporting him and keep improving.
Final question then, Michael. Obviously, we were talking about the supporters earlier, and that away end bouncing and buzzing. What are you hoping from Old Trafford this weekend against Fulham? Do you have a little message for the supporters?
Yeah, I don't think they need a message from me. I think it's pretty obvious. It's a special place, and the boys are looking forward to playing at home again. And I think the feeling of the last couple of weeks is great, but definitely understanding what this game's going to bring, and doing the right things. We're going to need them. The support, it might be tougher points in the game where we need them, and to feel that we certainly felt it over the last two games, especially away Arsenal, and the away fans were unreal. So it can't really difficult to describe how important it is for the boys to feel that, and then we've got to give them something back, and that connection is massive. And we need to create that atmosphere. We need to build it, and there's no place like it when it shows all that coming together.
Michael, love that. Thank you.
Cheers.
This is the relationships that you need to build, and I always say we go to war together. This club will win again. That's 100% sure. I have no doubts.
The beauty about being in a dressing room is that for what you do, there'll be other players will do as little as possible.
I mean, when he came, I think he changed my career, and for all the history that he had, he has to be.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Inside Carrington. I am joined as always by Liam Bradford, and Dennis Irwin has made the journey to Carrington, to this beautiful area, which we're going to call the mezzanine. It's very posh up here, isn't it?
Very posh.
And Dan has come dressed, matching the pillows and the sofa. You're all blending in.
Green of Ireland.
I know. How are you?
Brilliant.
Good.
Good.
Good to have you with us as always. Liam, and you're rocking some new lovely clothing.
I think it's the second week in a row I've worn this jacket. I'm absolutely in love with it. I've also got a nice little I Want to Be Adored t-shirt on underneath here as well. This range is absolutely lovely.
It's so nice.
I've also got a bucket hat hiding somewhere, but I thought that might have been Stone Rose's overkill. I think it's just over there. I think Camera Holly can probably chuck that at me, or Photographer Ash, and I'll just show you the bucket hat. Here we go.
It's a really cool. I was going to catch that with my foot.
Sensational behaviour. It is a bit overkill, but it's
I think
cool.
maybe not all at the same time.
It might be a bit too much, but it is coming home with me, and I might wear that in the summer sunshine.
Have you managed to?
I haven't, no, but I'm doing the Isle of Wight Festival this year again, so I might nab that.
Yeah. Oh, do you know what, Dan? You'd totally rock that as well. The bucket hat or the jacket are you talking about?
Both would be good.
Get the full tracksuit, Dan. Dan, you were last here when Travis Binion was a guest.
Mm-hmm.
A few things have changed since
just
then.
a bit, hasn't there?
Isn't football crazy how quick it changes? Obviously, Carrick has been appointed since then. We haven't heard your reaction to that. It's been a good start for him. How impressed have you been?
I got to say, it's been a brilliant start for him. When you looked at the games that were in front of him, they were far from easy. And different kind of performances in the games we've played as well, by the way, because, playing Man City in particular at home, first one in, Arsenal away, you don't get much tougher than that, do you? But I got to say, Michael, the group of coaches, he's got with him, obviously Johnny, Woody, Travis, who we were speaking to about, 2 months ago here, 2.5 months ago.
Who spoke very well.
Steve Holland,
as well.
Yeah, he spoke very well. And they've done a great job. And we've got a lot to look forward to in the coming season. But he's always been a level-headed, steady lad. Obviously, the coaching spell or the managerial spell he's at Middlesbrough. And I was speaking to a lot of, even Gary Pallister said he was really unfortunate up there because he did an incredible job in the first year and a half there. But a lot of players went from him. That'll have done him in no harm at all. And yeah, he's been brilliant for us. But he knows the club. He's dedicated to the club. And I think that's been a really good appointment.
And we keep getting an appearance from Johnny every time we record a podcast.
Yeah, he's already shown his face today
to confirm that I can do top bins.
Yeah, so we need to just discuss this. One of the producer, Shep it was, asked whether Helen could play football. I can do the basics was the initial response, quickly followed up with, I can do top bins. Yeah. And I'm not quite sure we can class sticking the ball in the top corner as the basics, but still...
No, I do actually just do the basics and then I can just do top ins.
Right.
And I don't know how.
If the video evidence is shown here, if we can find it, we'll put it on the YouTube. We'll put it on the YouTube.
There's loads of videos because I'm always like, I'm going to get
because
top
I
ins.
stick it in the top ins all the time. Yeah.
No, I actually do though. I have zero footballing ability, but
except being
when
able
it comes
to
to
stick
top
it in the
ins,
top
I just
corner.
have a really good technique. But yes, Johnny does keep making...
Need to see it though. Evidence.
Might give Mark Skinner a shout and see whether he needs an addition over on the women's
I think
team.
my time's passed there. Yeah.
I don't know if you can stick it in the top right-hand corner. I think you might be all right.
Just bring me on for set pieces.
Free kick specialist.
I don't know where this conversation
Special
goes.
teams, special players.
Oh, I love this.
We did, of course, have Harry Maguire and Aidan Heaven on the podcast last week, and we did have some comments from that. Hegel Mark says, I just love Harry. He's an absolute leader. Jemba has been on the YouTube comments.
I hope that's actually Eric Jemba.
Maguire might genuinely be the most professional athlete I have ever seen across all sports. The amount of hate he got, but he just put his head down and didn't complain or moan once.
Yeah,
got his opportunity and took it, and he hasn't looked back. I think that sums it up perfectly. This comment, again, I will say, he said, it's the most professional athlete I've ever seen across all sports. It's a good shout, Dan.
Absolutely. I think if you go back in a couple of years ago, a couple of seasons ago, the stick he was getting, social media is really tough these days. I know it's part and parcel of everybody's life at the moment, but it's particularly difficult for players who are going through a tough time because you can't hide away from it. It's 24/7, you know what I mean? But what he's come through and where he is now is a credit to the man, really. And you look back and hopefully will regard himself in the fact that what he's been through is really, really tough. And you look where he is now, to the benefit of Manchester United and the benefit of himself. Just fantastic, and it tells you an awful lot about his character, really, for me.
Absolutely. After he healed my friend's dips after the Lyon game. We've got a comment here from Richie Club Sport, said, Harry the healer, love it. I thought thoroughly enjoyed this interview. Extremely well balanced. Aidan will learn a lot from Harry's experience. I thought that was quite a nice comment too.
And finally, Be Real says Maguire has to go to the World Cup.
Absolutely agree. Said it to us last week. I can't see past him. He's such an important player. The things that he brings include being a world-class defender, being brilliant in the dressing room, and can also grab you a goal if you need it late on in games.
Yeah, experience as well. I think hugely experienced centre half. Probably, well, he will be if he goes the most experienced centre half in the squad, I'd say. but just a character. You got to bring it in. You spend a lot of time away when you go to the World Cups. In a group, you're 4, 5, 6 weeks away, so you need good characters in that group, and he'd be perfect, really would.
If you're hearing some background noise, above Helen's posh mezzanine is the Carrington reception. So as people are coming in and coming out, there is a little bit of hubbub going on.
It is lovely in here,
it's
though.
lovely.
Like I actually
You could
feel
sit
really
here,
at
couldn't
home.
you?
Yeah.
I could sit here and get some work
Nice
done of an
comfy sofa
afternoon.
in here as well.
Absolutely right.
Very nice. So as we said, we did speak to Harry Maguire and Aidan Heaven on our last episode. This week, we have another defender. We love defenders on this programme. Diogo Dalot.
Yeah. I think he's the second longest serving player here, behind Luke. Fullbacks, you see.
Before we go on to Diogo Dalot, just briefly, here's a fascinating fact about Luke Shaw that you've just mentioned. Has now started more Premier League games this season than any other season as a Manchester United player. And if he carries on at this rate, I think they're having a party downstairs. If they carry on at this rate, he will start more Premier League games than any other season in his Manchester United career. So he's gone absolutely great guns. And I think that, him and Diogo, providing the balance either side of that Manchester United defence has been really important this season.
Okay, as I mentioned on our last episode, we were lucky enough to be joined by Harry Maguire and Aidan Heaven. We've got Dennis Irwin with us, and another defender is joining us, Diogo Dalot. We love a defender on this show, Liam, don't we?
And the letter D, funnily enough. Diogo Dalot, Dennis, defender. Off we go.
Dependable Dennis.
Dependable Dennis.
Yeah.
And Diogo Dalot.
Love it. Shall we welcome him on? Here he is, Diogo Dalot. Inside Carrington is brought to you by United Store. From the latest product ranges to gifts for the whole family, you can find it all at United Store. Diogo Dalot, welcome to Inside Carrington. I'm going to tell you a quick fact. I think you're our only guest to have been on the Manchester United podcast 3 times.
Really? Oh, I didn't know.
Congratulations. So in honour of that, we have got you a special hat-trick ball.
Oh, really?
I could have gone wrong.
I was almost praying that you
But I
would drop
only accept if I have some signatures.
Yeah, we're
from
going to
you.
sign it.
Okay,
Yeah.
from everyone.
I think we've stolen that from somewhere. I'm not sure we can. I think we'll get in trouble.
But no, you can sign it.
Love that.
It's on me in this one.
So thank you for joining us once
Thank
again
you.
on the podcast. How are you?
Really good.
Good.
Really good. I knew it was the 3rd time, but I didn't know nobody went 3 times to the podcast.
Did you know it was
so-
the 3rd time as well?
Yeah, I know. I remember the first time. I think it was like in the beginning of my journey here. Then a couple of years later, and then now I don't remember which year it was, but it was probably
It
2
was
or 3 years ago.
2023. 2020 and 2023.
So 3 years on the bounce always.
You're a very organised man because before we started the podcast, I always say, do you want me to ask or tell you which questions we're going to ask? And he said, no, I've read the notes. Very prepared man. So training was good today?
Yes, really good. We're
Good.
training really hard. It's always easier to train when you win, and the mood is always a little bit happier. But to be honest, we've been training really hard this couple of weeks. So the level is going up.
Before we go too much further into depth, when we started the new version of Inside Carrington, there was a load of comments basically saying that I look like you.
Really?
Now we're on a podcast together. We can totally disprove this and say that it's absolutely wrong. It's not the case. We don't look anything like each other.
Where do you go from that, Liam?
Nowhere. I just wanted to put it out there that all of you were absolutely incorrect, and Diogo Dalot is a professional athlete, and I'm nothing like that.
No, you're a professional podcaster host.
Yeah, I'll take that.
You've not read the script or anything.
I tend not to, Dan, to
just
be honest.
threw that question
I'll wing
in
it.
there.
Wing it.
Yeah,
Better
wing it.
off.
As you said, it's enjoyable when you are winning. What's the last couple of weeks been like in camp?
It's been good. I mean, it's always tough, and I've been through a couple of these scenarios before, so it's always tough because changing manager is always a little bit of uncertainty. We had obviously two really tough games that can change momentums, can change seasons, and we did really well. So now is the bigger challenge is to go even further, to be even better.
Does it help that you actually know the manager coming in? Is that a help or a bit of a hindrance?
No, it does help knowing what you're gonna get, because sometimes you don't know what you're gonna expect. But knowing Michael from before, I knew straight away there would come up a person that it's calm, and he gives you good energy every time. So he's always balanced and playing two difficult games that I'm sure he knows really well that how it is to win against those teams. I think he knew straight away what to say to us, what kind of approach to have with us. So I think in my case it would help because I already expect what from him. Although we had a couple of years apart, but for others, obviously having someone that already knows the club, that already knows what you have to feel in these moments, it was helpful. Yeah.
I wonder about the other backroom staff that have come in as well. The likes of Steve Holland, who has obviously worked with a lot of the English players who have played for their national country. Jonathan Woodgate that's come in as well. What have they been like to work with?
Really impressed with them. I think the experience that they brought, and they came with the right approach. I mean, Steve was in this position a lot of times during his coaching career, so he knew what to say. He knew the right energy to pass to the players. So I think the club and Michael did really well to bring them in.
Obviously, you came here in 2019, which feels like a really long time ago now. Age just 19. One of the longest standing players here at the club, and you've played through different managers in that time. How has that shaped you as a player and your experience here?
I mean, if you'd ask me, is the ideal scenario? Of course not. I would love to have probably one coach during my career. I think that's obviously easier, but at the same time, it is also mandatory for you to adapt constantly. But one of the things that I always try to pass and I always try to have in myself is that you cannot change behaviors or the way you try to work depending on the manager that it's in. I think that's what I've been trying to be as soon as I arrived to the club, trying to be the same guy, whether it's in training or with people, or I try always to be the same. And I think that's one of the things that since I arrived to the club, I always try to be.
I think your diligence, from what we see from the outside, the preparation that goes into it, the way that you look after yourself, the way that you look after your rehab as well, all of that on top has sort of been the real consistent thing about you over the course of your Manchester United career. I wonder whether sort of when you're part of that group now, because of the way that you conduct yourself, how that feels. Somebody will chuck you the captain's armband because you are part of that senior leadership group, and all of that has come from that level of preparation.
I think it was something that came naturally, to be honest. You always have, I always say that you're a leader or you're not a leader, you have that inside, but then there's ways that you can improve it. So it's also something that I'm improving on. I'm not changing the way that I am, but sometimes the way you speak to others can be different. The way you communicate, the way you behave can change slightly different, because now people are looking at you in a different with a different role. But like I said, the things that you have inside, that's when you have to put it out and be there every day. And I cannot tell you that I was like this 6 or 7 years ago when I signed. Obviously, I was 18 years old. But ultimately, the thing that I always had and that I always try to be is on the pitch, in training. That's your priority. And then obviously outside, you need to be the best physically and mentally that you can, but the priority is always on the pitch.
What does a typical day look like for you then? Because I know you're one of the first ones here, one of the last ones to leave. You do like to do a bit of recovery as well. Yeah. Tell us what an average day would look like for you.
I always try to keep the same routine. So I come really early. I try to start obviously with, I go down to do a little bit of ice bath, then I go breakfast, then I go to the hyperbaric chamber that we have. I stay there for minimum 40-45 minutes before training. Then if I need to do some treatment or massage, I'll do it. It's not routine, but if I feel that I need a little bit more, I'll do it. Then we have obviously the session together on the gym pitch, and then after training, depends obviously on the training. There are some days where I feel the body needs to adapt, especially imagine like a day like today, we had a tougher session. I like the body to adapt and recover by itself and not give an extra help because we still have a lot of days to the game. But the closer we are to the games, then it's when I do a little bit more work after training.
The beauty about being in a dressing room is that for what you do, there'll be other players will do as little as possible.
And that's the beauty. That's what I love.
Absolutely.
Because sometimes people think, oh, this guy has a good mentality. But define mentality. Good mentality. Good mentality is if you train properly, you don't have to do 300 things before training and after training. It's just that the way I work for myself, that works for me. But you have other teammates that can play 60 games a season and they just go for breakfast and then they go to the gym a little bit and then they go training. That's the beauty of it. You just have to. What is the best for you? But if you train properly, you can do whatever you want before and after training.
What were you, Dan?
Well, the Cliff, which is an iconic training ground, our old training ground. There was nothing to get in there for before that far, and there was no facilities after to do what you potentially could do. So I think the majority of players would drive across there, do their training, have a bit of lunch, and get out of there. Yeah. Whereas here, obviously, at Carrington is a little.
But do you think that there's always this question of all the players? but maybe not.
No, I think they are what they are. I think you've said what you are, and if you were at the Cliff, you'd probably do as much as you could do at the Cliff. Whereas there's other players, even in my day, will drift in 5 minutes before training, train, have a bite to eat, and do. And Paul Scholes, you didn't do loads, but it works for them. And as you said, whether it's 20 years ago or 50 years ago, football, whatever works for you.
Was it mandatory then for you to even have lunch together? Or was it a choice?
It was more of a choice. I mean, we didn't have the facilities. Now, this is brilliant, but it's like, I think lads in general like hanging around and just being together sometimes and doing
I think that's
stuff.
the beauty. And I think it was something that these new facilities brought a little bit more. You can see that now players want to stay here a little bit more after training. Like now you want to be here, you feel good here. So that's one of the things that I think it was what this new facility brought to us as a team. And it's something that I felt, for example, when I was on loan in Milan, where the facilities were not good, but the culture there was for you to want to spend more time here. If you see it after our close families, this is the people that Bruno. I'm teammate with Bruno for 7 years now. He's the person that I see the most after my family in my life, because I see him every day. I see almost sometimes more than my wife. So this is the relationships that you need to build, and all of a sudden I always say we go to war together. So this is the things that if you add these connections here on a daily basis, it will help you on the pitch.
Yeah, it's very important.
Speaking of Milan, 2 questions on this. First one, we'll start with the fact that you were born 1999.
Yeah.
18th,
What a year.
What a year.
18th of March. And literally hours later, somebody on this sofa was playing in the San Siro against Inter.
Yeah.
And that would be you.
Yeah.
What do you remember of that game?
Always tough playing in San Siro. Always tough. Inter had a fantastic side. Ronaldo, the old Ronaldo. Would you class him as the old Ronaldo? I suppose you have to, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Brazilian Ronaldo. He was their top player at the time, but he wasn't fully fit, which helped us an awful lot. And they went 1-0 up, and we won 2 at home, but Scholesy managed to score a goal, didn't he, to make it 1. It was an incredible night. But it's a great atmosphere there.
A great stadium. One of the things that I feel more sad about is that when I was in Milan, we had like COVID time, so we didn't have a lot of fans.
Yeah.
But even though I still got a little bit in the beginning where they allowed a couple thousand or whatever, and I could still feel a little bit. But one of the things that impressed me the most was they couldn't go to the stadiums, but before games they would wait for us outside. So they would gather outside. Imagine we were playing against Juve or we were playing against Inter, and the fans were crazy in outside the pitch. And that's when you feel sometimes like I used to see videos of when United was going to play there, or Maldini times and Nesta times, and you could see that San Siro is like mythical stadium, and you put everything together, and then imagine fans, and then Champions League nights. It's one of the most iconic stadiums in the world for sure.
Do they call it the San Siro, or do they call it the Giuseppe Meazza?
That's for Inter, but in San Siro it's for Milan.
Yeah. So same stadium, but 2 different names.
Yeah, 2 different names.
You obviously don't remember 1999. It'd be quite a miracle if you did. But I know you said you do your homework, you do your research. Is that something that you take pride in? You would look at old games of the club's history, look into that a little bit more?
When I arrived, I always, I was too young, but I always liked to know what the people that are in. Sometimes we would see, for example, Brian Robson a lot of times here in the facilities, and obviously with the amount of years that I'm here now, I can say that I know a little bit about the club's history and those important moments in Man United's timeline. And 99 will always be. I always associate also with my birthday. That's why I know it's an important year for the club.
Does that make you feel old, Dan?
Very old, but I am.
Not old.
But you're probably one of the longest staying players here now, are you?
Yes, I think after Luke. After Luke, I would be the one of the longest
Tom
servants.
Heaton, I suppose, but he left and came back. But yeah, Luke.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
When you reflect on that time, there must be some incredible moments that you can think about. Is there one moment that you can pick out and think that still gives me goosebumps?
Oh, I have a few, obviously. One of the things that I would say, the thing that I'm most proud of until today is the journey that I've done here. So me being in this position right now where I can start games for United and knowing that I've been through every scenario at this club, being injured for a long time, not being an option for the manager at the time, playing one game here and then, playing 2 games in a row, then not playing again, then starting every game that you can possibly have. So this, being able to go through all the phases as a football player made me really strong and balanced at this stage, which for me is, I think it's one of the things that I would feel most proud of it. But then obviously, when you ask me this question, there's always this thing about obviously thinking about games and moments. But if I sit back and I see the bigger picture, that's what I would say is the biggest thing for me. But then if I have to think about games and moments, I cannot tell you how emotional I was and how happy I was when we won the FA Cup.
Oh, so good.
We had the Carabao Cup already. We won it, but I felt, even for the fans, the FA Cup was different. And once you realize that, and the way we celebrated in the end at Wembley, lifting the trophy, winning against Man City, have lost the final the year before, this was a very emotional thing for me. And I remember the next couple of days, I think I was in Monaco for the Formula 1. I went there, and I had fans coming to me, Diogo, thank you. And I was saying, thank you. Thank you for what? We won the FA Cup. And it made me realize, okay, this means a lot.
It's weird. We commentated from Wembley that day, me and Ben Thornley, and Ben and I turn up in a suit. We all turn up in a suit. There was a moment where I was absolutely certain that Manchester United were going to go on and win that, was when Manchester United arrived and they looked like Manchester United at a cup final. At that point, I knew. This
is the moments where you have to play a little bit with history also. It's like, even for the fans, for you to see, it's so good for them to remember those times where you go to the games with the suit already. It's just about the standard, the way you arrive to the dressing room. Then you put, we used to say in Portugal, you put the suit away and then you wear the monkey suit to go to work. And that's a little bit of the idea behind it. And even for us to prepare, to know that, okay, you have to wear a suit to a final. Yeah, that means something. That means you arrive there. And as soon as we lift that trophy and we came down those stairs, like again, very mythical, coming down the stairs at Wembley, then going to celebrate again with the fans. It was really, really emotional for me. And it just gives you that feeling, oh, I want this more. I want this again. So it was really, really special.
That must be really refreshing for you to hear, Dennis, because probably the FA Cup has lost that little bit of sparkle over the last few years.
I mean, I grew up in Ireland watching it on TV in Ireland, and it was big because predominantly that's the football they watch English football. So I knew it was big before I even come across here. But to retain that kind of history of wearing a suit, it does make you feel special. It was just second nature for us because we always wore a suit and all that. But
I thought you were going to say we
were always in a fight.
No, but it was just second nature. But it was just a build up. And it was an incredible game. It was a fantastic game to watch. I was down there as well. But I mean, you're saying this. You're only your mid-20s. You got a long way to go. Yeah, don't worry about that. There's plenty more.
Yeah, I mean that's what I want.
Yeah.
But obviously, you always I would say the biggest and the best problem that you have once you sign for Man United is always the expectation. You don't sign for Man United without thinking you're gonna win trophies, and that expectation that you have, and then you have obviously a lot of years that you don't win it, but in 7-8 years that I'm in, I played 5 finals. I could have 5 trophies. So these things that still feed that energy of, okay, we still can compete. And I know that You change one of two things. You be more consistent here and then. This club will win again. That's 100% sure. I have no doubts, because then you have sparks. You have moments where you realize, like last year we had that night against Lyon. You cannot explain what happened in there.
No.
What happened in that Old Trafford when we played the Liverpool, the FA Cup? There's those moments, those things that unless you're in the stadium,
special.
You don't know how to describe it. How was it that night against Lyon? The atmosphere was crazy. Yeah, if you think it was crazy, it's even more if you were there. Yeah. So you cannot explain.
I wonder whether there's just one more moment that is probably worth talking about. And I think I'm right in saying that you scored your first league goal at Old Trafford. Is that this season?
Yeah.
Earlier this season?
West Ham.
What's that like when you get the noise from the fans?
First league at Old Trafford?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I always had that thing on my mind because I never scored at Stratford End. Every time I scored in Old Trafford, it wasn't the other goal. So it was always there in my mind. I have to score one goal at Stratford End. Because again, when you go through Man United history, when you talk about big moments, you talk about Stratford End, you talk about Fergie time. You always go through those moments and you want to be a part of it. Being here for so long, I know I can score goals. And one goal at Stratford End wouldn't be bad. So in that moment, it's almost like you live in a little bit of relief of, okay, I tick that box, but you also have to enjoy it. And I mean, sometimes you forget a little bit about that part of enjoying it. And that's what I try always to say now. We won against City. We have 3 days. Enjoy it. Because we don't know. Football, obviously, we don't know. This can change in 3 days. This can change in so quickly that you also have to enjoy it. And then you win against Arsenal. You have to enjoy, but not too much. You have to separate. Now we start the week again. You have to prepare this game that comes next. And this is the cycle that you have in football, that sometimes if you're here just in cruise mode, you always forget to enjoy a little bit.
Look, I was in the middle of dry January and you beat Manchester City. I went home and opened a bottle of red wine. I definitely enjoyed it. It was brilliant.
Nice.
Just talking about defenders scoring in the Stretford End. How many did you get in the Stretford End, Dan?
I couldn't tell you. Honestly, I don't.
There was too many.
There wasn't that many. I know probably more on the other side. But
no, I'm sure.
I mean, it's brilliant. It's brilliant as a defender scoring. You know, I mean, forwards are there; they're used to scoring and all that. So when you score, you should enjoy it. Because it's a great feeling.
How many? I've said this so many times, but how many goals did you get in your career? I only read that last week too, Dan.
I think I got 33 here.
Wow.
So. But I took a few penalties as well. I took a couple of penalties.
No, first I still have 300 or 400 games more to play. How many did you play? 500 and
500
more?
plus, yeah. Yeah, but I took a few penalties as well. You want to try get on them?
I have, but only on knockouts. I have penalties, but only on knockouts. While Bruno is here, you cannot take.
Dan, I just want to ask you, obviously you've watched Diogo and you know that position quite well. How impressed have you been with him over his 7 years here?
Brilliant, because I'm sure when you first came here, Portuguese league is brilliant, but this is kind of another step up, I'd say. And you said 18 when you come across. That must have been a big learning curve coming to a different country and getting used to the pace of the game here, because that's probably the big difference, I'd say, between English football and general European football. But like, you've been 7 or 8 years here now. It's fantastic to see. And the game has changed an awful lot, because your full back is probably the way you have to, different avenues of attack is slightly different to my day, where we're bit more defensive. So you've got to be very comfortable on the ball. You got to be able to cross the ball. You got to be able to defend. And you've been fantastic the last 7 or 8 years. I got to say that you've been here.
Thank you. But what I would say is that obviously when I signed, you come with big expectation. You always think that, okay, what is my strength? I always say when you come to a Premier League and do with that young age, you always get a little bit of reality check. It's almost like, okay, you can be really good forward, but here you're not going forward as many times as you would go in the Portuguese league. So you need to be really good defending. And one of the things that I've actually learned about enjoying and getting pleasure of it is defending. And for you to be a very good fullback, you need to be able to defend. So it's been a really good journey to learn and to adapt to to the country, I mean, I would say that I'm completely settled now. I know what to expect from the Premier League and the country, but it's a very fun game to play and a very intense game to play, which I think it suits me because I like the energy. It's very energetic. I had the opportunity to play in Milan, and I always say that in Milan, in Italy, it's more manager's game. So you always have that manager that wants to beat that manager. They have a plan A that wants to beat that plan B, and here it's the player's game. You cannot, after 60 minutes, if it's 2-0 for you, the game is open. There, minute 60, if it's 1-0, it's finished.
Yeah.
It's finished. It's going to be very hard for you to break teams and for you to get into low blocks. It's going to be really hard because that's what they focus. Here, you had plenty of examples that minute 90, you still have a lot of time to play. So that's the beauty of the country and the league, and I don't think it will change, and I hope it doesn't change because that's the beautiful part of it, the uncertainty in results, and that's what gives you even more energy for you to believe that even if you're losing a game on minute 75 or 80, you still can win it. I think that's
Mateus Cunha, 87th minute against Arsenal, for example.
Exactly.
Wonderful. I've just got one more thing to say before we let you go, and that is from a point of view of somebody that works around the club, commentating on games of football, doing the pre-match and post-match interviews. One of the things that Diogo does that maybe goes unseen is that when things aren't necessarily going right, Diogo's always one of those that will come and have a conversation with you after the game and look you in the eye and be honest and really front up. And I think that sometimes the stuff that goes on behind the scenes goes on unnoticed, and maybe fans might appreciate understanding that what Diogo and the leadership team do for the football club is absolutely brilliant. So thank you for always being available to step up. And it's appreciated by all of us.
Thank you
Makes
very
your
much.
job easier, Liam, does it?
So every single day, he makes my job a bit easier. No, it's brilliant. Thank you, mate.
No, thank you.
Diogo, sorry, Liam thought that was the end, but it's not. We do have some more questions.
Is there more to go?
Liam. But that was going to be a really nice end.
We can switch it. We can cut it. And then
that's it. We'll do that. Yeah, see? Saving me again.
Before you go, sorry, we do have some quick fire questions. You can just give one answer to these. The first one is best stadium to play in, apart from Old Trafford.
Best stadium in England or in England. I like the Tottenham Stadium. It's new. It's like modern. It's like you're playing. Also, you know, when you go to America, these big stadiums, and I really like it.
Best player you've played with here?
I have to say Cristiano. I mean, for the whole package, the way, I mean, when he came, I think he changed my career in the sense of. After I met him, he helped me a lot going through a lot of scenarios here at the club, and even in that moment he helped me. So the whole package, I would say, apart from the quality and the moments that he had, even the season when he came back, he really impressed me. So, and for all the history that he had, he has to be.
Which United player from the past would you have liked to have played alongside? You don't have to say Dennis.
A lot better.
Apart from Dennis, I would love to have played with Vidic or Rio as a centre backs. I really like, you know, when centre backs have energy and communication. You know, when we do a tackle and all of a sudden he's there for me to. I like that, and I think they had it. So I would love to play alongside them.
Like that.
What's the one thing that fans would be most surprised to learn about you? Any interesting facts?
I don't know, actually.
Plug the paddle.
Maybe if they visit my paddle center. I'm joking. To be honest, no, I don't have any, like, I'm a very normal person.
Just one that speaks 4 languages. I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Maybe if you have you know, though sometimes you have a preconceived idea, but maybe if you see it, we have a chat, maybe you would have a different opinion. Maybe that.
Pastel de nata or bacon sandwich?
Pastel de nata, 100%.
Oh, I love them.
Me too.
And the final one is, being Portuguese, what spice would you put on your Nando's chicken?
Big question.
Had to be the peri peri. That's the most close to what we usually put.
Do you like Nando's?
I like it's
not the same.
It's not the same. It's different. But if you have to
medium, hot, extra hot, where are you?
No, very light.
Yeah.
I'm not
Me too.
a
I'm
very
a plainish.
no.
Plainish.
Lemon and herb kind of.
No, don't.
Just a little bit for the flavor and nothing else.
Obviously, that is like a national dish in Portugal. Which British dish have you adopted to be your favourite?
Probably none, but I've always tried to taste it when they do here at Carrington.
You don't go for a chippy tea on a Friday night?
No.
No.
I've tried the Sunday roast. I'm going to be completely honest. I tried, but with when you try things with the hope on heart and you say, yeah, let me try. But because we also do have not a Sunday roast, but we have something similar where you put the chicken in the oven and potatoes, everything inside. But it's so different. I love it so much. It was really hard for me to like the Sunday roast.
What's the national dish in Portugal? It's like an egg and...
It's francesinha.
Yeah.
That is.
Have
you tried when you went to Porto?
When I went to Porto, yeah.
Yeah, they are nice. There's a couple of Portuguese chefs here, isn't there?
Yeah.
And Johnny got them to make them
it's
for us.
You have to... It's
cheese,
it has to be from my
and...
opinion. I'm from the north of Portugal, so it's where it's originally.
Yes.
It comes from there. But first of all, you cannot be those caloric freaks where this is too caloric. No, you have to choose one day where you eat that.
It's a cheat day.
And you don't eat anything else for the rest of the day.
For the rest of the week.
It's cheese, egg.
It's like a sandwich. But inside the sandwich, you have meat. You have, sausage. You put chorizo if you have ham, and then on top cheese.
Yeah.
And then fried egg on top, and then the secret is the sauce.
Yeah.
The
sauce. If you like the sauce and chips on the side.
I have to say.
If you fancy a trip to Porto, I went last year. Absolutely unbelievable. But just go and grab yourself a pastel de nata hot out of the oven, so they're still warm. They are unbelievable.
A little bit of cinnamon on top.
Yeah, perfect. And the other one is go and have a glass of wine and a francesinha, or a beer and a francesinha in the evening. Absolutely incredible.
I'm getting hungry
now. Diogo, thank you so much. You're always so good with your time. And if we look back at the past podcasts, we'll see you again in 2029.
3 years.
Thank you.
The club needs to extend my... All right.
And mine.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Inside Carrington is presented by United Store. Shop all the latest drops of official club merchandise and product ranges only at United Store. 100% official, 100% United.
Absolutely fantastic chat with Diogo Dalot there, who I think did go and get his lunch after that talk about the food. Dan, and I think we were just talking there just after he'd gone. He speaks so well.
He speaks so well, and he gets the club as well. And I understand that he's been here, 7 or 8 years, but he actually gets it. He's very dedicated. From what you hear him speaking about, where he comes in early and does what he has to do. And that fits with his personality, but he just gets it. And great to see him on the leadership team, because I tell you what, even at that age, mid-20s, he'd be very, very good on that.
Well, the thing is, in any other job, when you're 26, and we can relate to this, Dan can't, because you'd won about 25 trophies by the time you were 26, but you're a real novice at 26. But in football, it's completely different. And you can tell that by the way he speaks. He's so mature, the way he speaks.
Yeah, and he's been through so much, hasn't he, in terms of... And when you listen to that conversation where he talks about having been away, and he's been to Milan and he's come back and he's been in and out of the team, and sometimes he's first choice and sometimes he's third choice, and, dealing with all of that, I think it sort of keeps you quite honest. But I agree with you, Dan. You can understand fully why he is part of that leadership team, because he's taken those experiences, he's learnt from those experiences, and he's used them to make himself a better footballer for it. And despite what those, and he sort of mentioned this as well, didn't he, about preconceived ideas. If you sit down and you have a conversation with him, those preconceived ideas go out of the window, because there's a lot more depth to Diogo Dalot than I think some people realise.
I actually really enjoyed that answer when he said about the journey rather than specific moments, although he did name specific moments after that, like the FA Cup final. But that journey, I suppose you do forget, you know, he was out for a long time, in and out of the team. You kind of just think currently, don't you, about the last season or whatever, but that is quite a journey that he's been on.
Yeah, and that's why he's learnt an awful lot as well. It hasn't been like an upward, well, footballer life's not on an upward curve anyway. There's always ups and downs, and they always say that injuries are part and parcel of football. But he's had a lot of managers here, a lot of interim managers here. He's had to go out on loan to Milan. You know what I mean? You just never know in football, but he's coming into his prime now. He's at the age where, like, mid to late 20s is probably the best years of your life in football, so he's got them to look forward to.
Would you say, sorry to interrupt you, that was when you were 26, did you feel your best?
I think you've learned, you've done everything in football that football can throw you, whether it's actually on the field and defending positions and attacking positions and things like that, off the field, and just learning about, you know, personalities and around the dressing room, managers and all that. I think you've been through all that, and I think that helps an awful lot. But you can see he's kind of a grown up 26, 27-year-old, isn't he? He's very mature. He speaks very, very well. And as I said, he's learnt an awful lot since coming here 7 or 8 years ago.
I've just punched the microphone. That
I was just going to ask you what you were doing at 26.
What was I doing at 26?
I was working.
What year would that have been? I'd just try and work this backwards. So it would have been 2010. So I've just started my broadcasting career. That's where I was at. 2009 was when I jumped into that. I was working for the BBC, and then but that was right at the beginning of a new career for me. So I was, very in the middle of a learning curve. Yeah, very green. Exactly that. I think, business owner, runs a business outside of football, as well as playing football, and as being as dedicated he is, speaks 4 languages. It's everything you need to know about somebody like Diogo Dalot, who is clearly committed to not only his football career but his life, and it's good to see.
Next up, guys, is Tottenham. Always a game that we look forward to. It is a big fixture, but of course it is the closest game to the anniversary of the Munich air disaster, such an important part of the club's history, Dennis, and it's always a very poignant game, the one that's closest.
Absolutely, yeah. It's obviously a huge piece of history at Manchester United, and it'll be a sad occasion on Friday again. We'll be down there at Old Trafford, and the way they commemorate it, I gotta say, is fantastic from the club. And a big game to come straight after. Really is a big game again.
To those that will be at Old Trafford under the clock, singing the flowers of Manchester at Old Trafford, fair play. They come out in their droves every single year, and the same to those that actually make their little bit of voyage to just outside Munich to go to the memorial out there as well.
It's amazing what they do, isn't it?
To all of those fans, you have my absolute best wishes, and thanks very much for continuing to remember it, because it's hugely important.
So as I said, Liam, Tottenham.
Spurs been on a bit of a roller coaster, haven't they, over the course of this season? And I think they're going through a real storming phase of their development as Thomas Frank tries to get to grips, and he's under pressure. There's no real way of dressing that up. He has had a tough time and a tough run of results, and I think what Manchester United will be looking at is get 3 points, come away from that game. They aren't to worry about the pressure that Thomas Frank is under. They just want to try and take advantage of a Spurs side that aren't necessarily, firing on all cylinders at the moment.
No, and they've had an incredible run in Europe as well, when you look at it. I think they finished in the top 8, didn't they, last couple of weeks ago. But, and then the home form has been awful, dreadful in the Premier League, and they're really, really struggling. But if you look at them last year, I know they beat us in a cup final that, by the way, that we probably should have won, but could be here now and probably wouldn't be able to score. They've just continued that form, really. And it's tough as a manager going in there, because expectations, I don't think they're the same as at this club, but they're still fairly lofty. New stadium, fantastic stadium. I've not been down there, but from all accounts, a fantastic stadium. So under severe pressure. And he did brilliant at Brentford, didn't he, when you look at what he did? But this is different kind of pressure altogether.
And I think those expectations are what making life difficult. Essentially, they want you to play the Tottenham way. They want you to play the Spurs way. And I'm not sure that Thomas Frank's style of football is identical to what some Spurs fans would want their football to be. So I think that's probably causing a little bit of friction as well. The difference, as always, is that if he starts winning regular games of football, all of that noise goes very quiet. Manchester United's job is to make sure that they don't start that run against Manchester United.
Well, guys, let's hope for 3 points.
Yep.
What more can we do?
Yeah.
Dennis, thank you so much for joining us once again. It's lovely to have you on. Liam, have a good week.
Thank you very much. And you.
Thank you very much. And to you at home watching and listening, thank you for joining us. We will be back next week again for Inside Carrington. See you then. Bye-bye.
How was that for you, and dealing with that not being picked when you know how good you are?
A couple of sides to that, to be honest. And
So that's not the gaffer's phone. Go on.
You want to go again? Or you...
No, I've got this phone. It's fine. It's the gaffer. We just got to get one. I was thinking the other day, like at West Ham, producing great footballers, but even better drinkers. You?
Apart from Coley.
Coley's the worst drinker. Coley's a disgraceful drinker. Defoe don't drink.
Nah.
But like you, Lamps, I throw myself in and around it. Like, was solid drinkers, man. Because all the people you talk to now only really remember United times.
Yeah.
But when you think about it, and you get in the right circles, like say me and you see each other because we grew up at West Ham, that was some of the best times of my life. Sure, playing at West Ham. And
that fucking youth team days, mate, honestly.
No, it's the best times. We used to go to remember the did you get the gold McDonald's cards? We get free McDonald's. Yeah. So we used to, so there'd be like 8 of us go to McDonald's.
Devastated when you turned up one night, they were devastated.
They used to look at you and go, oh, it's like I was on commission for a burger. So we used to turn up about 8 or 9 of us before training, breakfast, McDonald's, go training with the lads, after training, McDonald's again because of the gold card. Unreal, wasn't it? Oh, that were good times then. When you talk about players or teammates now and someone says, Carol, say, you know what, let's talk about him as a footballer later, yeah, but I'll tell you 2 things you will never know. He's actually one of the always last man standing, part of the group who's finishing late on an all-dayer.
Always.
And if Diaz and Gary's tunes come on, he is one of the last people on the dance floor. I could sit here and reminisce all day long. But you know what I want to start with? Number 6s. You're a number 6, you played your main position. Now it's the most important position in football from when you listen to people that know the game. Did you ever think when you were playing that like this would be the position that everyone goes, right, that is the main part of the football team?
I think before already, like, the pitch was huge, wasn't it? So you're going from back 4 there to back 4 there, and then...
Were you saying we played deep? Were you saying we always...
Yeah, you back on the 18-yard line. Squeeze up. But no, I think the way the game was, and you look at all clips, the pitch was massive. So actually everyone had more of a battle, their own battle going on. That you'd be 1v1 on the halfway line, I'd be 1v1 or 2v2 in midfield, and the pitch was spread. So there was... Now the pitch is so small and connected. Everyone's protected a bit more, but midfielders have got... They're so close to everything, but less space. So they've got to pull everything together. I think the positions evolved where you've probably got to be smarter, you've got to be cleverer, and teams play a lot more. Even we played at times, but we'd go long, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'll be screaming at you, what are you going long for? Give it me.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Miss me out for a bit.
Yeah, but you go into Wazza or you go in behind or whatever, and the pitch become big. Now it's not like that, and I think the midfielders now have got to connect everything together and it's just evolved.
I look at our team and think we were a connected bunch on and off the pitch, but especially on it. But today it's almost like you've got a 25-man squad, and the manager can just throw anyone in there and it works, and the system won't really change too much, and that just was never the same with us. If players were out, the dynamic of the team would change massively, wouldn't it?
I think the beauty of it for me, and I was thinking about it driving over, was you look at the top players that I was lucky enough to play with, they were team players, and we had some big egos, and I think it was from the manager. The ego wasn't about him, the ego was about Manchester United, wasn't it? That was like his... Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You can coach certain bits, but that was connections and
humility, that as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, and actually wanting to do things for each other and buzz off it and get a good feeling from it.
I think back to the players, like you say, it's a great point. We had some huge egos in there. If you go through them, even just Wazza, Cristiano, Nani in his own way.
Even
Giggsy would have had his own.
Scholesy, the way they
Scholesy.
just you could spend 2 hours talking about.
We'll get to them. Don't worry about
but
that.
like they had that confidence, that bit of arrogance about them to play, knew they were good players. But it was always about the team, wasn't it? It was always about the team. That's why I love playing with Scholesy, because it was always about the team. Like, you never done things where you go in like, what are you doing, or you're doing it for yourself or for headlines, anything like that. It was just about the team, wasn't it?
You're slap bang in the middle of the pitch of anything that great that goes through this team. It goes through that part of the pitch where you are, and behind that is where me and Vida play. And a lot of people talk about me and Vida, etc., this and that. But I'd like to know from your perspective, what did you need from the likes of myself and Vida playing behind you for you to go and excel and be the player that you was?
Communication's massive. You more than Vida, but Vida he'd let you know. Do you know what I mean? And it was a simple shout of left or right, left shoulder, right shoulder. I didn't even have to know what was behind me or look. I just took a step to my left or my right and trusted that you were telling me.
That's a big
and
thing.
And you balance off. And then actually I do less work, you do less work. Sometimes you told me, so I'd do more work than you. Like, but most of the time, and 95% of the time, we're all doing less work because you don't have to second guess or think about, I need to cover that and that. I just thought, I don't need that because you've got it. That's wavelength, connections, wavelength. That's just like being a team, isn't it? Do you know what I mean?
Nice, huge. Just go back to your position. What, in today's game, who do you look at and go, they play it to a different level to everybody else?
Rodri's probably the obvious one, just because he's kind of so much made of him being there when he's not being there, kind of the difference. But it's probably gone a bit extreme, really. And he's an incredible player. The way it's worked, I'm not sure it's that true. Do you know what I mean? It's gone a bit exaggerated both ways, but he's a massive part of every team he plays in, and I think that's why. Because throughout the game, you don't look at him. He keeps it simple. He keeps things and looks well. Sorry. It's not simple. He makes it look simple, so you can look and think he ain't done an awful lot, but he just keeps everything connected. And I think he's the one where he's a step ahead. He kind of sees it from above, so he's not in the game in terms of dealing with this distance here. He's seen it from there and knows exactly who's where, what's going on, who's jumping, where the press is coming from, where the space is, where do I need to cut. Do you know? He sees it from up here. And I always think the best players see the game from up height and almost looking down on it and know where everything is. And other players will rely on in the moment instinct of like contact or need to dribble, but they only see that bit of space around him. You know,
everything's blurred.
Yeah, or like that the initial bit 1v1. I'm all right. I'm clear. I'll beat you, but you didn't know where the other space is or who's free or whatever. And I think the best player, especially midfielders, almost take a step back, take a step up, get the old wide angle out and just know exactly what the pitch looks like. And I think that's what separates him probably from most.
I just want to chat to you about when you joined Manchester United, and there's a quote that I read from you when you was offered the number 16 shirt. It said, "I nearly snapped the manager's hand off." That wasn't a quote that I'd normally have put to you, because you're just like quiet, just chilled, honest. Like, you're not that guy.
I'm a stubborn man now.
Yeah. And he was like, when I saw that, it was like, no, I think he's going to be all right. Do you know what I mean? So what was you thinking? Because that's pressure. Roy Keane, the captain.
It depends how you look at it, to be fair. Listen, he's probably one of the best, if not the best midfielder to play in the Premier League. So, and he was a massive influence at the club, but it was more of, and my missus will tell you as well, you know, there's a stubbornness in me, and it's kind of inside, and you've probably seen it. Yeah. And it's you've got to have something, you know, telling you inside that keeps you going and wanting to prove things and wanting to do well, you know. And the number didn't really bother me that much, but there was definitely a stubbornness thinking I'm here because I want to be good enough and I want to show that I can be here.
Because the normal reaction from that club or teammate, sometimes manager, that we need to just replace like for like. And obviously physicality was a big part of his game. He'd dominate a game through physicality sometimes, also
and the
playing.
side is no one, you can't replace.
No.
He could do everything really.
Exactly.
I never got to play with him, played against him enough, but there's it's like you can't replace. There was Brian Robson before him really, and he was a version of that, but they're totally different players. But So I think and then at the time there was no one like Roy to replace. So that's the manager's skill, though, isn't it? To think, what do we need as a team? Where's the game evolving? Is it changing a little bit? And
that's exactly what I thought I was going to come on to that.
I'm taking a massive punt and thinking we'll take him.
We'll take the West Ham Academy graduate. But that's what I was going to come on to, is that, like, it was actually telling. We played against you a little bit before we signed you, didn't we?
When I was at Tottenham.
Yeah, Spurs. Yeah. And I'll never forget your delivery in that game. That was the first time where I played against you. Actually, your delivery just stood out ridiculous. I knew you were good on the ball and you could play, but your delivery, especially set piece, I was like, oh my, he's gone to another level. And I realised quickly, we're going to have to play a different way now, because Michael's come in, Roy's gone, we're going to play a different way. And was that a pressure in itself that you might have to change the way we play because you're going to be in a team? Or did that even consider that?
I didn't even consider that, to be honest. I was too busy thinking I need to win the trust of the lads, like beyond anything else of thinking what's going to happen next year or the year after or what impact. It was just, I need to earn the trust of that dressing room. To play in a team like that, you've got to be able to trust each other. And how much it was, whatever, it didn't bother me. Number didn't bother me. It was more like I sat next to Giggsy and Scholesy in the changing room training, and I'm thinking, oh my God, I got to deal with this. And they got to trust me and want to give me the ball, you know what I mean? And that was the biggest thing by a mile.
So what got you through that point of maybe vulnerability, a little bit of self-doubt?
High heart rate at times.
Yeah. Running around everywhere. The heart jumping out of your chest. The ball coming to you. That's
and
what I
looking
was saying.
calm as well.
Wait,
And the duck legs were going like that.
Can I say something? When the ball comes into you, because I always talk about my first training session in the box, hardest thing I experienced at United.
I've seen a few people, boxers have seen a few off over the years.
And people fold like a pack of cards. Yeah. But I always thought, when the ball's coming to you in them situations in training, if someone had a heart rate monitor on me, I reckon I'm doing illegal numbers. It's just crazy how it just changes. It's mad. It's not even an important part of the session.
No. And you're standing still pretty much.
Yeah, it's
a lot
mad,
of it you stand, but you're thinking like you want to. But that's the. But then there's something deep, I think, that thinks, no, this is a bit of me. This is where I want to be. And there was different boxes. There was 2 or 3 boxes, and it was kind of the older box. And
where did you go into?
No, I made a real point of thinking I want to be in that box. I want to be there, and I want to that's where I want to be. Do you know what I mean? I just thought I want to be in the. I want to feel it. I want to be there. That's what I want to be. I want to be an important player. I want to win the trust. I want to be at that level.
Who was in that box?
God, it was Wazza flitted, didn't he? But it was you. It was Ollie, Giggsy, Scholesy, Gaznev, Gabby Heinzer at the time. He used to throw bombs.
Wrap the ball in there, didn't he?
Across,
Actually, he's at Arsenal now as a coach, and I can't wait to see him because he used to smash balls into people.
Lovely left foot though.
Yeah, nice.
But he used to smash it across. But there was something in there. That's what I mean. There was something there where I was kind of calm and kind of relaxed there. A lot of the time there was something I want to be there, and I want to kind of, and I want to see, learn off the best. Do you know what I mean? And prove that actually to myself that I can be there. So, do you know what? Done me. We had a good first season, won the league, and then got beaten in the FA Cup final of Chelsea. And that summer, I'll never forget. I went away thinking, I've just won the league. This should be like my everything. Wow, I just won the Premier League, and all I thought about all summer was the FA Cup final. Lost the FA Cup final, and that was probably for me similar to going to United, thinking out there, and then it's there, and then getting to my first trophy and thinking I'd be like, this is everything. To realising this is not enough. It's not enough, and I never thought I'd be like that. I thought I'd be like, this is amazing, but I was never enough, and I was like, come back again, and then obviously that next year we played Chelsea in the final, and I took that with me from the FA Cup final, going into that fight. I can't feel like that in this one. It's mad though, isn't it? It's never, and then it was just never enough after that.
It's the same feeling. We lost 2 Champions League finals to Barca, arguably the best team we've ever seen at club level, and both of them seasons we won the league. But they're probably 2 of my worst summers.
Yeah.
So you win the Premier League.
The first one after Rome was like world caved in, and like you say, we won the league, and we're a hell of a team. I think we went. That was the first time we lost a Champions League game in 25 games. It was a record, wasn't it? The final. We went from San Siro
all the
2
way
years
through.
before, 2 years all the way through, 2 seasons all the way through, and lost the final. And it felt like, I was like, I don't know if I can play this level anymore. Like, I'm just like, do you know what I mean? Am I good enough? Like, do you know,
Start
like,
questioning
for
yourself.
a few days, I'm like, it hit me, and I was like, and then you come back around, and then you get, but like, it was a mad 2 years to think, but it ended on such a downer.
It was weird. You won the Premier League 2 years out of them 2 years, and you lost 2 Champions League final, and it was the 2 probably worst feelings I've had in the league.
And I think for everyone, manager included, coach, everything, it almost was irrelevant what we'd done.
Yeah.
We just lost that.
Yeah.
So what's next?
But what was that insecurity important?
Yeah, because I think it keeps you pushing. Keeps you pushing. I'd say, I say it to the lads at Middlesbrough all the time. They're probably sick of me saying it. I seen a quote from Lewis Hamilton, unbelievable quote, saying, "If I feel comfortable in the car, I'm not driving fast enough." Don't ever be comfortable, because you're comfortable, you're not pushing enough. And that was always for me. You come back pre-season, especially at United at that time as a player, and I was never comfortable. It was like, what's next? So like, I never actually felt settled. You know what I mean? Because there was always something else to push for.
It's funny because you always look settled, especially alongside Scholesy. I mean, you guys played 160 games together, one of the most successful periods of the club's history. What was it like playing with Scholesy alongside him? I played behind, so I was always watching everything, but you played alongside him. Just talk us through what that was like and how good he was, please.
I think I used to ring my brother on the way back from training most days over that first 2 or 3 years, and just almost say, I can't believe I'm playing with Scholesy. Like, you should have seen what Scholesy did today, or how good was that today, or this or that. And it was just every time I was literally looking at him going, I can't believe I'm playing next to you. Like,
it's mad, that, isn't it?
Yeah, and it was more styles, to be fair. He was like, they say styles make fights, but actually styles make kind of you and Vida. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, for whatever reason, it just works, clicks. And I always felt with Scholesy, and not a lot of midfielders would do it, but you'd pass to him and you get it back. So he'd almost play a little 2v2 in the middle of the pitch. And that's what it felt like. Didn't feel like a big pitch. It felt like it was me and him against their midfielders, and he would keep it there for a while, 2 or 3 passes, and sometimes you'd pass to a midfielder and the ball's gone and it switched the play, but you never felt in control or got a rhythm. Where Scholesy, it was always like, it was all little passes and ones around the corner and little, he was just...
Did you just have conversations about it and forming a relationship?
Not really.
Or? No.
Not really, no.
He weren't really talking then, was he?
No, he didn't need to though, did he? You just again, it was just trust, but it was the making passes in the middle, and because the pitch was again so big, if you got 2v2 in the middle of the pitch, if someone was playing that, I'd be buzzing with that. Because if you're going to jump to both of us, then you got Waz and he'd flip, or would flip one around the corner, one touch. It always felt like it was a little game, you know, like
a game. It was
almost like buzzing inside, thinking we got a little game here. That's what it felt like, you know. So, but he was different when he could do everything. You go one, if you get tight to him around the corner, if you don't get tight to him, you get out his feet and he make it, or you play and run. He just had the brain. But going back to that, he was a team player, so he played with you and not just
to look good.
There's a big difference for me when you're kind of trying to control a game like that. He was happy to give you 3-4 yard passes to kind of control the game, and then all of a sudden he'd pick his moment and he'd love playing with him. Like, it was a dream, absolute dream.
Could that too play in the way the game's played today? Could that transfer to today?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, I don't think. I think distances are smaller anyway.
Yeah.
And certainly Scholesy, the way he played, what were them the possessions? Like, literally, you play possession at 4v4 on this table and he'd find space.
Did he give it away in the possessions?
It was incredible. It was just incredible, and he'd do things and he didn't see from a distance, and he'd be playing little bits of space and round corners. And you think, how have you seen that? That's what I'm saying about before, about playing from above.
Yeah.
He just knew what was around, where he could use what's. It's just a gift, it's genius, isn't it?
Yeah.
And he'd scream for the ball, wouldn't he?
Quietest man in the team, loudest on the
when
pitch.
He wanted the ball, he'd make you give him the ball just because of the way he screamed for it.
Yeah.
Just like, go on in. Like, give him it.
You would, wouldn't you?
It was like you had that intimidation about him in a really good way, that quiet, but some confidence and arrogance. In a really nicest way, to think that I can do that.
He had a little look as well. If you didn't give him the ball came at a funny angle.
He was ruthless, wasn't he? Ruthless.
Yeah.
Silent assassin, wasn't he? He just knew he just what he could do, so he just did it. was not really an ego to. He just I can do it. So and then he'd have a little snigger. If he'd done something really good, he'd have a little snigger.
Embarrassment almost. It's mad. I done an interview with Giggsy the other day, and he was he spoke so much about how Man United players need to play with risk, and people don't normally associate you with risk when they talk about you, because I think to probably 95% of players that play football, the passes that you make would be risk to them, but to you it don't look like it. How important is it to play with risk in the game?
Yeah, it depends. There's totally different bits of risk, and there's like you might play with risk by playing 1v1 on the halfway line, or you play with risk by, back in the day, you're doing Maradonas at West Ham, coming up from the back and doing little dropping shoulders and dribbling up. That's playing with risk, but it's playing with a. It's like I was quite happy taking the ball and play anywhere, but like you say, for other players that might be risk. For like a Rodri now, say for instance, he'd take the ball anyway. It's not. It doesn't see it as a risk going down the levels. People will be going, don't pass it in there. That's too risky, and that's fine. But it's just what can you cope with? The thing that sticks out for Giggsy and Scholesy, for me, is they knew they could do something, even if it didn't come off once or twice. They knew that it was worth the risk, and when it did come off, it would be a game changer. And that was the thing that it's easier if you give it away once or twice to go, go a bit safe next time, because it's the safety one. But actually the right thing to do was that he just didn't quite pull it off. And I can pull it off. The amount of times, probably Giggsy more than Scholesy.
Giggsy was mad.
Was like he'd just keep doing whatever different passes or dribbles off, and it was almost like just thinking they can't keep stopping it. They can't keep stopping it, and then bump goal or a bump chance. And that was the thing. I thought, wow, you're at a level that I hadn't seen before in terms of pure confidence and belief and knowing the game, to know that it's worth trying. It wasn't a risk where you're going to be
just
weaker.
Trying to take liberties.
Yeah, it wasn't that. It was just more, I know what the value of that is if it comes off, that I'm going to try it at the right time, and he'd do it. And the fans would get on Giggsy's case sometimes and moans and groans, but it was like, done.
He said that in the interview. He said if I had the ball 10 times and I lost it 8 times, but I know that 8th or 9th time that I'm going to produce a moment, I'm doing it still. And I don't mind losing it 8 times. Talking of risks and bringing it forward to the current squad, Bruno Fernandes, I think there's always been a bit of debate about takes too many risks or whatever. I love him. I love the risks that he takes. Where do you sit with the Man United captain now?
Yeah, I like Bruno. I worked with him with Ollie, and he was fantastic. He's got a real, he's desperate to do well. You know, he's so keen to do well. And that's a really positive thing, and then sometimes you can overdo it sometimes as well, and it's such a fine balance. But his attitude, he plays every game, he never misses training, he's there all the time, puts himself out there, puts himself forward, and he's been the main man, really, the talisman for some time. And when there's moments or there's something that's needed, Bruno's been the one to step up. I really enjoyed working with him when I did. You know, he asks questions, he's demanding, but he wants to do the right thing.
What will you be telling him then when you was the manager? Like, he's asking you questions because he was obviously new then, and he wanted just trying to get a picture of what Man United or expectations are. What would you be talking?
He took it pretty quickly. He got it. He understood what it was. It's amazing you get a feel for that with certain players. You would have had it when we were playing. If like some players come and grasp it and get it and think this, I understand the whole thing, because I think there's a responsibility in United that it's not just that little bit of football on the pitch. There's a whole other world out there, isn't there? Like you've got to kind of there's a responsibility, really. I think, in terms of behaviour and how you act and how you do things. And that was certainly from when I came through the door. That was almost thrown upon you, that you had no choice, but you gave a deal with it, or you don't, and if you don't, then see you later. And Bruno's the type that he embraced all that straight away.
He seems like the type who would probably fit in our generation, in our team, like the way, ability-wise, definitely. I think, but also like he'd buy into what we were trying to achieve.
Yeah, he's a very similar type to that.
Another young midfielder, or not young, but he's young, but Bruno isn't. But another midfielder in Kobbie Mainoo. Interesting him. He really fascinates me. I think he was phenomenal with England in the tournament. He shone in that. before that with United, he was scoring, he was influencing games, etc. That hasn't quite gone right for him since then, for injuries and whatnot. What would you be saying to him as a young midfielder if he was at the club now?
I think that's pretty normal, Ray. Honestly, I think it's
normalising this situation for him.
I think as a young player, you go back when you were coming through. There's times when, if it was scrutinising as extreme as it is now, we wouldn't be nowhere near as good, or would struggle, or whatever. It's a different world now, and I think as a young player, your first 2, 3, 4 years, you're going to have a time in that spell where it hits you and it doesn't quite go to plan. But that doesn't mean that you don't get there, or your ability, you keep doing the right things, your talent, it comes. If you've got it, you've got it. And he's shown that he's got it, and he's shown that he's a breath of fresh air, when he the way he takes the ball and plays forward and commits people and can dribble, can pass, and that doesn't leave you, and I think it's just waves that can come and go at times. But I've seen it so many times. I had it as my third. I think it was my third year. I was at West Ham. I was terrible, and I come out the England squad. I just couldn't put it together. I'm not saying he's terrible, but I think it's gone. It's a little bit different for him. But so many players it can have that at the time.
But how do you get through that then? Because sometimes you either built for that.
I think there's a bit of stubbornness again, to stick at it and keep believing. It's tough at times, and I think you need people to stick with you and believe in you as well, and trust you and think, no, you'll be all right. Don't worry about it. You're doing the right things. You keep your meaning to the right things. You'll be fine. You're good enough, and all that sort of stuff. And so I think we're quite quick to, from season to season or 6 months to 6 months, to say like, he's good enough, he's not good enough. And I think we were given a lot more time, and it was a bit more spread out.
Where would you put him?
I think Kobe. I think he's more of an attacker. I think I don't see him as a holding midfielder. I think he's that probably that line above, with that little bit more freedom and that little bit more. I think you can defend. I think there's different ways to defend. You can defend on the higher line a little bit, but defending right deep around your centre backs is a bit of a different. That's a different thing completely. It's a little bit different thing. But you can. I see him playing a little bit high with that freedom and create and take the ball, and I think he's got a massive future. I really like him. I think he just needs a bit of patience and that little bit of break again, which I'm sure he'll get.
Who would you build around in this current team now, in the midfield area? Would he be one you build around?
Yeah, I think for a club to have a player that's come through the academy and knows the club and feels it, I think you have to have. Man United's got to have an element of that. Always has done, always should, always will. Should always have. Sorry, and I think to have a talent like that he's shown already, you got to have players like that you can say, right, they get it, they know it. Let's help them, let's build on them and stick with them. And I think there's definitely a place for him there for sure.
You've obviously been watching the United team play and stuff like that. And I'm going to stick with midfield because that's your area of expertise. What does an Amarin midfielder look like in your eyes, and how does that become successful in this team?
Again, I think we can almost overdo of what it needs to. I think a good midfielder can play in different ways. I know there's quite a lot's made of the kind of the formation and how he wants to play, but I don't see it being massively different to a lot of other teams. It's teams are playing similar systems, or they'll build up that way, or they'll defend that way. I think if to play them too, you need.
Well, I think for me, every time I've seen the goals they've conceded, it's particularly from wide areas, it's been a weapon. Look, of course, the last game against Burnley was the first time they had a clean sheet. They changed the goalkeeper, and obviously Todibo wasn't available because of suspension. But for me, this is a team that have conceded most crosses in the Premier League from open play and from set pieces as well. They've been vulnerable. So the organisation, the ability to go and attack the ball in the 18-yard box has been a massive issue for them. What was interesting, what is like this here now, getting played down the sides, and this is Man United's strengths. I used to obviously play as a right winger, and my fullback used to say to me, Karen, anything that comes down our side is a cul-de-sac. We send them back, they come down maybe our side, but we turn them back the other way. I think it's just been far too easy for West Ham to let teams go into the areas that was highlighted there, and that's why they've been so vulnerable from wide areas. But he's made the changes. And going back to what he said there, he mentioned Bruno Fernandes, and I wonder what that's why Freddie Potts has come into the team as well. So,
just one change for them as Freddie Potts comes into the side to replace Callum Wilson, homegrown Freddie Potts. It is quite a defensive change for West Ham. Callum Wilson, who is much more of a striking option, Potts, who's more of a midfielder, expect to see him dropping deep and into midfield. Hermansen in goal, Aaron Wan-Bissaka, Konstantinos Mavropanos, Disasi on loan from Chelsea, and El Hadj Malik's youth off the left, who played very well in pre-season against Manchester United. Bowen, Fernandes, Souček, and Somerville across the middle. Potts behind Castellanos, who leads the line for West Ham, and Nuno Espirito Santo. United are going to have to keep an eye on Jarrod Bowen. He's done very well in recent games against United. Also, Somerville on the left-hand side can be dangerous too, Maisie.
I would say, Liam, in the team talk, I'm sure Michael will pick out those two players you've just mentioned. Certainly Somerville, he scored in the last 5 games, and Jarrod Bowen, we know everything about him. So if we can stop, I mean, it's a big game for Delo and Luke Shaw to nullify those two and to stop the firepower for Castellanos up front. Stop those two from playing, and we'll go on and win the game.
Hope you're absolutely right. Really looking forward to this one. Manchester United against West Ham. We're underway at 8:15. Let's get you to the studio where Sully's joined by Wes and Webbs.
Yeah, thanks very much. Really looking forward to this one. So Michael Carrick names an unchanged side again. To talk about that and build up to kick-off, we welcome Danny Webber and Wes Brown. Wes, all is good in the camp right now. How good is the vibe there? How confident is everybody going to what is a tricky game at West Ham?
Yeah, listen, I think it's been great, hasn't it? The fans think it has. The atmosphere's back. They're playing some good football. They're winning games. They're attacking teams. They're defending as a unit. I think Michael's brought a little bit of confidence. Well, he's definitely brought the confidence back, but he's brought the right attitude back. And we know it's going to be another difficult game tonight, but, unchanged team. Why not go and win again? I don't see any reason why we can't, and really looking forward to it. I think that's the main thing. Everyone's looking forward to the next game.
How helpful is it to have the consistency of team selection we've had recently?
It does help. It does. I think it helps even the subs, and that might sound crazy if you sat on the bench, but it helps because you're aiming to get into the team. You've got to fight to get into the team. So if you're in the team, you're fighting to keep the shirt. And if you're out of the team, you look at Cunha, come off the bench, scored goals, got himself in the team when obviously an injury happened to Dorgu. And then Šeško's come on and scored. So it means that if you're on the bench, you've got to come on and do something. You're not just going to be swapped and changed and get the minutes without merit. And that's the message it sends. And you can see the lads who have been in the team, they're doing everything right. They're working hard. They're fighting to be in the team for the next week, and they're enjoying themselves.
You played at the back for us, Wes, in a really consistent back line. And we've seen Harry Maguire and Lisandro Martinez forge a really good partnership in the centre of defence. How crucial is that partnership?
I think it's very important, along with the keeper as well. I think when you know what the guy next to you is going to do, or what he's capable of doing, I think it makes it a lot easier. I think if you change them positions quite a lot, you're just setting yourself up, really. But listen, Martinez has come back, Harry's come back in the team, and look how solid it looks. Yeah, listen, you can even see maybe a team scoring against us, but they've been solid, and you can see us going to score more. You know what I mean? Just the way we're set up. But I think Harry, especially being out for so long, has come back, and it's like he's been playing all season. It's been really good. So, you can see that Michael's not looking to change much if there's no injuries, or he doesn't think people are tired, and I really like it. I think it's so positive going forward, and it's like what Webb said as well. The lads that are doing well, if you're doing well, you're going to stay in.
No player has played more Premier League minutes for us this season than Luke Shaw, a player who has had more than his fair share of injuries in seasons gone by. How good is it for him to have this long spell of starts in the team, to be injury-free and playing at a really high level.
I think I'm delighted for him, and I think, you know, one thing that you got to give credit to the last manager for, he fed him back in well, you know, and then he's managed his minutes, and now he's in a place where he's playing every week, he's starting every week, and it's helped, I think, the fact that we've had less games, so he's got time to recover, and you can see that if you're looking at left backs, top left backs, there's no better than Luke Shaw. I think he's outstanding, and we've suffered at times when we've not had him, his experience, his calmness, and he's obviously suffered because he's had injuries and he's had time out of the team. So it's great to have him back, and you see when he's on the ball, there's a calmness. People know that he's top level.
Yeah, certainly put himself in contention to travel to the US for the World Cup in the summer. A lot of people watching him. Diogo Dalot and Bruno Fernandes, who don't trail Luke by that many minutes in terms of their Premier League output, will be going with Portugal. Now, Diogo's found a really good spell of form of late. Suffered a little bit of criticism earlier in the season, but has bounced back strongly.
And listen, that's the right word, bounce back. Everybody can have a period where it's not going right, the confidence is low. But look at him last game, absolutely perfect. The way he would get forward, the pace he would do it, nothing was holding him back, playing the right balls. And that's exactly what you want, and most of the players are doing that at this moment of time. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can keep it going over the next few games and tonight. But you can't really fault anyone. The one-touch passing that we see, the drive when we're on counter-attack, we go, we try and score, and it's really good to watch. And it'd be difficult for Michael to sort of bring the subs on and put them in the starting lineup because they've done so well. So we just hope it can continue as long as possible.
For someone like Diogo, he's got Nus Mazraoui breathing down his neck, wanting to start games. So that competition all over the pitch, not just in Diogo's position, but all over at the moment with a healthy-looking squad. Surely that's vital.
Oh, it is. It's so important, the competition for places. And I think sometimes when you rotate too much, people get complacent because they know whether they've played well or whether they haven't played well, their game's coming back round again. Oh, well, it's all right, I might not play the next one, but I'll play the one after that. So, if you're earning your shirt, which has always been the premise, for years and years, if you're earning your shirt, then you've got it by merit, and even that gives you confidence when you go out on the pitch.
As for Bruno, we'll chat about him a little later because he still is our best player, our most important player, most creative player. We'll chat about him in a moment. First, so let's head back to London with Ben Thornley and Zara.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, so we've been having a closer look at the team news. Ben, what do you make of it? Consistency yet again?
Yeah, obviously with the performances, the manager, and we're lucky enough not to have had any injuries, that the manager has decided not to change it, and I think that's right. Obviously, the relationships that these players are building and the results that they're getting, then, somebody has to be working extremely hard in training to be able to dislodge them, but you don't change a winning side, and I think that is exactly the right way to go.
It is such a strong lineup, and even in the West Ham programme today, they're speaking about the experience that's in the lineup as well, which is something they need to be concerned about. Even when you look at the defence and see players like Harry Maguire, the midfield you've got Kobbie Mainoo, Bruno, it just shows really that chances can come from anywhere.
Yeah, and we are a team at the moment that has got a number of people chipping in with goals. The people that have found themselves in the team, Kobbie Mainoo, Harry Maguire, obviously Luke Shaw's having a fantastic season, but they will all contribute. Patrick Dogu before he got injured. I know that the onus is on the forward players to be scoring the goals, but the creativity can come from anywhere. You've got Bruno that's doing both, you've got Cunha that's doing both. The way that this team is contributing to winning football matches is absolutely brilliant to watch, it really is.
When you think about the chances coming from everywhere, that must be a joy for Michael Carrick. The fact that he doesn't have to just rely on one player, everyone's chipping in, so it'll cause him a little bit of a headache to try and decide between which players he wants.
Of course, and listen, if you are to finish near the top of the league or the top of the league, you have to have players that are chipping in from all over the park. You can't just rely, because scoring 20-25 goals in the Premier League is extremely difficult. What is a lot easier, and I say a lot easier, what is easier is if you've got people chipping in and you've got somebody that might score you between 15 and 20, and then you've got other players that are scoring you 7, 8, 9, maybe the odd player or two that can just about get into double figures. You're doing that and you're going a long way to finishing right near the top of this league.
Fingers crossed. And if you are watching us on YouTube, let us know in the comments what you think of the team news this time out as well. And there's plenty more updates on the app for you to vote on as well with those polls. Now, Ben, when you look at the West Ham team, what do you make of it? Where's the danger going to come from?
The danger, without any question, is going to come from the two wide players in Somerville and Jared Bowen. I think over the seasons, Jared Bowen has been an exceptional signing for them, and where they would be without him I don't know, and they need to rely on him that little bit longer if they're obviously going to get out of the predicament that they're in. But they have found wins lately. They've won the last 3 out of 4. They still scored 2 at Stamford Bridge, even though they didn't win the game. But certainly those two will be a real handful. And the other person you've got to watch, of course, from set pieces is Thomas Souček. He is a handful in both areas, but if you can marshal him, then you will go a long way to nullifying what they can throw when they're putting the ball in the box.
One player that we have that is capable of dealing with any danger is our captain, of course, Bruno Fernandes. How phenomenal has he been? And let's talk about that goal, obviously with his shin.
And he just made it look as though it was so natural. For anybody else, that would have gone anywhere, but the control of it was brilliant. Listen, for the 6 seasons that he's been here, it's hard to argue that there has been anybody that has been consistently as good as he has, season in, season out. He defies belief sometimes with his numbers, and let's hope that he continues to do that. He's been phenomenal.
Well, from one pundit to another, we decided to ask Dion Dublin his thoughts on our captain Magnifico.
How are you, Dion?
Very well, always.
Good to have you with us.
Thank you.
Friend of Manchester United, as always. 312 Premier League appearances and 111 goals. We were just discussing there, and you were actually like, oh, I've got a 312. I didn't know that.
Yes.
And then that conversation went on to the 100 Club.
Yes, which we did okay with.
We did okay.
Not too
we
bad.
tried to guess the top 10, which Liam had up on the screen. I think we got about 8 out of 10.
Yeah, we started having a guess, didn't we, on how many were in the Premier League's 100 Club, and there were fewer than you thought.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's only 35 that have scored 100 or more goals in the Premier League 100 Club. Look who's going to walk behind us here. It's the skip. Here he is. No, it's all right. I think you're allowed, Bruno. The joy of being at Carrington, isn't it? Is that all of a sudden...
This is inside Carrington.
I actually think he knew we were filming.
Yeah.
He could have gone another way. He just wanted to get in
to make
the
appearance.
podcast. You know, it's that big.
What a finish from him yesterday.
Oh,
by
my
the way.
word.
Oh.
I know. It made it look easy.
Yeah.
And he knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, I think so.
Outside of the shin, Bosch, thank you very much.
Great finish.
Incredible finish.
Brilliant.
How much are you enjoying this resurgence at the minute, Dion?
It's just good to watch United playing like United. You know, they are energy. They are crossing the ball from the right, not chopping back. They're making it look easy because they've simplified it. I think what Michael's done is he's at the helm and he's gone, listen, lads, I back you, just enjoy your football. And they look relaxed and they're making it look easy.
Obviously, you played under different managers, not necessarily here, but at other clubs. Do you think that you expressed yourself the most and played the best when a manager did just say, go and enjoy it?
Yeah, I didn't mind the other side. I didn't mind...
Tough love.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't mind that because sometimes I think playing with fear is probably an old school value, but playing with fear keeps you on your toes and it makes you reach heights that you probably didn't think that you could. But on the other hand, you know, if things aren't going well, you sometimes need an arm around you to say, listen, I back you. I believe in you. Just go and play your football. So I think there's time and a place, but I didn't mind the tough love, as you put it.
We are recording this podcast on Sunday, which is the day after another incredible win for Michael Carrick and his team. 4 on the bounce.
Yeah, you know what? I don't know what all the changes, Michael, obviously, and all the staff that he has with him. They're all keeping it really simple. I think they've gone into the dressing room, and I could imagine, knowing Michael and the staff he has around him, they've gone, come on, lads, it's okay. We've got enough quality here. I don't really need any more. I back you, you back me, and let's just give it a go. And they've just simplified it. Just go and be Man United. Here's a bit of freedom for you. And look at the results. And not just the results, the performances. And the individuals, and now, you know, Bruno's doing what he does and Bruno's scoring great goals. And I was fortunate enough to interview him when he first came here, and then I interviewed him again when he got the armband. And each time he's been the same person, been very relaxed, very down to earth, and he plays the game in the same way. He's very much a leader, and I think he likes the pressure, you know. I think he likes the pressure of having to make decisions for the players on the pitch and telling players where to go, what to do, how to do it, because he can back it up because of his performances. And if you're a skipper, the first thing you have to do is play well yourself, and then everybody else will follow. I think he's been outstanding.
On the field, 6 Premier League goals, 12 Premier League assists this season. Nobody in the Premier League has created more chances, more big chances, has more assists than Bruno Fernandes this season. He is incredible. My lasting memory of him will be of him as a human being. Just a wonderful, wonderful bloke.
He always has time for you. I've been pitch side sometimes, and after the interviews that I've done with him, you know, he just caught my eye and he's come over from his teammates in the warm-up and shook my hand and said hi, Dion, and, you know.
And that's how to be a leader at Manchester United.
Yeah, it's a respect thing as well. You know?
We had a wonderful moment on that note in the tunnel after it was a cup game against Liverpool, I think, where I got the opportunity to say what the fans inside the stadium, what the fans around the world thought of him, and we had a very emotional couple of minutes, Bruno and I, where he was very appreciative to hear it, and I was very appreciative that he was the captain. Not from me, maybe. There was just a moment where I thought, here's my opportunity to tell you how everybody feels about you, and it was lovely.
He was a January transfer signing.
Wow.
Potentially one of our best ever. We of course did have Vidic. He was January transfer signing. So was Evra.
Yeah, it's hard to judge and balance how good they have been. But I think if you look at his stats or Liam's, you know, his goals and his assists, it's basic enough. That's it. That's enough. He's done enough. However, he does the other stuff that you've mentioned, you know, the being accommodating to people, the respect for people. And sometimes you only see a footballer in a footballer environment. But when they're taken out of that, they may change. He doesn't change at all. And he respects everybody, even if they are a chef or a chief exec or a cleaner or a presenter. It doesn't really matter. Treats everybody the same. That is a true leader.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely.
True leader.
Yes, a proper loving for Bruno. So we're going to continue the theme and talk about just how good he's been this season, not only scoring goals, but assisting as well. Wes, there's a fantastic stat surrounding Bruno. He's been involved in 10 goals in his last 8 Premier League away games with 2 goals and 8 assists. So far, he's got the joint most assists away from home in a single campaign in United's Premier League history.
Yeah.
While we watch his goals, can you remember which player he's up against? 2001-2002 season, a United player also got 8 assists away from home. Can you have a guess who it is?
Bex.
Not Bex.
Go
the other wing.
Giggsy,
yeah.
Listen, it's already what an achievement.
Yeah, 8 assists away from home already, with a lot of the campaign left.
Yeah, and you know what? When he's on the ball, all he's looking to do is set somebody up as well.
I mean, you do get some easy assists. I mean, that's a nice assist there, isn't it? He's tapped the ball to Nason, who's
still
thumped a free kick home.
Yeah, he's still got to do it. But listen, the quality that he has, you know, he's no give up. He never gives up. He's always looking to play his teammate in, and if not, try and score himself. He's always mostly on the pitch, playing every game. But look at some of the quality of some of the balls.
Just going to say the quality of the assists.
It's good. And listen, there's been times when I know people, fans, are saying he tries to do too much. But listen, he's got that ability to find a player. The players have to make the run sometimes. But look, just there, perfect. Weighted pass, right angle. Even there, that's a tough ball, you know. So and I mean, look at that. I mean, something. But yeah, he's always looking to help his teammates. Like I said, his weighted pass, tries to play it into space. He knows, you know, his teammate who's running onto it, where to put the ball. And in my eyes, he's done it from the get-go, from as soon as he came.
Yeah, he's a special player, and we'll need him again tonight away from home against a West Ham team who've found a bit of form. But Liam mentioned it earlier about Bruno's poor record actually against West Ham. Is it unusual for a player of his quality to not struggle but not be at his best against a particular opponent?
I think he gives you an opportunity every time you face him to change the narrative.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I don't think that's the sort of thing he would even think about or he would be bothered about, but it is a surprise based on the quality and the numbers that he's been punching for a number of years now. It might be to do with the fact that when they play against him, they single him out because he makes us tick a lot of the time. You know, they've always had the likes of Souček in the middle of the park who, you know, when they've had Rice and so on over years, probably get around him a little bit more. But I think it's a different prospect tonight because we've got numerous players who are in good form. So you can't just, you know, zoom in on Bruno because everybody else is in good form as well.
That's a good point, actually. If you were to focus on Bruno too much, you're going to give more space to Ahmad and Burmo, Cunha, all these quality footballers. And Casemiro is getting forward well at the moment, assisting, scoring goals. So with options on the pitch, Bruno might find a little bit more room.
100%. He'll get himself into better positions. Whether Cunha and Brumo's got it, holding the ball up, he can get into positions he needs to be. Whereas in past seasons, sometimes he's only been the threat. So you can, as a manager, say, as tight as you want on him today, that's what you have to do. You know, don't let him play forward. And at the moment, teams have got other problems. So Bruno
target so far. The only chance that Spurs of fashion came from Xavi Simons. Very quickly on his bike, and Willock there too, a glancing header looking to find him. Real positive start by Newcastle. It's a little bit over-eager from Elanga. He caught Simons on the top of the foot.
Yeah, just lost control of it. And I think sometimes when you make that first mistake, you want to make up for it. And just overstepped it, just kicked it to Simons because they're in a good attacking position again down this right-hand side.
Waste.
Complete waste that.
And what a weekend has been for Christian Romero. Suspended captain, pretty vocal about the lack of investment in the squad. Something that the relatively new CEO Vinay Venkateshan has had to deal with. Not the easiest first 9 months of the club for him, with Levi Paratici and a change of manager. And you know that game where you construct your fantasy dinner party, Glenn? That might have been quite an interesting guest list over the weekend, wouldn't it?
No, there's a lot of work to be done at Tottenham, for sure. Yes, they've been critical with injuries at the moment, but for the long term, it's going to take time, but they've got to get themselves out of this little semi-hole that they're in at the moment.
Here's Anthony Gordon. Managing to do enough to keep Willock in play. It's a good ball out to Trippier. Another chance for Newcastle United, just a little bit too close to Vicario this time. But it's more danger being posed by Newcastle. And the referee says play on, despite what looked like a little push from Malik Chow. Elanga, Willock, Newcastle come again. Just to show that he can push just as much as Malik Chow. Looking down the bed, it's in front of Joe Willock, dispossesses him. The attack was thwarted.
Yeah, this is a really good controlled start from Newcastle, I've got to say. Every time they get the ball wide, as I keep saying, particularly down this right-hand side, they haven't really had an attack down the left, but they're getting bodies off the wall into the box as well. It's a real threat.
Reich, the back heel. Elanga into the box, away by Dragišić. It's inventive, it's quick, it's sharp. They look a little bit more front-footed tonight, Newcastle United. It's early doors. They make this Really dominance pay. This is Barnes.
Oh.
Bobbles off. Archie Gray is out for another corner. And they're wrapping them up.
Yeah, that's where he's at his very best, Barnes. When he's teed you up, he's fronted you up 1v1 in the penalty area. Archie Gray does really well to just get the blocking.
Dunburn at the back edge of the penalty area, being marshalled by Archie Gray. Easy in there, Chow coming up from the back, trying to get to the front post now. A little bit too deep for those, punched away by Vicario. Langdon has the second opportunity to put the ball into the box here.
Foul. No, sorry, no.
Thought he should have had a foul there. Anthony Taylor did.
He's a little bit unlucky there. He just gets the touch on the ball. There's the touch, and then there's the foul. I think that's a foul, to be honest. It's just that little touch to get away, and then just
Came off the bench at the weekend, replaced Joe Willock. Only goal was that goal that got against Manchester City in last week's Carabao Cup defeat. It's been the easiest of settling in periods for Anthony Elanga, but it's been very difficult for all of the new signings to settle in, really. Injuries, disruption to the way the team play. The pre-season was disrupted by all of the noise around Alexander Isak. Certainly something that Eddie Howe didn't enjoy when he was trying to glue the squad together in the summer. Chow. Byrne has stayed up here. He set it back for Ramsey. And it's headed off Mickey van der Ven and out for another corner. He hasn't scored yet for Newcastle United. That was a presentable chance.
oh, that was a really easy goal. Good chance for a midfield player coming up to unopposed, really. Basuma can't quite get there, but he absolutely screws the ball. There's no really venom in his contact at all. What a chance that is, and Spurs have got to liven up. If not, they're going to concede.
The ball is towards that near post. Another glancer off Taxar. It's out for another corner to Newcastle United. It's the sixth corner of the game now for the team that have come out here pretty determined in the first 18 minutes to make their mark at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Langa's delivery is another good one. Tottenham headed backwards rather than forwards. Trippier got there first. Elanga. Dan Burn is behind the game by Sarr. He says that came off of Dan Burn last, and it's out for a goal kick.
A really good sliding tackle there from Trippier to gain possession again. It's Burn, the left back, out on the right wing. Amazing.
I was here 10 days ago for the Manchester City game, first half. Tottenham really struggled to get to grips with things, and it's a similar sort of tale, isn't it? How do they change this?
Yeah, I mean, they've got to get some possession of the ball. They've got to try and slow the game down and play at the pace that they want to. At the moment, they've had a couple of times that have gone over the top down that left-hand side of Dan Burn. But at the end of the day, they've got to get some composure in their play, some set-up passes, so then someone like Solanke can make movement. They've had no real sort of possession, but they've had 2 or 3 passes, set a nice movement up, and it's all a bit bitty at the moment from Spurs, and they've had, most of the time, they've been defending.
As Glenn's saying, 92% possession for Newcastle in the last 5 minutes, and on the front wing again with Elanga looking for Gordon at the far post. Ferguson's effort has to be punched off the line by Vicario. Well, he tried to clear the ball and it ended up going over his head towards his own goal. Back in again from Burn. Elanga at the far post. Spence away. Willock. Elanga. Willock again. No one wants to take charge inside that Tottenham penalty area. And at the moment, Newcastle United are quite happy to. Elanga. Trippier, Elanga again. Newcastle loading the back post. Away by Mickey van der Beek.
Newcastle are pressing. This is what I mean. They suffocate you for the first 20-25 minutes. If you can survive this, you beat them.
Elanga looking to tease his way past Spence. Tries to go on the outside. Spence does enough, but only gives it back to Anthony Gordon. Tottenham quicker and sharper to the loose ball.
If you can survive the suffocation, then
you
most likely
now.
go ahead to beat Newcastle. They do this every single game. First 20 minutes, 25 minutes, first half an hour. They put you in a corner, push you against the wall.
You've got to say that Spurs, the two centre backs actually have stood firm and headed everything that's come in there at the moment. But you're imagining that there's going to be one opportunity where it's going to land on a Newcastle.
Keep inviting pressure, can you? This is a crowd that wants Tottenham to set the tone here. Elanga in particular is having a good time down this right-hand side. He's got the ball again, and Trippier is alongside him. More inside the box. Trippier's cross hits the arm, I think, of the former England man. Spence played it against him, but the referee says no handball. Maybe a chance for Oliver. Just drag Tottenham away from their own half of the field and test the Newcastle back line. Runs into Dan Burn. He couldn't get round him.
Great opportunity, great pass from Sarr to change things around and counter. I mean, Spurs are playing as if they've been waiting. They're looking to counter themselves. Any possession really on the ball. This kind of baying for them to just create something. You can't create anything if you haven't got the ball.
Votes are going up. 12 votes, 63% United to win. 17% West Ham. Come on, United.
Spence. Legacy. So quite happy just to allow them to have the ball until they reach the halfway line, then put a bit of a press on. Sums it up a little bit. Towards Solanke now. Nudge from Malik Chow, nothing more than that. It'll be just a brief check to see whether or not there could be a penalty. I'm not sure they'll make a decision to overturn the on-field decision.
No, I don't think so. It's a cute with the ball in, but it's not a penalty for me. A little slight nudge.
Into Ramsey. In the corner.
Is the ball in? Keep the ball in. Nothing there.
We're just looking for the possibility of just a little nudge in the back there.
There's a little nudge there, but I think if you're giving penalties for that, we'd be giving 5 or 6 Another corner for Newcastle.
Absolutely, and Newcastle have been the aggressors here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. It's not the greatest of corners in from Trippier. As Willock manages to get hold of it. Again, Tottenham just not sharp enough to react. When that ball breaks them, they need to get a bit quicker out.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a poor header from Spence. That's unfair. That ball should have been headed out for a throw-in way up the pitch. But their reaction, and that's the problem with Spurs. I watch them, particularly at home, their movement off the ball. That's why people go backwards for Tottenham. The movement off the ball is not good enough collectively.
And is that a coaching thing? Is that a quality of player thing? Is that a lack of confidence thing?
Yeah, I think all three of them things you've mentioned there, Sam, without a doubt. But when you have what we claim to go, talk it back into. But when you've got three of those facets bereft of them as a team and individually, they look like they're playing at home. They're playing with chains on. They've got a little bit too much anxiety in their play. They haven't got the confidence to make them runs. So consequently, whoever's on the ball has to go backwards. They play safe. And when a team's playing confidently and really in control of their game and they're winning matches, you don't even think about them things. It just becomes natural.
You are in this team, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course. I think, listen, we've got a really good squad, so it's not easy to just pick the team. I think the boys are in a good rhythm. I think they're obviously feeling good without getting carried away, and looking forward to the game. You know, I think the whole squad's contributed and continue to do that and off the bench tonight and finishing the game, if however that looks, has been important for us. So we need to carry that on as well.
And this has been such a good run so far. So for you, how do you balance the emotions of the highs for the lads ahead of a game like this?
You certainly got to use the confidence that it brings, you know, and the positive in terms of the performance and the results. I think that's part of sport and performance. You've got to take them emotions and balance them off with getting ready for the next game. You know, every game is different challenges, different atmospheres, different flow of the game. So it's a bit of a reset, but we're obviously going into the game in a good place, and so that makes us feel good. Looking forward to the game.
And finally, we're against a team that's fighting at the bottom end of the table today. What do you have to watch out for today? Where do you think the dangers could be?
They're a dangerous team. They've got really good players, really good attacking players as well. That proved in recent weeks, you know, what they're capable of doing. So it's listen, the league table's really irrelevant of where we are, where they are. It's a game tonight that we'll go into with our eyes wide open, and hopefully we'll get the performance and we get the result.
Well, good luck. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Thank you.
Nice
See you in a bit.
Yeah, so your mate there, Michael, enjoying life as our head coach, doing very well. What's the feeling from him at the moment as to where he's at in this process and how the team's responding to the work he and his staff are doing?
Yeah, well, I think you've seen how the lads have responded, the attitude, the confidence going forward especially. You know,
An example there, looking around, there's no movement off the ball. There's no sort of interplay where two people are moving together and making space and creating. Consequently, the ball goes square and back again. Spurs are at their best when there's movement. They've done it in Europe.
That's flexing back into a shape, sort of almost 4-5-1 when they don't have the ball as well, which makes it even more difficult. Here's Solanke, who has got good movement. You get the shot away, which is blocked by Botman. Ray supplementing the attack here. In towards Solanke again. Botman manages to get it clear. Gordon looking to try and get around Dragusin. He's done that. They want to release it quickly, but Dragusin is all arms and legs over Joe Willock. So well timed intervention from Mickey van der Ven.
What a tackle that is, Sam. My word.
Another one from Simmons. This was the first one. It's the perfect weather for this sort of tackle, Glenn, isn't it, eh?
Absolutely. The old sliding tackle I thought had gone out of the game, but look at that. He timed it to perfection. You have to. When you slide tackle, you go down, you commit. And that's where nowadays, in the modern game, it's very unusual to see that coaches are saying there's a foul. But for me, it's perfect.
It's one of those nights where the kickman's going to have a hell of a job to get the grass down his arm. Now Gordon looking to try and take off Mickey van der Ven. Lays it against the Dutchman. It's yet another corner. We could end up with double figures in terms of corners before we get to half time.
Well, and so far at the moment, Spurs have dealt with most of the corners that have come in. There's a couple of dangerous ones, but as you said earlier, they've got to make first contact. At the moment, they're making that, but so many corners. There's going to be one that Newcastle can make first one.
Gets away, and only as far as Ramsey, who hits it. Ooh. I can't believe that went wide. It did take a nick on the way through, I think. Simon was getting out close to him.
Gets to close in. I don't know if there is a touch there. Look, you couldn't say it. But Ego, just stayed the same flat.
Movement from Botman, movement from Byrne. It's towards Malik Chow. It's still alive with Anthony Gordon. This time it goes behind. Away for a goal kick. A couple of times there, Newcastle threatened the Tottenham Hotspur goal, and Eddie Howe, I think, will be a little bit frustrated that they haven't managed to get on the score sheet. He hasn't shied away from the criticism that he's faced over his tactics, especially away from home where they've won only 2 of 12. So the good news for him is that Tottenham are just as bad at home as Newcastle are away from home in the Premier League.
Well, performance-wise, he's got to be delighted with Newcastle. It's up to now.
Barnes trying to trick his way past Sapsar. Might have been a foul prior to that, which has hurt was Odobert.
Looks in agony, the lad. Chuck him back there. Let's try to pinch the ball there. Can't really see, can you? It's a really good tackle from Sarr. But it looks like he's in a lot of pain. It's one where it doesn't look like he might have got injured, but twisted something.
Well, Glenn, they can't afford to have anybody else go into the sick bay, can they? That is for sure, because they've got far too many that are unavailable already tonight. And it doesn't look comfortable at all, does he? He's panicking that he's going to have to try and find some more personnel. Look, even the bench is empty tonight. A lot of those warming up down to our left-hand side, but it does illustrate, I think, that there is a lack of first teamers available tonight. You've got Janai Byfield on the bench this evening, only 17 years of age. One of the teenagers as well, including Sousa, who came off the bench at Manchester United at the weekend. Well, TNT Sports, which brought you that game, is the home of the Olympic Winter Games, and you can catch every medal moment as well as your favourite TGV stars across the TNT Sports and Discovery Plus app. Tomorrow, 8 more gold medals will be decided, including in the figure skating, where Lila Fear and Lewis Gibson look to secure Team GB's first Olympic medal since 1994. It's not the only entertainment that we've got coming up for you, because this is Premier League match week 26, and every single one of the matches is available on TNT Sports and the Discovery Plus app, including 5 tomorrow night. Sunderland Liverpool, that should be an absolute cracker. Manchester City Fulham. And then on Thursday night, we've got Brentford against Arsenal, that standalone fixture to end what is a fantastic week of football. It's been a good start so far for Newcastle. Jason Tindall just speaking to Kieran Trippier and Jacob Ramsey. What do they need to do better for Eddie Howe to go in the break satisfied?
Well, obviously, they've got to put the ball in the back of the net. I mean, they've had numerous opportunities. The amount of corners that they've had, and they've had really good quality deliveries as well. It's not like they've only hit the front post once. They've been really quality. And at the moment, Spurs have got to be applauded the fact that they've defended it really, really well. But you can't keep doing that amount of corners. In the end, your opponents will score. But getting back to the injuries here, it doesn't look good, does it? The problem with Tottenham's injuries at the moment, it's not like a 4 or 5 day injury. Every injury, most of the injuries have all been really long term, like 6 weeks plus, and that's what's really crippling as a manager. You can cope with 4 or 5 maybe in your squad, but not the amount that they've had through this season already.
Charlison, Maddison, Borrow, Romero, all sitting there tonight. There's the list of absentees, including Romero. That's 12. You don't want to lose Wilson Odobert tonight. Thomas Frank has been dealt a bit of a tough hand, actually. I don't care who you are. If you're missing that sort of level of player on a regular basis, you are going to struggle, aren't you? I mean, look, some of the performances have been questioned. Some of the fans aren't happy. They're going to have to bring Matisse Tell on to replace Odobert, who clearly isn't going to be able to continue. So there's more problems for the medical department to deal with.
The good sign is he's actually walking off. He's obviously tweaked something, but he's actually walking off. It's not being carried off. So we don't see it stretching at any time, but she's done something. Couldn't see it on the replay what he actually done. So let's hope it's not a long term.
Should we have a look just to see? Someone knows what the problem is here. He went down immediately, didn't he?
Ooh. Yeah, it's his left foot landing foot as he jarred, whether it's his ankle or his knee, but there, that's the jar. It just opens up the joint a little bit, and that's the sore really is. But good thing that he's walking down that tunnel, and then Tell will come on, and it's his opportunity now.
It's good that he's walking, Glenn, but it's not good that he's walking straight down the tunnel. It tells you that that problem is more severe. And you mentioned it earlier, Tottenham don't seem to get just a knock. They seem to get injuries that rule players out for 5-6 weeks at a time.
Yeah, that's what's been crippling them.
Here is Simmons trying to action the chance by bulldozering his way through the Tottenham midfield. That's the back line of Newcastle United. Both two clubs are dealing with a relentless schedule. Anyhow, also suffering with injuries, but Tottenham's injury list is almost unmanageable, really. Here's Willock on the bound past Conor Gallagher. It's dragged back by Conor Gallagher.
Yeah, he just gets that ball at first, just glides past him. Gallagher just brings him down, doesn't he? But that was the difference. I mean, Eddie Howe before the game said, you know, why tonight he's not playing well, I'm resting him, he's had a blah, 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 putting some fresh legs in, and Thomas Frank must be sitting there thinking, oh my words, I had that much.
Well, he's probably had to rest Polinia tonight because he's played so many games.
Good point, yeah. He's been playing in the back three, not so much on the weekend, but they have been playing in Europe particularly well with the back three, but they're running out of defenders now.
Good on Basuma again to come into the team tonight. Have a great day against Manchester City a couple of weeks ago. Barnes, not like Gallagher. His injuries and delays might just have taken the sting out of the game for a minute. Tottenham might be able to use that as a way of recalibrating. Despite the fact they've been on the back foot for most of the 37 minutes we've had so far, they are yet to concede, so they're very much still in the game. Guimaraes' cross. Van de Ven away. Here's Tell. Taken up by Botman. Signed a new long-term contract at Newcastle United. Sven Botman. There's problems with injuries over his Newcastle career, but at his very best, he's a proper defender. Van de Ven sliding that up to Mattis Tell. Lost the match between him and Trippier. He wanted to get away with the ball. The free kick is given for Tottenham Hotspur. Now Simons. Ramsey across. Is that late by him? Well, the referee thinks so. Ramsey was not so sure.
I think he just catches him there. He doesn't play the ball at all. It's a foul for me. But it's interesting. Tell's come on and he's playing out on this left-hand side. Now, Simons hasn't gone over on the right-hand side where all of it was when he come off. So it looks like maybe they've pushed Gallagher out there. And they've put Xavi Simons just in behind Solanke. That might just work for him a little bit more. Because Simons has found it hard to track Trippier back all the way, and Spencer's had a 2v1 a lot of the time down this right-hand side. So let's look to see whether he stays out here on the left. And I think Gallagher's been told to play sort of within to out on the right-hand side.
Well, they were getting far too much joy Newcastle down the right-hand side, so they had to do something in terms of plugging that gap. Maybe Tell will do that. Spence. Notices header. Not going to get it under control for Newcastle. Barnes. Carrying the ball well. Now Gordon. The three Newcastle forwards were on the starting blocks there on the edge of the area. Ramsey, Bruno Guimaraes. This is Trippier. Now Bruno Guimaraes again. It's a lovely ball into Trippier at the near post. As he was running towards it, but Van de Ven spotted the danger, snuffed it out before it became a real problem. Trying to wriggle out of Barnes' grasp. Hand at the face for Archie Gray. Newcastle won the ball high up once more. Willock, Ramsey, Paxar trying to get the better of him now. Tottenham's released the ball, but there's no one in front of Paxar. Ramsey is penalised again, and this time he's going to get a yellow card off Anthony Taylor.
Yeah, I didn't look at
Or is it a booking for Saar?
No, Saar. It's Saar saying.
Yeah, simulation.
I didn't think he touched him. Actually, free play, look, it just goes down. I think he's run out of space, he's run out of time, he's running into bodies there. Ramsey just jumps, he just hops and tries to get out of the way. And the crowd are going to be booing here. Yeah, he definitely deserves a yellow card for that going down. No doubt about it.
That's the last thing that they need. Better central midfield player getting booked for simulation inside his own half. Seems a very unwise thing to do from Paxar. Guimaraes into the box. Headed by Chow. Away by Solanke. Dropped in towards Dan Burn, who gets a little glancing header on it, but not enough power to trouble Vicario.
Yeah, couldn't get the power, couldn't get the direction, but again, it's another free kick that's launched into the box. Spurs have been dealing with those balls in there, but just a little nudge there from Saar. It's one of those situations, I think, Eddie Howe was saying, look, we've dominated the game, we've created so much, enough to have actually gone 1-0 up. We'd be really upset that they haven't going down that tunnel. And as for Spurs, well, if they can get a clean sheet, they play better into the South Stadium every half when they play. But Man City lost a couple of weeks ago. They play much better. I don't know what it is, but they do. They'll play better second.
Well, they have to, won't they? Because at the moment, it's Newcastle United who certainly look more likely to go on and win the game. You look at the attempts, the shots on target so far. It's one-way traffic. The Tottenham Hotspur crowd are going to be too happy at half-time if it stays like this. They need an injection of impetus, some inspiration, some creativity.
The match's about to go off soon. United, we're switching off soon.
Every white shirt I'm looking at, whoever's on the ball here, everyone's static at the moment. Off the ball.
Newcastle aren't an easy team to play. They approach most matches with a relentless intensity. They often apply a high press, man-to-man, in terms of aggression. High intensity off the ball. They have to get amongst the opposition. They fire each
in a
other
row
up
for him.
towards the crowd.
Lisandro Martinez and Harry Maguire in the centre of defence. Diogo Dalot at right back. He came up with an assist for Bruno Fernandes on Saturday. Casemiro and Kobbie Mainoo elevated their levels in central midfield. Good to see them start.
Arsenal man scores against Tottenham, and Newcastle United have a goal that has been coming since the whistle blew. It's a game of high stakes that neither can afford to lose, and Newcastle United have taken charge, and their dominance on the scoreboard now reflects their dominance on the field of play.
But that's one thing we spoke about, boys down that side of the pitch were saying the same about the counter.
Big game, brother. Very big game. Usual. We need to win it.
The ball away here, and there's a break. There's movement. You see the movement towards the ball, and then suddenly it's a spinning behind. Dragison's in trouble. There's a gap in between there. Van de Ven thinks he can get back.
Bro.
No. It's like the time of the run.
Tottenham, Newcastle just scored.
Van de Ven just steps back a little bit, tries to block it. It's a really good finish. It's a really good finish. Lovely weighted pass from Ramsey. There he is, just steps away a little bit there. Just gives Willem the opportunity to just curl it in that bottom corner. There he is, Van der Ven, not getting tight. I think he thought there was a player in behind as well. There was Gordon. But it's a really fantastic finish, and it's what they've deserved.
Yeah, well, he hasn't scored too many goals. He scored the equaliser in Paris in the Champions League, but that's it for the season. And Tottenham Hotspur may get a reprieve here because they are checking a goal for possible offside. Anthony Taylor just getting instruction from the VAR, who is Nick Hopton tonight. And they are freezing the run of Joe Willock and just trying to work out whether or not he is just in front of Mickey van der Ven.
Checking for offside, mate.
Long old wait to decide whether or not this is offside or onside.
It's as tight as you'll ever see, actually. It's a real tight one.
We can't see whether or not they're drawing the lines on the crosshairs or not.
Offside being checked.
But I think they're going to disallow the goal for a very, very slight offside here, Glenn.
Well, you'd have thought the automated system would be the one that will show us that, but that does look so tight, doesn't it? It really, really does. And that's, you know, I think that's the scenario we were talking about. Maybe the offside should be from the back foot, because that would be a goal.
Well, look how tight this is.
It's offside, mate.
It's a reprieve for Tottenham Hotspur.
If it was the back part of the body, actually, then, you know, players going forward, they're there. Willett, he's leaning forward. It's your natural thing. You put the ball in there, I'm going to lean forward, and you're being punished for that. If it's the back foot that I think Arsene Wenger mentioned, I think that would have been a goal.
Well, as I've been repeatedly told this week, the laws are the laws, Glenn.
Whether they think they're the right, correct laws is another thing.
Well, listen, you have to have a demarcation point. We're looking at a semi-automated offside graphic in the stadium. It looks a little bit unclear to me, but anyway, we'll have a look at it in a second. Here is.
Mate, I'm not even. You know, based on our record, it's going to be a difficult one.
From the Brazilian, whose form in general since Michael Carrick's been there has been good.
Our record at West Ham is terrible.
Very talented boy. He's in the great runs well. That man in your picture. Having an excellent one, Dallo.
No, I forgot to put the time on. Just watching the Tottenham game.
Early in matches, they scored the most goals in the Premier League inside the opening quarter of an hour. It's just something that they might try and capitalise on here at the London Stadium. But that's Scotty from Somerville. So Ahmad on the move for the first time, and a whole posse of West Ham defenders were there to meet him.
That's some of the kid, man. He's too good.
It does feel like the biggest test this tonight, Ali, of West Ham's recent newfound result.
Yeah, I would accept that. When you look at Manchester United's previous results, you've seen the loss from the definite.
Yeah. They're in fine form. But you know, you can dismantle them. It's just the record. Wan-Bissaka is there.
Freddie Potts is the only change to the team that started at the weekend. The man who's just signed on loan from Chelsea.
You know, Michael Carrick can crack that code eventually, because they've not lost a game, have they, against us?
Maybe wasn't expecting that.
He took the ones they were not expecting. I know you wanted it.
They tend to turn up against us. They need to win. Because if they win tonight, they could potentially survive. Right? If you look at the numbers,
7.5 years since they last drew a game, so we should get a positive result tonight, one way or another. That's something that both teams out there tonight will be hoping for.
And some nervousness there at the back.
It's going to be a corner. Appealing the other way, but Simon Hooper convinced that was a West Ham United
Some nervousness at the back there, mate.
I think he was What managed to come for it? Stayed on his line.
So West Ham's captain out to take it. The big figure of Thomas Souček is in there. Axel Disasi has gone in there as well. So has Dinos Mavropanos. And he goes into that Manchester United 6-yard box.
That's one thing I'm not sure about with goalkeeper. You can actually hit, punch the ball or do stuff with the ball that our previous keepers couldn't do. So even a corner there, I'm not even nervous at that. And Newcastle scored.
United fourth. They'll go level with Villa if they win tonight. Anti within 9 of
Newcastle
Arsenal
scored again.
at the top. The recent run has had a drastic effect on what the team
Spurs, man, they could be in the relegation battle here.
For them, and everything he's touched so far, Michael Carrick has
Martial.
turned to goal, hasn't it? I mean, he's had such an impact on the team in a short space of time.
Absolutely.
I think the interesting aspect, Ali, is whether it's new manager bounce or whether he can sustain it the rest of the way.
Well, time will tell. You've got to say it. I think it looks a lot more than new manager bounce. That would be my.
They had one disallowed, but this would definitely count.
They just look. Sometimes clearly you get a lift when a new manager comes in, but they just look. The whole place looks and feels completely different.
He's been superb for them. It's been absolutely brilliant for them. We need to win it. We need to win it because Chelsea are already winning.
It's going to be a free kick, I think, here.
So I think Chelsea are 1-0 up. We need to win this.
Manchester United, Aaron Wan-Bissaka, the offender.
There it is, yeah. Pretty straightforward.
Bruno Fernandes, who was outstanding in the win against Tottenham at the weekend, and now Cunha.
Ahmad, why didn't you go? Cunha wanted you to go.
Both sides in the early stages here, just feeling each other out.
Come on. I said Martinez can pass the ball. Foul, no? Bring him down now before it's too late. That's it. Well done, lads. I thought Casemiro was going to do a sliding tackle there, as usual.
Absolutely. He's ganged up going there, didn't he?
Shaw flicks it on. That goes through to Mats Hermansen.
He said he didn't fit the system,
the Premier League this season. He's got both of them, hasn't he? Hermansen, one against Forest, but ironically, Nuno was
he's good at defending, but his final ball is just shit.
No real surprise, he's kept his place in the team. I think they're a bit more strict off the rules.
If you look at him, he's defending it absolutely. But since he went to West Ham, his final ball has improved. Mate, have you seen how long this stream has been going on? 6 hours. This stream has been on for 6 hours, bro.
It's good if you play first, if you get a positive result. It's not so good if you don't.
Yeah, watch him here. All of a sudden, at United, he wasn't doing all these runs, but now he's doing them at West Ham. He's even got a few assists in Wan-Bissaka.
Particular game, I really did.
This is Apache Alan Juve. Somerville is the player in
Somerville is in danger. He's in danger.
On the left-hand side for West Ham. He gets the cross in, flicked on and flicked wide. Jared Bowen. Plenty of pace on the cross, so he didn't need to do a great deal with a header.
No, it's the ball. It's a great ball. Whipped in, as you can see. It's perfect for somebody like Bowen.
That was going in, you know.
There, but it's a good effort. First sign, we've seen the two of them linking up, Dan.
It's a good atmosphere in here tonight. The last time we came, I'm not necessarily sure the crowd had quite believed what they were seeing, but now they've seemed to have come to terms with it, so it's a little bit livelier from the start, but it always feels like that when you come here and watch West Ham in action against Manchester United. It does kind of bring out the best in the supporters.
Everyone looks like everyone looks like they know what they're doing. Look at that little play from the back there.
Solid pair
Look
in
at that.
centre half for Manchester United. Just in here,
Come on, Bruno.
Fernandes has got it behind, and
Oh.
Henderson came. The fact he was there was enough, but the offside flag eventually went up. Anyway, just
Right,
looked
that's
off.
the-
I've
that's
been
the
watching.
warning.
He's making
That's
some good
first
runs
warning.
from that number 10 position.
What's the stream saying, bro? What's the quality of the stream saying? Is it good on your side?
I thought it was. You can see what he does down the arch. His run goes back out to go back in. He might just fall a bit unlucky there. An early thought, Ali, would be I just hope we don't need the VAR
Got a goal at Everton as well.
after the shenanigans at the end of the Liverpool-Manchester City match. I know that everybody's explained why it was the right decision, but we still don't have to like it as football fans, do we? Correct. Yeah. Let's hope there's not too much involvement for Craig Paulson.
Yo, Everton are up to 6th. Liverpool drops.
There's
Yo,
been an important
Everton
goal scored
fine form,
at
bro.
the Tottenham Hotspur
Wow.
Stadium. It's more bad news for Thomas Frank. It's Malik Thiaw for Newcastle. So Spurs nil, Newcastle 1. And you can see the goal. So a Tottenham team that started the night under real pressure is under even more pressure. And they're not that far away from the relegation fight, I can tell you. Well, I can tell you right now, if they lose that game tonight, they are right in the middle of it. So 1-0 to Newcastle in North London, and it's still 1-0 to Chelsea in West London in their match against Leeds, and that's a fixture that directly impacts West Ham United here. So it's a big week for a lot of teams down there at the bottom who are all going to look at each other.
Right.
It's chief factor, Hermanson. He's not really found
Turn
too
it
much
down.
of a rhythm, has he? No, it's not get going yet. Hasn't get going.
Son, mate. Cheers for that.
Correct, nice. In a couple of minutes, we're just kind of feeling each other out, I think.
Everton, bro. Everton are up. Up to 6th. Liverpool are in trouble, bro.
Intercepted over there by Jude. Straight to Kobe Bailey, who's hardly put a foot wrong on his return to the Manchester United team. Played forward now towards Brian Mbumo, and that's seen back to Hermanson by Wan-Bissaka. Look at the space now. Matthias
Yo,
Fernandes
look at
to
the
pick up the ball.
space they have here. I think we have enough on the bench to win this game. I know Wan-Bissaka will probably want to play his best game ever, so just to stick the middle finger, you know. What a keeper, what a save. You know, this is the only thing that's given me hope most of the time watching this team now play. The keeper.
I don't think it's the corner, I think it's a comfortable save, yeah, but it's a good save. But you can see
This guy is not going to be at West Ham next season. He's not going to be at West Ham next season.
He's wanting to come inside, he's wanting to get his shots away down. Good save, comfortable one though.
They're booing the Spurs players, man. Tottenham fans, they're booing their own players.
So Jared Bowen out to take the second West Ham corner tonight from the same side. Didn't beat the player at the near post who was...
They need to take their chances though, West Ham. If they don't, United, you know, once United settle in this game, find a rhythm, United will just, you know, dismantle them.
Somerville.
It's one of them games where I think we'll win it, but it's going to be a difficult one.
Casemiro can flip it forward for Brian Mbumo to chase, which is interesting. Mavropanos has had to come across, and in the end, did really well for West Ham.
We can win it off the bench.
Well, just a lot of encouragement from West Ham last couple of minutes.
Nice one, thank you. There's a problem. It's not going to be a West Ham next season, bro. It's not. It's good quality play.
Since November 2022, and he's now scored in 4 successive Premier League matches.
It reminded me of, you know, when Hazard first joined the league. Hazard joining the league this summer ago. But it's not the same. Obviously, it's not the same as Hazard, but he's got quality in him. He'll just get better if he plays for a good coach or a better team. Or better players around him. Yeah, we've already seen that.
Kobe Mainu, and on Luke Shaw. Slightly too aggressive though, Fernandez.
See, they need to be careful, West Ham. They need to, they just need to play their own game, because what United are doing, United are playing their own game. They're not rushing the play. They're not rushing the ball. If you see here, the play is slow for United. We're not even started. Look at it, the play is slow. West Ham are trying to rush the game, and United are trying to contain them for the next 20 minutes or so. For the first 20 minutes, that's what we're doing. See. It's going to be a decisive pass for United. I'll just, unlock this. Like, here we go.
He's going to chase and keep the ball in on that side.
Oh, unlucky.
Big lane there by Bruno Fernandez. It wasn't a bad idea by Kuhn. It just didn't quite manage to squeeze the ball through. It's well covered with Jeff.
United are not rushing it. They're not rushing this game. I think they have a game plan here. Contain them the first 20-30 minutes and see how it goes. And then they'll turn the heat up, man. They'll turn the heat up. There's no rush if you look at them now. And West Ham, they're trying to get the first goal in.
Tells you all you need to know. Fernandez there ahead of Mainu, but they'll get the corner, Manchester United. Somerville standing in behind.
Corner. Come on, lads. I don't know if you agree with me with that assessment there. West Ham are rushing to get another goal. And United will contain them for the first 14, 15 minutes. And now, United are going to contain them for a bit.
And it's been a weakness
and then they'll turn the heat up
all season. So this could be an important area tonight for both teams here. Bruno's got plenty of depth on it, plenty of distance.
Another corner? No.
He's just trying to hang up in that back post there, hasn't he?
So TNT Sports, the home of the Winter Olympics. Every medal moment, as well as your favourite Team GP stars across TNT Sports and Discovery Plus.
It's almost, this game feels like your game tomorrow.
Combined today. The Americans, USA, one was supposed to win it, but the best Slaven skier in the world messed it up. I was hooked. Or hooked. I was hooked.
Come on, that's not a foul, man. That is not a foul. That wasn't a foul. They played for it.
Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's been great. It's a solid challenge, a nice station away from goal.
It's not, it wasn't a foul, that.
So they've got height in the team. Neither Mavropanos nor Disasi have scored yet this season. In
fact,
Disasi hadn't played a game until the weekend. So there might be a bit of rust for the player on loan from Chelsea. Souček always a threat from a situation like this if they get the delivery right. So the responsibility will fall on the shoulders of Jared Bowen. So many players crammed into Manchester United's 6-yard box here.
Very poor free kick. What a wasted. That's what I mean. What a wasted opportunity. They need to take these chances, you know, and they're not doing it.
You can just feel the crowd disappointed, but they're prepared to cut him a bit of slack and throw a loose shit.
Scored the last 2 times he's played against Manchester United here. Jared Bowen, the West Ham captain.
Penalty winner, if I remember, wasn't it?
Yeah. Oh. That was last season, Ali, an injury time penalty to win the match, so he kept his cool under pressure. He's got 2 in his last 3 as well, so he's one of the West Ham players in form at the moment with this recent revival. Somerville's an interesting battle on that side. There's Nuno, did the double over Manchester United with Forest last season. He lost his job at Spurs after a defeat against them in 2021. And he was on the bench for Porto the night that they won at Old Trafford and Mourinho did the knee slide all those years ago. Remember it well. Took a while, but now he's got West Ham playing how he wants them to play. It's excellent tracking back as the background of Bruno defensively for Manchester United there.
Mbeumo is just as good quality, man. Look at Mbeumo, bro. Look at that. Look how we're getting the ball out, bro. Look how we're getting the ball out. Look how we're walking this ball, bro. Carry ball, carry ball. Oh. Look how we got that ball out there.
It's too heavy. But lovely little play. Exchange of passing in the middle of the park. When you see it again, look at this. Lovely. Lovely little give and go with Fernandes. And this is a heavy touch, heavy pass. Too much on it. So he might have got there a little bit earlier actually, but still not to miss the balls.
Nice and sharp defensively over there. Man Utd to Casemiro. Swung back well done by Somerville. In went Martinez.
Yeah, good tackle, good challenge. Had to win the ball and he did.
Martinez, man. We missed him so much.
Martinez and Maguire have started together 4 times this season. They've won
all 4
games. They've also had clean sheets in the wins against Manchester City and Spurs. So he's got his centre-back pairing now that both of them are fit.
Come on. Come on.
Shaw with a chance to cross.
Ooh.
Stabbed behind for the corner by Mavropanos. It's a murky night. It's been raining for the majority of the day. A dank night in the East End.
Everton are winning. Chelsea are winning. Newcastle are winning.
West Ham to defend. Flat one, it's clear off the line. Bissaka, Luke Shaw hit it.
Is that no handball?
Bissaka was in exactly the right place for West Ham.
Is that no handball?
Free kick at the weekend, didn't we? The set play in the corner. This is brilliant. That's a great ball. Because I'm looking at it initially, I'm thinking, has he mishit it? No, he hasn't. Brilliant goal line clearance from Bissaka.
Close.
But again, excellent set play.
Said after the game, didn't he, Michael Carrick, that Johnny Evans is the man who's kind of overseeing the set pieces at the moment. So he gave Johnny Evans and the set piece coach all the credit on Saturday for the corner that Mbeumo scored from, and that was another one that they clearly tried to light.
Excellent. Because it's amazing. I'm looking at the
corner.
Bro, look,
do you see that logo on the top right? What do you think of that logo?
Chasing down there is Dalot, but it's a skinny surface, and that kind of pass has to be spot on. Let's have another look at it.
Unlucky there.
Excellent shot, Captain.
Wow. Keeper was beaten.
Defended superbly well. Just covering his goalkeeper there.
One thing I would tell you,
close, man. We're coming.
It's
coming.
January
The goal is coming.
2023, and after that, it might be a while longer if they aren't going in.
I think you told me that Saturday if I recall.
Yeah, I might get some t-shirt and some hoodies on it. You know, put that logo on the t-shirt and hoodie.
Off the line from the Manchester United corner. It does feel like the kind of night, based on how both teams are playing at the moment, that the first goal's a big one on a night like this.
See, now West Ham, they've slowed down. Before they were rushing us the first 15 minutes. Now they've slowed down because of that little scare they've had there. They know. Come on.
Diogo Dalot with the cross, away by Van Bissaka.
Come on.
We've got it back again, it's with Bruno Fernandes, and that's really good defending in there by Disasi. Because Casemiro, who's not really known for making runs into the opposition box like that, have made a really good one.
It's a slight pass, I think, initially from Matheus Fernandes.
Oh.
Covers it well, doesn't he? Sticks the left leg out.
It's a good test of your hamstring on a night like this, but he'd not played very often. He wasn't ring rusty there, was he? He's had a good stretch prior to kick-off. So approaching the 25-minute mark.
Yeah, you just know it. It's almost like they're trying to play like Newcastle United. That's what they do. The first 20-25 minutes, or even half an hour, they will put you in a corner, they will press and push you, suffocate you to the point that if you can't survive that suffocation, yeah, they'll kill you. And that's what Newcastle have done to Tottenham right now. That's what they're doing to them. And West Ham have just tried doing that now, but they've had a few scares. Is that yellow?
Bruno Fernandes is speaking to the referee Simon Hooper.
He pulled him back. He pulled him. He pulled him.
Fernandes pulls him back.
Look it up. Premier League refs is shit, man. Fucking hell. You can see he pulled him back and he didn't give it.
The fella can have his haircut as well, which is significant for him. They're unbeaten at the moment in 8 games. Their last went 9 without defeat when Ole Gunnar Solskjaer was the manager in May 2021. So it's been a while since he's been as good as this, which is why Manchester United supporters are optimistic at the moment. There's also a big competition in Manchester to get the task of cutting the fella's hair. Somerville. Fernandes. Led by Castellanos, it breaks into Suchek. And Wan-Bissaka. It's an interesting ball. It's a good header in there by Dalot.
We're defending really well.
Axel Disasi. Crowd urging West Ham forward.
United going to hit this low on the break.
Somerville. Suchek tackled up there with Maguire. 2 big fellas who don't like to give an inch. That's a nice pass by Mainu into Bruno Fernandes. Now out here to Brian Bruma. Good football that from Manchester United.
Couple of passes, he took everyone out. I like how Kobe is just scanning the place. He gets the ball, does his little scans to see where space is. Look at that. Pass off.
Martinez. And Brian Bruma. Bruno Fernandes to Casemiro. Casemiro helps it on now to Fernandes. That took the deflection that Servants' ball. One thing we did see a lot of, what was impressive on Saturday, was a lot of one-touch football, nice and quick, sharp, the passing from Manchester United. We haven't seen any of that really in the opening 28 minutes tonight.
No, I agree with you. Saturday was just seen them knocking the ball about. They're a little bit low, particularly on the left-hand side here, to put crosses into the box. Trying to play through you. Can be a little bit tight, congested sometimes. Just got to put delivery in.
Wan-Bissaka won 2 trophies at Manchester United, an FA Cup and a League Cup, and he's on the ball again.
Go on, Castle. Well done. Go on, let's go. Come on. Release Bruno.
Good work there by Fernandes just
Come
to
on.
slow down. Bruno
Come on.
Fernandes is trying to boom up. Good noise inside the London Stadium. Still 0-0. Manchester United having the Kobe Mainu. Bruno Fernandes. Hamad's not seen too much of the ball. No, he hasn't. In the early stages. It's Casemiro. Ramos back helping out the West Ham cause. Now Martinez. Do you know, Ali, it feels like a game that neither team wants to lose.
Oh, Ahmad was gone there.
Nobody wants to make a mistake. He's had an impact, hasn't he? Tati Castellanos, 6 matches. West Ham have won 4 and they've lost 2. But they've been ahead in all 6 games. And he started for them. Shaw finding Cunha, trying to get the nutmeg on Mavropanos, says Bowen. Oh, good feet, wasn't it? Lovely feet. Bringing it up for the free kick. Yeah. He just moves it from left to right. I think it's Casemiro catches. Maybe it's here. Yeah, lovely. Just angles the leg in, doesn't he? I know that he said he's going to leave in the summer, Casemiro, but would you be sitting him down with his agent and saying, look, just give us 1 more year? Yeah. It's such a nice partnership he's not been making at the minute.
It really has. You know, yeah, perhaps, but you know, sometimes you made up your mind, you've made up your mind. One thing's not in doubt. What a player, what a career that man's had.
Hits it straight at Dallo. Good balance from Casemiro. Dallo ties himself in knots over there. Ball did go out according to the assistant, and that meant Maguire had got to come across and deal with Somerville.
He did well, Maguire. He had to get that, and he had to time it perfectly. Somerville was by him. That was one a free kick. He also thinks the ball's out.
So Castellanos.
Go on.
Oh, come on, boys. Get this together, man. Get your apps together.
Since he's made that challenge, he's been holding his hamstring. And that's quite significant for Manchester United.
Harry Maguire, we need you, man. We need you. Come on. Come on, Miles. Stretch it out.
Here's Aaron Wan-Bissaka, Jarrod Bowen, Freddie Potts. Crowder of Redondo.
Yeah.
Chelsea 2 for Bomber.
Fernandez to Bowen. Excellent. Swings that there for Somerville. Took it superbly. Wants to go and Dallo. Plays him in. Maguire gets the cross. And he did enough. Whether his hamstring's okay or not, he did enough. And it's a painful one onto the running track there for Juve.
I'm not sure it's a great one. I'm thinking to myself, just stay where you are and let Somerville have a 1v1 on Dallo. Just stay out it.
So Big Harry's done to check on the West Ham left back, El Hadji Malik Diouf, an AFCON winner with Senegal.
I think Diouf is probably one of the worst defenders I've seen play for West Ham. I'm not even joking. This guy.
Anything long term, but wait and see. But he certainly felt it when he made the challenge.
I'll tell you what, as soon as he goes there, he's got to get something. He does. He is stretching.
He's still good for West Ham, bro.
The way he accelerated against Diouf there would indicate he's feeling okay.
I've been watching Somerville for time, you know, and even this Malik, this gel guy, they're different. That
That left back, bro, he's the worst defender I've seen in West Ham. You know, when he went to the AFCON, we went to AFCON, West Ham started winning. And he came back, West Ham lost 2 games. When he wasn't on the team, go on, Dallo. Oh. It's not gonna be a West Ham player next season. I just don't know which big team is gonna want him. Oh.
I must say, to this point, I've been disappointed with Manchester United when they've got in West Ham's final third.
Yeah. Look for a lot bit more of a spark, can't we? I mean, Fernandes tried to switch and play there to move up. One thing you would say is both teams are getting back in very, very quickly defensively.
Yeah, the game just feels like we need to go to open it up. You know what I mean? We need a goal to open the game up. All this passing, it gets nowhere. It's a lot of passing around. Look at this. We're doing too many passes, right? And they're resulting to nothing. Everyone is playing safe. Like, both teams are playing safe. Apart from some of yours, sure, nothing has happened since then.
For a team that's conceded so many goals this season, they're not allowing Manchester United too much space to play.
I don't like that player.
Typical of Nuno, really, when you think about his Forest team.
It comes with the baggage. It comes with the baggage. But I've seen him. He's got a relationship with the United academy player. What's his name? JJ. I don't know if they're related with JJ. I seen him training JJ like a few months ago. I think during the summer holidays. He was training JJ Gabriel, or they were training together, whichever one. But it comes with the baggage. He's a hard worker, he's a workaholic in the midfield. But he's not even a starter at Newcastle. He doesn't start for Newcastle. So we need to... I mean, for Casemiro, yeah, I mean, I can see that happening. But why should we go for someone that's not a starter for Newcastle United and pay 80 million for him?
Trinia blocking the challenge of Potts, and then the ricochet will be chased here by both Bowen and Bruno. And that's a goal kick for West Ham. Trying out for somebody to make something happen in one of the...
You know what I mean? 80 million for someone that's not started at Newcastle. What the hell?
It's as if there's a fear.
And he's not young. He's not young. And he comes with the baggage.
There's definitely a fear.
Right?
Of losing a goal.
You don't want to do that. Go sign a much younger player. Go for Adam Morton. Go for what's his name? Baliba. Go for the other guy.
3 wins in 4 for West Ham is a stark contrast.
This player's a long-term investment.
Before that, it should have been 4 in a row.
But Tonali comes with a baggage.
They not blown the 2-0 lead against Chelsea when they put themselves in a fantastic position.
Tremendous in the first half, weren't they? We'll take one again.
The recent run started in the FA Cup against QPR. Since then, they've beaten Spurs, Sunderland, and Burnley. They've gone 10 without a win before that little burst. I mean, the confidence seemed to be gone, but now it seems to be well and truly back. And of course, they're galvanised now. They can see
the game is too safe.
Opportunity to get safe. If they win tonight, they'll be level on points with Forest, who play Wolves in a massive match at the City ground tomorrow night.
Yep.
Made it.
But if we qualify for the Champions League, right, no need to be desperate. You know what I mean?
Steps across and closes the space, doesn't he?
If we qualify for Champions League, we can't be desperate. You know, players want to come, you know, and play for United. Imagine we didn't have Champions League. We've got Cunha and Burmo, Sesko. You know, imagine then if we got the Champions League, what would happen? So, 80 million for a non-starter of Newcastle United. I can't see United paying that much for him. And plus the baggage he comes with, I don't know. He's a workaholic. He looks like when he comes on second half, he really put in a shift. It reminds me of Chiesa of Liverpool. They both have the same mentality, the same energy, the same, you know, work rate. But they both not starting for their teams. Chiesa can't start for Liverpool. He doesn't start at Newcastle. Come on, Darlow, treat him. That's it. Yeah? Get off, man. We ran into him. Come on, let's go. Let's go. This could be the one. Let's go. I'm hard. Come on, Ahmad. Come on. You could have at least bring that ball back.
Look at this little pass. Beautiful from Fernandes.
There's too much room there. He could have even dropped it for Cunha.
Just goes ahead of him a little bit and he struggles to get it back across. This is the Maguire collision with Castellanos.
Castellanos ran into the fridge, you know.
Just blocks his run, gives
Yeah.
his goalkeeper a little
The
bit
fridge
more
said, no, you're not going through, mate.
Castellanos just made a mental note. If you're going to run into anybody at speed, make sure it's not Harry Maguire. I mentioned the fact that it's Forest against Wolves at the City Ground tomorrow night. That's one of a host of big matches. You can see them all on TNT Sports and Discovery Plus. Ali and I are going to be at the Stadium of Light for Sunderland against Liverpool.
Casemiro
It's Villa against
probably
Brighton.
Maguire will leave.
Manchester City
Or
against
they'll
Fulham
give him
after that
another year
excellent
contract
comeback
because he's
win at
willing to take
Anfield
a
on
pay cut.
Sunday. Palace
Sancho
against
will go.
Burnley. I
Sancho's
mentioned
contract
Forest
finishes
Wolves on
anyway.
Thursday night.
Rashford will go.
Between Brentford and the league leaders
What
Arsenal,
else
and
can I
that's not
see
been
them?
an easy
Can I
fixture for
see
the Gunners.
people get rid of? Kobe's not going to go anywhere.
I've just got a wee feeling though, with the nerves round about the Emirates, they might be better playing one or two of their games away from home. Yeah.
But yeah, I can't see us being desperate if we qualify for the Champions League. You see players get desperate to join United. Players will take a pay cut to join us. That's what you'll see, man.
To Brian and Bumo. None of the Manchester United front players have had a sniff really so far. That's given away to Wan Bissaka.
Too many wasted passes, man. Eventually, this game it's got to open up second half. Something's got to give.
I take your point about walking pace as well. He's an injection of something, isn't it? Somerville might do that.
Only West Ham in rush to score.
That side for West Ham. Now Thomas Soucek. One from Panos.
Don't push him, please.
Aaron Wan-Bissaka. Here's Jared Bowen. Matias Fernandes. Seems at the moment like both teams are loath to put it in the opposition box.
Do you know what's happening? Both teams are actually defending the best part of 30 yards from goal. They're holding the box, and there's absolutely no space to play at all because the forwards on both sides are dropped back 20 yards inside their own half. So there's no space. It's so congested. In normal circumstances, you'd have one, they're maybe two higher up the pitch. But both teams are bringing
Mate, come on.
No
the man is getting game time now. Bro, the guys played 4 games and won all 4 games. It's not going. They're not going to let him go. It's too much. Yeah, it's too much. They got to build the team around Kobe. It's not going to go anywhere, bro.
He's got it made at the moment, Disassi. So
You'll probably get rid of Ugarte. Ugarte needs to
he
go.
gets a loan here to West Ham and kicks into gear. Did the same thing last season, went to Aston Villa. Good contract, January, half a season. It's a good deal, that.
Come on, Ahmad, come on. That's it. Come on.
This decision is the one that matters. He's not happy at all, is he? And there's not going to be any additional time, by the way, because the game hasn't really had a stoppage.
Oh.
Apart from that incident where Juve went off behind the goal, but no additional time incoming. So the final few seconds of what's been a very tepid first half
Give it a
here
shot.
at the London Stadium.
Dallo, run forward. Look at him lifting his arm when he's right at the back there. Why are you calling for the ball right all the way there?
And that's half time. So a chance of peace.
When was the last time you watched a game that's gone up at a time?
A shot from outside the box that was tipped away by Senelanders. And then a brilliant goal-line clearance from Wan-Bissaka from a Manchester United corner that was volleyed goalwards by Luke Shaw. Not much else to tell you. In the East End rain, half-time, West Ham United 0, Manchester United 0.
Yo, Tottenham. Let's see what's happening with the Tottenham game.
Downside, he plays it centrally.
Oh, 2-0.
It's a fantastic finish.
I just joined this Tottenham game.
Ramsey
Newcastle
with the
scored.
finish, Gordon with the dancing feet, and
Newcastle scored again.
back in front. It's a super Newcastle United goal. A spark of brilliance.
It's 2-1.
When
Jacob
Newcastle
Ramsey.
needed it most. More disappointment for Tottenham Hotspur. More joy for Newcastle. A first goal in Newcastle colours for Jacob Ramsey. And Newcastle lead by 2-1.
I was just saying last week that Ramsey has not scored on anything since he left for Newcastle.
To play either player down the left-hand side, and they respond. Newcastle, to be fair, since the goal, since Spurs scored, they have not put their heads down. They've gone again.
Everton are losing.
Free kicks, and this is a beautifully taken goal. Gordon does well. He comes back, and there's too much space in there in the 18-yard box. All them players there. You should have that
Everton
space.
went 1-0
What
up,
a clever
and now they're losing 2-1 to Bournemouth.
shoves it on, really, just guides it on into that corner. And I think Vicario is absolutely disgusted.
Oh, Leeds are coming back to Chelsea, 2-1.
That sort of space in that position of the 18-yard box, my word. But it was a clever goal.
Actually, Gray scored for Spurs, you know.
It's a big moment for Jacob Ramsey. He's had a busy couple of weeks. He played 90 minutes against PSG, Liverpool, Manchester City. He only played 3 minutes at the weekend. He scores tonight for Newcastle. Joe Willock has been on the floor by the halfway line for quite some moments. Anthony Taylor is telling him to come off. Gallagher is coming off. He's going to be replaced by Randolph Kolo Muani.
Gallagher should have stayed in Spain, man.
Newcastle going to make some substitutions as well here, I think, Glenn, just to shore up this lead.
Yeah, you imagine so. They've worked really hard to get themselves their noses ahead again, and I think they might even go into let's have a look, see what they do. They might go into a 3 at the back.
Willock's just changed his boots, so that's his substitution. He's only a personal one. They did call Tonali back just a moment ago, but he's not gone back down the touchline to warm up. There was a collision here between Dragossi and Gordon off the ball. Just watch Dragossi here.
Yeah, he does his linebacker. I didn't see Super Bowl last night, and there's a little bit of the linebacker blocker. They all do it though.
Well, it felt like the Super Bowl went on till last night because there weren't many points, especially in the first 2 quarters of the game.
Yeah, Anthony Taylor actually has seen it. If you've seen it, he's saying it's a foul. You can't do that. Not a team to do it. If you watch it, goal kicks like that, going back to the goal, they're all trying to step in front.
Well, mate, Clive Allen went to the NFL to be a kicker, didn't he, for a little while?
He did. It's not a bad job, is it? Go on and just
kick it over the top. Here is Gordon. Tottenham are pretty happy he kicked it over the top. Just came a little bit free on the edge of the penalty area for him. Tottenham are going to respond again. It's the London Monarchs that Clive Allen played for in NFL Europe. Good info, that one, sir. Too many people that can say they've played in the top flight of English football and played in NFL Europe. Now by Van der Ven on Gordon. From where I was looking, he looks like he's just had a tug the shirt.
Newcastle are up to 10th, I think.
Just tucked him down.
So
Yeah, a good decision from that on the table. He's got most of the decisions correct tonight.
Yes, Newcastle up to 10.
Newcastle back in front. They weren't behind for very long.
Bournemouth 9th. Everton down to 8th.
3 minutes between the goals. Just gone by Botman looking for Anthony Gordon, away by Polinia. And Willock with a wild swipe at the ball, and then Tell. Penalty was fouled by Willock. There is going to be a yellow card. He went for his pocket there, the referee.
He just catches him, doesn't he?
He's decided against booking him in the end.
I don't think it's a bookable offence. I think it's a foul, yes, but stop the momentum. Spurs were on the break.
Wait, what's going on at Chelsea? What's going on? What's Leeds scored? Oh my days, Leeds. Leeds just scored. Chelsea 2-2. Holy shoot.
Trying to get beyond Dan Burn now.
Oh my
Needs to
days.
dig out a cross. And Telly's coming in at the far post. Can't direct his header. On goal.
That was good play, wasn't it, from Rawani? That picks the ball out here wide, little jinking, body swerve, pace, change of pace, a little dink to the back post, and you're thinking,
my days,
Tell,
mate.
he's got a run on Trippier. Trippier doesn't sort of jumps, he takes his ground away, does well, Trippier actually, just
Oh
stops him
my
from getting a
days.
free header.
Chelsea 2. Chelsea back to
The
down
ball's
to
coming in there, you're thinking
5th.
Tell's got a bigger
United
size
back
than
up
Trippier, he's
4th.
going to score there.
Here we
but,
go.
Trippier does well.
Off comes Alanga, on comes Jacob Murphy. Castle change. And goal scorer Ramsey's coming off as well.
Oh my days. Lukaku scored for Leeds United.
Murphy coming on, and Sandro Tonali, and that goal from Jacob Ramsey is the one that has put Newcastle in front.
This is lovely for us. Chelsea needs to respond now.
What a good player to bring on tonight, just as they 2-1 up. Just so they would steady the ship in that midfield, make that a real hard-working three in there and close Tottenham down. Perfect scenario for Eddie Howe.
But Newcastle one man down.
Something else to think about on that right-hand side.
There's been a red card at Newcastle.
45 minutes of the weekend after returning from his hamstring injury.
Yes.
Which kept him out for 10 days in January.
Jacob Bryan got sent off for Newcastle. I mean for Everton. Oh my days.
Unleash
So I've got a bit of issue for you here. How many red cards?
Here's
Newcastle.
looking for
I mean
Barnes.
Everton
Trying to get past
received
Pat
their
Matosar.
113 red cards in the Premier League.
Well, Chelsea were
The
2-0
most of
up
any side in
against
the
Leeds
competition,
United,
this
but not
competition's history.
anymore.
Arsenal are next with
2 goals
110.
in quick succession.
That's
Ottawa
mad.
getting the second of those, and all of a
Yo.
sudden, it's 2-2.
Oh my God, open
it
net,
might just
bro.
be the scrappiest goal you've ever seen over on
It's
TNT
open
Sports
net.
4, but it is a goal that equalises for Leeds at Stamford Bridge.
The keeper was
And there
nowhere
is
to be
a
seen,
little
the
bit
Chelsea
of a
keeper.
rivalry between those two that goes way back to the 70s. And because of that Leeds goal, Tottenham are on the verge of dropping to 16th in the Premier League table. And when that news emerges, it will not be popular around here, and it certainly won't be great for Thomas Frank.
No, I think when you look at that, those standings there, 16th, 29 points, it's the reality hits you straight between the eyes if you're a Spurs fan.
The last thing they need now is for West Ham United to take the lead against Manchester United.
Well, that's absolutely right. And United have been on a fabulous run, but so have West Ham have caught a few nice results for themselves, haven't they? So.
Very well executed. So shouldn't start
with the JQ7.
Premier League on TNT Sports.
Get ready to tee off the second event of the 2026 Live Golf season. We're down under in Adelaide, where huge crowds will cheer on.
Yeah, the games are all opening up our second half.
Free bet every week in the Premier League season and a big boost every day. That's Ladisfaction from Ladbrokes.
Hiya. Americano, please. Your house blend. Splash of eggnog.
Are you going to do this every time?
Leeds, come on, Leeds. Come on, Leeds United.
So you can contact us or?
Irresistibly smooth barista
Come on, Leeds
coffee
United.
at home.
What are you doing, Leeds? Let's look at this. Let's watch this game quickly and see what's happening there at Chelsea.
Palmer rattles it into heat zone. His touch just allows Justin to get the challenge. Just comes away from his body. Has to time it correctly though.
10 minutes to go there. Leeds versus Chelsea. Chelsea versus Leeds.
And back by Gusto to Sanchez. Now Delat looking to latch onto that. Rodon got it clear. Palmer. Then it comes to nothing for Chelsea as Leeds look to make a change. Dan James
is coming on for Leeds.
And we know he's got plenty of pace.
Yep.
Baseman is coming on.
Goal scorer, penalty taker. Pressure going off. Bit of pace coming on. Daniel James, different type of profile, physique. When you see what Daniel Farke has got in mind, put one over the top and let Daniel James go and chase it.
Well, he returned from injury as a sub in the win over Forest. His first appearance since the 29th of November. Has been out with a hamstring injury. But as Steve says, over the top.
Yeah.
He is, as Chelsea perhaps chase it maybe in the closing stages. This final 8 minutes or so, whatever we get added on it for the neutral, it's set up perfectly.
Yeah, it is, yeah. There'll be plenty of chances now. Chelsea will take opportunities now. Gamble going forward.
Neto couldn't find the room for the cross, but does find Gusto. That's a good ball into, but well dealt with by Biop. Out as far as Chalobah.
No, this game is better than United game, the Chelsea game, you know.
Still Palmer, look for Delat, but
Chelsea are desperate.
able to find it. Trip by your Nectar prices.
Oh, come on
in
now.
your Nectar app, you'll find. You win. 2 personalised. Yeah, just a touch. Agreed. Alerts and head online for the latest action on the TNT Sports app and socials.
What a way to sign up!
Milano Cortina 2026, live on TNT Sports and Discovery Plus.
She's seen enough here. Absolutely magic stuff. Sell your car on Motorway, sponsors of the Premier League on TN.
UK. When you have diabetes, progress is getting...
What's going on with my stream? Shit, pissing it off.
But ultimately, West Ham need the points as well, so we'll see someone go for it at some point.
Thank you for the screen section. Very indulgent. I think the music's been the most exciting thing.
It's very loud. Maybe the sort
as well. Of course, can Macclesfield do it again on Monday? Having not Palace the holders out in the third round, they go up against Brentford this time. Chelsea throwing.
Actually conceded 11 after the 90-minute mark, more than anybody else. Spurs themselves have conceded late goals recently too. Late equaliser at Burnley. Come to a late defeat.
We both love our football, but that was a dreary 45 minutes. We've got to be honest. Yes. We can't trust it up any other way. For you and I to say it's dreary, it has to be dreary. So somebody has to do something, liven the game up a little bit.
0-0, very 0-0. So let's hope for better in this second half. Manchester United quickly on the
Come on.
here through Bruno Fernandes.
Come on.
And now Ahmad and Dallo's.
Release Dallo, man!
Give him the ball. He's got it.
Why did he give him the ball? Everyone wants to give the ball to Bruno. Jesus.
That took all the momentum out of what looked like a promising Manchester United attack right at the start of the half, and then I thought he might be penalised for the foul there, but he's not been. Manchester United have given it away now to Jared Bowen. It goes short.
Solid tackle.
Bissaka likewise on Casemiro.
Come on.
It's Bruno Fernandes who thought about the shot. He's got a goal or an assist in 8 of his last 9 matches. Manchester United's captain, but he's not been able to unlock West Ham.
Come on.
Crossed it by Kobe Mainu, and that's comfortable.
Literally nobody in the box there.
Man, this game.
Fernandes was trying to get in there, attempting to get in there.
Look at Dallo was gone. Why didn't Ahmad give him the ball?
Well onside, Marvin Panos is playing him onside.
I hate when players do this bullshit.
She's correct, it's killed the momentum out the move.
Use your brain. It doesn't have to be Bruno all the time.
No issue with his hamstring since that initial concern.
No issue with Castellanos either. Forced into the West Ham player.
They tightened up at the back. They'd get 2 clean sheets in the last 4 matches. Manchester United, having managed one in the previous 15 prior to Michael Carrick coming in, does coincide as well with this partnership of Maguire and Martinez being available to him. Just in the context of the night, Leeds at the moment are earning a point.
Why are they slow in this game, man? It's pissing me off. The midfield is pissing me off.
Newcastle are leading late on against Tottenham Hotspur, so Spurs perilously close to this relegation fight now, but that would be a really good point away for Leeds if they get one at Stamford Bridge.
I've got to say to you, Dan, Tottenham Hotspur domestically.
Look at what kind of game is this, man?
It's been appalling, really.
Maguire almost come to possession there by Castellanos, but Lambert's away. It's had nothing to do, Lambert, since the early stage.
Bro, I've never seen this team stagnant over the 5 games. Look at them.
It was a goal line clearance from Aaron Wan-Bissaka.
Come on, Bruno, press him.
that over the top to Wan-Bissaka. You can't deny he's certainly trying to get forward, Wan-Bissaka. He's a centre half playing one over the top and behind the left back. To double check who it
You
was.
give you away, oh. Nice. Come on, Ahmad. You can take him on. He's a shit defender. Come on. No.
The last touch off Ahmad. Stands his ground well. Cross with his left foot here. That's the conscious change to run on the right hand side just before it goes out.
Lets it bounce. Able Jared Barnes to get the first contact on the ball, and now he gets it back again from Thomas Souček. West Ham have got 3 in the box. Bowen's cross.
Fuck's sake. Fuck off.
It's a huge goal for West Ham United. Thomas Souček. You can trace it back to Luke Shaw allowing the ball to bounce. Jared Bowen took it off him. And Manchester United punished by Thomas Souček, who now becomes the highest scoring player from the Czech Republic in the Premier League.
Fuck's sake, man. You can see it coming as well. They're like, there's no urgency between them. The midfield is fucking playing shit. They're slowing up the game. Oh. The wingers have been dead. Ahmad has been dead. Cunha has been dead.
He cannot do it, but look at the run from Souček. It's in between Martinez and I think it's Kobe Menu. There he goes there. Brilliant.
Fuck's sake.
He gets in blindside of Martinez. He can't see him. And Menu just lets him go. And it's the deftest of touches. It's a wonderful run. It's a wonderful pass. And it gets through the goalkeeper's legs and it's 1-0 West Ham. Good goal. Good goal.
The celebration from Nuno. And one of West Ham's most reliable players delivers on a big night for them in the East End. That's 39 Premier League goals now for Thomas Souček, and he breaks that tie that's been there for a while with Patrick Berger. Big goal for the Hammers.
Yeah. But you're correct to mention just the uncertainty, allowing the ball to bounce. We spoke about it the weekend now. If you're a forward and you let the centre back or the left back and you see it bouncing, you've always got a chance to get your body in between them.
Well, let's see whether that gets the game going. West Ham.
Ahmad has been pissed off. Look at that.
It's Casemiro. That's defended by Disasi for West Ham.
Well, it's certainly get a crowd going. I hope it's a game going.
Like, there's no urgency. There's no. Oh, fucking hell.
What a cute run. Souček. Because Martinez changed his mind at the goal. He was going to go out, confront Bowen, and it did.
Goes to throw it from Dallo.
Put the cross in. Put the ball back in.
Hermanson made his mind up very early there. Took it confidently. So West Ham.
Why are you making the shittest defender run like that? Ahmad, fucking hell. Ahmad, fuck off. You let that the shittest defender in the league run past you like that? Fuck's sake. Look at fucking Ahmad. What is he doing? The worst defender in the league is running past you guys.
The other side, I beg your pardon.
I mean, that shows you the significance, look, of the West Ham lead. They're 3 goals behind Forest. Forest play tomorrow against Wolves. The West Ham now level as it stands on 26. And look at
just have a wee peek now. I mean, you took the words out, but just have a wee peek, one above them.
We fucking play like we 2-0 up.
It's only the second time that Manchester United have been behind under Michael Carrick. They were behind at Arsenal, they're behind tonight. points dropped from a winning position for West Ham. The last time they were 2 up at Chelsea. Good feet from Ahmad. Casemiro. A bit more urgency about Manchester United since they're back behind, but that's really good from Fernandes on the edge of his own box. Kobe Mainoo looking for space, then looking for Ahmad.
Come on, Bruno.
Breaks down for Bruno Fernandes. They're under pressure here, West Ham. It's hoisted in, it's away back.
Shoot.
Dallo hits it straight at Somerville. Everything West Ham do now, cheer for the rest of the crowd now. Dallo with the ball.
Come on, Dallo. Oh, still got it.
Bruno, yes, it will.
I've not even got the energy for this game, man.
Martinez to Dallo. Now Maguire.
Bro, I've never seen this team so stagnant in a game.
Casemiro, it's a good tackle that by Mateus Fernandes for West Ham.
Take Cunha off, take Ahmad off.
What a good player he's been for West Ham. Terrific football. What a great serve, and you're right. A real threat. Very good in both boxes.
Cunha and Ahmad needs to come off. Fucking hell.
He knows Martinez can't see him because Martinez is facing the ball. I'm not sure. I might be overly critical of Kobe Mainoo, but he could probably step in, I think. But a great run. Great run. By Mavropanos. It's not always been flavour of the month here. One or two managers have gone off him for a while, but he always keeps his head up and he comes back and he means so much to him to play for this club. Attitude. Jared Bowen. Suppose it was inevitable he'd play a part in a West Ham goal. Shaw chasing him over there. And that's a West Ham throw-in. Fernandes. Šeško's been sent up. Sent out to warm up. So has Joshua Zirkzee and Manuel Ugarte by Michael Carrick. It's deep in conversation down there with Steve Holland. Boy, he got forward on him. Actually got forward on him. More an opinion on his arm. Somerville teasing Dallo and then sprinting away. And Dallo knocking him down from behind.
Fucking hell.
He's going to get a card as well. I think he takes a little bit of the ball but comes through and follows a man. If I look at it again, yeah. Free kick, but in Dallo's defence, he does take a little bit of the ball, but I'm afraid not nowadays.
If these guys got 2-0 up with Fox, bro, Chelsea are drawing. This is perfect opportunity to take, you know.
Šeško warming up down there. Mazraoui's joined the substitutes as well. Got defending to do here though, Manchester United. What they can't do at this stage is concede the second goal, and Souček is the man to keep an eye on from this situation as well. It's going to be left here to Fernandes, who went for the low on it, was blocked easily by Ahmad. That's a waste. Complete waste. Header, but Somerville was too sharp there for Bruno Fernandes. Souček then too strong in there for Kobe Mainoo. It's a West Ham team with real purpose since they went ahead. I'm loving Somerville's energy though.
Fucking shit, man. He needs to take Ahmad off. He's gonna make the wrong substitution there, but Ahmad needs to come off. Ahmad and Cunha. Ahmad has not done anything in this. You can't even beat the worst defender in the league, Ahmad. He's playing against the worst defender in the league. The worst left back. And he can't even take him on. Absolute shit. There's a elbow there.
The cross catches on the side of the head. A bit painful.
Mate. Fucking hell. The
FA Cup game this weekend.
mate, I don't. Yo.
Round 4, loads of games.
All I can tell you,
Show extra as well.
Ahmad has been shit. Cunha has been shit. The midfield has not. I've never seen them so stagnant the past 5 games or 6 games they've played. This is the most stagnant I've seen the players. They're not moving. Nobody's moving. Ahmad can't even beat the worst left back I've seen in the league. Ahmad is struggling with the left. This gel. All he's trying to do is give Bruno the ball. Fucking play the ball forward to somebody that's ahead of you. And we're playing backward passes. You know, some of you finally go one over. Dalo got a yellow card. You know, they just put a ball like into the box, and Sushek was there to tap it in. It's just a tapping, bro. Tapping. Rocky Chelsea is still 12 minutes of added time at Chelsea. Everywhere is 12 minutes. Oh my God. Everton 12 minutes. Newcastle Spurs 9 minutes. Wow.
To play at the London Stadium. At the moment, West Ham United in possession of 3 vital Premier League points.
Well, we've gone down to 5th because of this one goal. Gone down to 5th.
Delivered by Shaw towards Big Harry Maguire. Headed on by him, and Bruno lays it off. Too much though. No space to play there for Manchester United. Shaw then picks up the loose one. There's Dallo, and now Maguire. He likes that one through it, doesn't he, Big Harry? When you see him in a wide position, you know it's not long before he tries that little turn there. Gets a free kick, doesn't he, back on his left foot, then he catches up there. I tell you what, Castellanos had been waiting for that all day after running into him in the first half and coming a cropper.
Chelsea are drawing and gone up to the 44 point now. Goal difference. We've got a massive goal difference, 17 goals to our 9. We need to win this fucking game, brother.
So let's see what Fernandes can do with the free kick.
Come on, Ahmad. Finally.
Drives that cross into the box. Cleared away. Excellent assessing. Just a little bit slack again from Fernandes.
He needs to make changes, man. Cunha needs to come off. He's been so quiet. Ahmad has not been able to take on his man. And I'm telling you, this is the worst defender I've seen, bro. And Ahmad can't. He's not able to take him on.
You just don't see that now. Maydu's ball, it's a good ball!
Yes, yes. We're back to.
They're going to take a look and see if he's onside. Just be offside, maybe. But I tell you what, excellent cross, excellent header. We'll get a look. It's very, very tight. I think it's really tight.
Come on, fingers crossed.
It's really tight.
Oh, he's off.
He's just off, isn't he? He looks just off. But do you know something? It backs up the point you made 2 seconds
he
earlier
was off as well, brother.
about how organised they
Are they
are
still checking?
defensively. They hold a great line. I think it's Wan-Bissaka that's behind them. But I'm afraid, if you're a United supporter, it looks just offside. The only thing I would say, and I agree with you, is it's not absolutely bang in line. And we've seen them in the past where you think, well, but then you see it from...
I think the goal stands, you know.
But, I mean, my thought with you is that he's just I mean, a fraction. It's a tremendous cross and a tremendous finish.
The kind of goal that prior to VAR, you want to get considered level.
The check is still ongoing, man.
Craig Paulson's having a look.
I mean, it looks off, for all intents and purposes, Dan, it does look offside. They'll have the lights drawn, I get all that, but...
Yeah, there's confidence.
It's off. For sake.
But the margin's are fine at the moment for West Ham, so they'll take any fine margin in their favour.
But again, it is close, but defensively they keep a good line. Wan-Bissaka drops off a little bit more than he probably should. He's unlucky. Terrific ball, great
hit of the ball, isn't it?
Oh, it's a great cross and a great finish.
But it doesn't count. It remains West Ham United 1, Manchester United 0. And the people in claret blue inside the London Stadium, and him, by the way, that's all they're bothered about. It's Castellanos and now Chapman Bowen, and that's deflected behind for a West Ham corner. I don't know whether I'd quite say it's fever pitch in here, but it's not that far off.
Oh, mate. I can't. I'm
Suggest that maybe a decibel or two is just short.
It feels like the game is there for the taking, but the players, there's no urgency. Look at West Ham now. Look at Bowen. He's just strolling now. You know, still plenty of time to go.
He's going to try and make his presence felt inside the Manchester United penalty area once more. Jared Bowen, the captain, out to take the corner. Full of back corners.
A great corner.
Now the Manchester United counter is on with Brian Mbeumo. Just pushed it slightly too far in front, but then the Rickerson Fernandez made it interesting. He's gone down, he took it right. As he taken the stomach, holds it slightly lower. It's a painful one. It's his stomach.
Come on.
Look at that. I mean, just look at that. It is tighter than you think, you know, when you see it.
Oh, fucking hell.
Look at the reaction.
Remember the days when it wasn't quite that scientific?
I do.
So Šeško and others continue to warm up. West Ham continue to lead. Shaw on the move for Manchester United. Maguire. You've got to give West Ham a tremendous amount of credit because the Manchester United team we saw at the weekend, yeah, pop the ball around, they found
They haven't done it though.
They've not been able to tonight.
Correct. And I keep saying how there's no gaps between the lines, defence, midfield, and the forwards.
Change is coming. Lenny Yoro is preparing himself.
Why is Mbeumo not in the box?
Šeško, so Manchester United.
Why is Mbeumo not in the box?
Martinez. Lifted in towards Casemiro, headed away by Socha. Arriving was Bruno Fernandes. Callum Wilson's been called back to the West Ham bench as well as Maguire wins his head.
Mbeumo should be in the box, brother.
Headed away by Juve. The Manchester United substitutes are ready. Benjamin Šeško, Lenny Yoro. Here's Casemiro. Excellent work over there by Jared Bowen. I think he's going to take off Harry Maguire. And it might also be Matheus Cunha.
They've got to do something. The outside goal aside, they haven't created an awful lot of that.
So there's confirmation.
Don't just take off Cunha, take Ahmad off as well. Because Ahmad has not done anything. Ahmad needs to come off. Why is Cunha, why is Mbeumo not in the box? Right? Who's playing up top? I don't see anyone playing up top. The last games I've seen him up top and he's not doing that.
Wilson for Castellanos is
And Callum Wilson is a very strong striker, man.
I think 20 minutes or so they've got here.
Do you know what? I mean, from West Ham's point of view, what a 3 points this would be if they can hang on. They couldn't do it against Chelsea.
Maybe fouled there by Souček. Yellow card. I think that's for, is that for Fernandes or is it for Souček? Fernandes was doing the complaining after the card was shown.
I thought it might have been Souček kicking the ball away.
Yeah. Fernandes gets the yellow card. It was what he said to the referee, I think. Martinez plays it forward. Shaw trying to get it behind Bowen. Good header by the West Ham captain.
Excellent defensive work. Just sums up Jared Bowen that.
Dallo.
I'm telling you, Ahmad and this guy.
He's not the easiest player to get around, but he's still well there.
Penalty.
He's got one from the referee's pointed for what? Corner, is it? I think it is.
He was trying to cut across Jude there, wasn't he? He really was.
In fact, he's given the goal kick. I thought he pointed for the corner side of it.
No. The referee side. Well, I think he did. He's got it right.
He's got it right, yeah.
100%. He's got it right.
You're looking at.
Absolutely, he's got it right.
He's not able to take on this guy. This is baffling me right now.
Newcastle winning at Tottenham Hotspur. What a big point.
And I don't know how Ahmad is still on the pitch.
And then Bournemouth winning at the Hill Dickinson Stadium against Everton. Look at that now. If Nottingham Forest win tomorrow night, they'd be level on points with Tottenham. And West Ham, as it stands, only 3 points behind them. I'm pretty sure that Tottenham's next match is against Arsenal, you know, in the North London derby in the Premier League. They're in a very, very precarious position now. Thomas Frank's team, they can't buy a win. Haven't won in 2026 in the Premier League. One thing you would say, that's exactly what Eddie Howe needed tonight as well at Newcastle. That's a big win for them. Bruno Fernandes on the move for Manchester United. On it goes now to Šeško. Šeško looked to pull it back. Disassi defended it. The last touch of Šeško. European football is back next week. Ali and I off to Azerbaijan via Istanbul for Karabakh Newcastle. After that, we'll go back to Istanbul, Christy, on the Thursday for Fenerbahce and Forest, won't we?
And we're going straight from here.
Maybe. It's quite a flight, you know. Crystal Palace and Celtic in action as well. The playoffs in the Champions League, the Europa League, and the Conference League.
Nobody's moving. Nobody's moving. None of them are moving.
Some big goals for them down the season. To score another one for them here against Manchester United tonight. As we showed you, West Ham have been the second worst team in the Premier League for dropping points from winning positions. They did it spectacularly at Stamford Bridge from 2-0 up. So can they keep Manchester United out?
Side to side backwards. Side to side fucking backwards. Look.
They've been so defensively organised.
Go on, Euro. Move forward, man. Move the ball.
Here's Lenny Yoro. Only one attempt on target all night for Manchester United.
Look at that. Bruno. Inviting pressure. What's going on?
I just think there's such a togetherness when they've not got the ball at the minute, West Ham. Here's Shaw.
Oh my days.
Properly defended as a team.
Foul. No.
Brian and Bruno, that's there from Freddie Potts, but it wasn't a foul. Wilson then dispossessed by Euro. Here's Bruno Fernandes. That's where he's got to keep it, Wilson. Casemiro.
How is Ahmad still on the pitch? How is Ahmad still on the pitch, man? That's what I want to know. He's not been able to take on this guy, right? It's not beating his man all game. 70 odd minute. Ahmad has not done any. He's not dribbled past. Fuck, the worst defender I've seen in the league. Look at that. That's what I mean. That's the worst defender. Exactly what I'm talking about, bro.
Don't forget they've got to win 5 in a row.
They're playing compacts, but Ahmad has not been able to beat his man. Look at what that clearance from that defender, that left back. He's the worst I've seen in the league. Look at Bruno doing it, trying to do Hollywood stuff. Right? You 1-0 down. You're doing Hollywood bullshit.
Wilson.
Well done, Martinez. Well done. And now look, everyone just stops. Everyone just stops. Nobody's running forward. Everyone just stops. Oh. Come on. And he's gonna. Bruno is taking it back. He just gave you a really positive pass to move forward.
Bruno has been kept very quiet tonight. Now Casemiro.
They need discipline in this game. They need discipline to come back. Because everyone is all over the place. And nobody's making any serious movement. Look at Ahmad. He's not done any U-turn, any Cruyff turn, any L turns, any of that. He's not been able to beat his man. That's the second shot on target we've had all day. Second shot on target all game.
We touch and a shot.
Okay, now.
Good save, comfortable save again.
I don't know how Ahmad is still on the pitch, bro. No fucking urgency. No fucking urgency from them.
West Ham have got Ollie Scarles, left-sided defender, stripped and ready down below us, so he's going to be coming on. Just wonder whether they might consider going to a back five, you know, Ali, with the extra defender on.
Fucking stop passing.
Something that Nuno used to do last season at Forest, if you remember, late on in games, when he got something to defend. In the meantime, here's Shaw for Manchester United. In he goes towards him. Fumo with the header. It's a situation where they want to Šeško attacking him. So first time Jared Bowen's just switched off a little bit, but we're talking behind them. Watch this. There it is. You got to say it is a very clever run from Fernandes. It takes Wan-Bissaka short, leaving the gap in behind. They've also got Magassa ready down there as well. West Ham. 17 matches since they last kept a clean sheet at home. West Ham, that was against Leicester, that was last season.
See that? The ball. Oh my god. They meant to lose this game because that's what it looks like. A counter? Ahmad is telling you go forward. No.
They're going to be level with them if they can see this through. Forest play Wolves tomorrow night. It's good defending over there by Wan-Bissaka against his old club. They're trying to back five down effective, but got it at this moment in time. Majority going playing right back with Mark and Luke Shaw. Notice that Souček is dropping in a lot as well, isn't he? There is a danger you can go too deep. Euro to Mbuma. Ahmad.
Dallo.
Fuck you now.
Played back in by Shaw with the offside.
Fuck you now, man. They're playing as if we're meant to lose this game, brother. It's like they've been told to lose this game. What the actual fuck is going on?
Sungutu, Magassa for Freddie Potts. And Ollie Scars for El Hadji Malik Diouf.
Malik Diouf, the worst defender, he's kept Ahmad in his pocket.
See, if this stays this way as well, Dan, never mind what the opponent does, I don't think many people will give Burnley a chance anyway, but I think this puts the final nail for the Burnley stay in the top flight, this result, as it is.
So a fraction more than 10 minutes to go. The London Stadium. West Ham 1, Manchester United 0.
I thought that was a free kick there on Wilson. He was trying to hoover there.
Joshua Xerxes ready. Another forward player coming on for Manchester United. He's going to be coming on for Diogo Dallo.
He's getting as many forward players on now as he can, isn't he, really?
It's Magassa. Scarles. Somerville. Placing back here for the substitute Scarles. West Ham player wanted to go into the box. He obliges. Running away by Shaw. It's out of Wan-Bissaka. All the way back out to Somerville on this side.
Bro, we're losing this game, bro. I think we're losing this game. I give up.
Against Dallo, finds a bit of room, swings in. That's a high boot from Thomas Soucek.
I give up, bro.
I always feel for an attacking player there because he's entitled to go for the ball.
Yeah.
The defender's head is low at the same time.
And I can understand United frustration, but at the same time the referee cannot take any chances. And he doesn't catch him in the face.
Yeah.
But the referee, I think, possibly thinks he does.
So the change made, Xerxes, who's found goals hard to come by all season, is on for Euro. Only scored twice in 17 games. He made his first
My man is not going to get his haircut, is it? He's not going to get his haircut, bro.
Off the bench for the second successive match to try and find a goal from somewhere.
He's not going to fucking get his haircut. Thanks to these people, man.
London Stadium in full voice.
All of a sudden, Ahmad decided to switch his position. Right, he didn't want to concede that, you know, Malik got him in his pocket. All of a sudden, he decided to go to Wan-Bissaka. What are you going to Wan-Bissaka for? Wan-Bissaka is a better defender than the fucking left back you're playing against.
I think he just slips. Does he slip? Yeah, the right foot goes underneath him, doesn't it?
All over, he's got to start again. He's not getting his haircut, bro. All of a sudden, he switched from his position now. He's gone over, he switched over. What the fuck? Could he not do that before? You know he couldn't dominate Malik Diouf. And he stayed there until they took him off.
To Nuno and West Ham. Shaw defending. In goes Magassa on Euro. Now Mainu.
And he's gonna to play against one of the best right backs.
Excellent ball out to Brian and Puma. He can have a go at Scarles, the substitute, delivered a cross. Soucek, a factor in both boxes tonight. He's not made a significant save, has he? No, it's not really.
Oh, we're going all the way back, bro. Fucking hell, bro. This is the most negative football I've seen them play under Curry.
That's all. Which isn't enough, clearly.
Bruno Fernandes. 6.5 minutes.
Oh my days. Very poor touch from Šeško there. Very poor touch from Šeško. Look at that. I've got a fucking waste time now. This is the most negative I've seen them play under Curry. Oh. It's not high. Lucky. It's not high. Even the fucking fans are turning up against us.
Look at this moment, Ali. You know something? I'm being overly critical, but I'm not, because Man Utd just switches up. I don't know whether he thinks it's a goalkeeper's ball. Take nothing away from the run and the depth touch and the finish. Brilliant.
Sunshine puts it back here to Disasi now. Skulls. 5.5 minutes to go. There was no stoppage time at the end of the first half. What would Nuno get for that to repeat itself? He won't.
I ain't sure that's happening.
No. Martinez. Well, he did well.
You know, he knew both.
Quality defender, bro.
He didn't want it from the goalkeeper, but he knew.
Quality defender.
He did really well. Watch, he knows he's out. There's a wee look. Yeah, credit when it's due.
Best thing I've seen United done all game. From a defender.
Brilliant noise inside the London Stadium.
It really is.
Genuine belief now for West Ham. And others getting dragged into the mire with every win they have.
No harm.
I mean, they look certainty, didn't they? 4 or 5 weeks ago, they looked certainty. Absolute certainty. You kind of looked at the bottom three and said, well, that's that. It's amazing the turnaround.
I mean, there's still a bit to go, but even the game they lost, you should have taken something from Chelsea.
Souček winning it from Manu. There's nothing really. Oh, what goal it is as well. Wilson's up and running.
Fucking hell, mate. I can't do this. I can't watch this fuckers play.
Sure. We're not finished yet, Manchester United. Ahmad. It's a poor cross.
Poor cross, man. The guy's been shit all game. He's been shit all game. I'm telling you.
Frustration, the United camp.
How is he still on the pitch? I don't know. I might need to fuck off the pitch, man.
To taste defeat for the first time under Michael Carrick. Adama Traore is getting himself ready down there for West Ham. Casemiro to Bruno Fernandes. Brian Mbeumo, it's a lovely ball, and Mbeumo keeps his feet, shoots. That's a vital ball. Was it Souček again?
See, he's been all over the place. He has been all over the place. It's off his shoulder, doesn't it? I mean, it can go anywhere once it hits there, but he's done ever so well.
Fucking hell.
It's the match winner so far for West Ham, Thomas Souček. 2.5 minutes of the 90 to go. Manchester United corner. And she's taken by Brian Mbeumo. Hermansen wants it to be his and punches the ball away. There's Ahmad. They all stay forward for United. In goes the ball, and Hermansen needed to spring. It might well have been going wide, but he couldn't take the chance.
I think he comes off a defender. I think he comes off Fernandes there. He did well to react.
So Walker Peters is also going to be coming on. As Bowen gets there first for West Ham. 2 minutes to go. Ahmad gets back to win it for Manchester United. Martinez on to Joshua Zirkzee. Mavropanos with the foot in. Again, from the Greek defender, Bowen fighting for the cause, but it's gone out for a throw. Tell you what, I've never heard this place like that. I'm laughing because there's 15,000 West
I have never seen a play. I've never seen West Ham Stadium this loud. I have never ever seen West Ham Stadium, London Stadium this high, this loud.
I really have. I know he had to get a score sheet, but very, very impressed again. And they're taking off Jared Bowen as well. And I know for a fact you've enjoyed everything about his performance too. He's been terrific. He's just a terrific footballer. I love it.
It's gonna defend it. It's gonna defend this.
Traore on as a sub for the third successive match, having signed from Fulham. And we're well into the final minute of normal time. Tim Robinson's about to tell us how much longer there will be, and we're hearing it's going to be 7 minutes, Ali. 7 nervous minutes. Casemiro. Was he pushed in the back by Adama Traore? He wasn't.
Casa, get up, man. You're not gonna get it.
Ismaila.
It's too easy. It went down too easy.
Man Utd to Zirkzee. Martinez. There's confirmation for 7 minutes from Tim Robinson. That's not done like a lead balloon, by the way. Bruno Fernandes ran into Magassa. Off goes Callum Wilson. Charging forward for West Ham. Magassa's up there with him. What a run from Callum Wilson. Couldn't finish it off. Lenny Yoro got over. Where did he find that speed from?
What a turn the pace. And I was about to say, where's Lenny Yoro going? Because I think he's going one real head on earlier. To be fair to him, he looks across, he's got a defender. He's got an attacker coming through the centre of the goal, and he does get across, and he does ever so well.
Fucking hell.
What a turn the pace of Wilson.
Mate, this 7 minute means fuck all, bro. It means fuck all. The way they're playing, it means fuck all. This 7 minute means fuck all, bro. Lucky he didn't score that ball up. You know, Callum Wilson there has been selfish. If he squared that ball, they would have scored. Absolute fucking mess.
To take the corner. All West Ham need is possession. 6 minutes of additional time remain. Back in by Magassa, that's straight through.
They can give us a full half an hour, we still will not score against this team. The way we're playing today, the way we've played. And look at that.
Zirkzee. Ahmad.
Get in the box. Get in the box, people. Zirkzee, come on.
We'll get the player of the match in a minute, but I'm pretty confident where it's going. Here's Magassa. Still going, Magassa. Traore up against Yoro. Blocks them all. Brilliant defender again. It is. Fair play to him, because they were wide open. They cut right through them, West Ham. Magassa does with a lovely ball out of Traore. Lenny Yoro knows again he's got Callum Wilson behind him, but he has to face up against him. Does really well, it comes across. They're absolutely loving it, the West Ham fans, aren't they? So they should. Why wouldn't you? What a job he's done.
Are you kidding me?
Try and keep it by the corner here. West Ham, it's with Mateus Fernandes. Ali, what about the player of the match? I think I know where you're going. Yeah. Okay. I don't think I'm going to hear it live when I don't get it to Thomas Souček. Nor do I. I'm going to give him it. He's been outstanding. I have enjoyed some of them. There really has been some good performances. The game's taken a little bit of time to get going, but Souček, dear me, he's epitomised the West Ham performance. Oh, yeah. Brilliant. Here's Bruno Fernandes.
Oh! So close to an equaliser. It really is, but do you know something, Dan? How often do we see it? West Ham have been defending the 18-yard box all night, and they've been doing it ever so well, and all of a sudden they've dropped back, they're on their own 6-yard box. That's an
Mate, they should be. They should be.
So unlucky.
Should be 3-0, 4-0.
He's so unlucky. Did you see the reaction of Ferguson? Yes, I did. And do you know who was right next to him if it came off the post? Soche. Yeah. Look at her face. Oh, that was close. He was unlucky, Zuxi, there, I have to say. There are prayers being offered among those in Claret Blue. That's a free kick. I can't believe he's not getting a free kick there. And they're like in the West Ham fans. Still over 3 minutes of additional time. There's still work for West Ham.
Move the ball, man.
They're so
Forward.
close to 3 massive Premier League points, which puts that pressure back on Sean Dyche and Forest tomorrow night against West Ham.
Oh.
Tottenham supporters as well. And Wilson's through. And Wilson can seal it to save by Lemon.
Fucking hell, mate.
He doesn't, he's got to hold his run. He has to hold his run.
Bro, we've not beaten these guys at that stadium for a while, man.
Second half been fantastic entertainment. That poor lad might never have his hair cut again. Oh, dear me. Sometimes you make a bet, you wish you'd never done it. He must be going through about a grand a week champ through that. Martinez. 2 minutes to go. Hammer. Brian and Boomer. Oh my God!
Yes! 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 I can't even scream because the kids are sleeping. The kids are sleeping. The kids are fucking sleeping. I can't fucking scream.
You have called it. It is a quite remarkable finish. As good as you'll see. They're devastated. That finish, it's the only place you can put it. He just needs to get a touch on it and try and direct it to goal.
Sean.
Darren, it is unbelievable. Look at that. It's a flick. It's a kind of flick with his foot and it flies into the top corner.
Oh my God.
That's an astonishing finish. That's as good as anything you'll see tonight. I'm telling you, what a finish that is. 7th goal for Manchester United for Benjamin Šeško, and it changes the picture at the bottom of the table. They've had chances as well, West Ham, haven't they, to put the game away?
Come on.
Can somebody find a winner? Traore. Scarles. Adama Traore to go at Brian and Boomer. Finds a way through. Runs into Casemiro. Ex-Real Madrid against ex-Barcelona down there. Casemiro smashes the ball forward. Šeško started to run. Disassi with the header. Here's Zirkzee. On it goes now to Ahmad. Surely Manchester United looking for a winner. Ahmad bursting in. Pulls it square. Tremendous defending in there by Wan-Bissaka. Well, we'll have a little bit of a moan at half-time, you and I, with some justification. But has this made up for it or what? Yoro sends it forward. Walker Peters will see it out. I mean, we're at the discretion of Simon Hooper now. Nuno knows what a big goal that was to concede. What a goal that was, honestly.
Bro.
He's got his flick. What a finish.
Fucking hell.
It's the Manchester United supporters you can hear now. It must be a raucous London Stadium for the majority of this second half. And there is the
fucking hell.
whistle. And for so long tonight, West Ham United have 3 vital Premier League points. Nuno shakes hands with Michael Carrick because his team was saved right in the deck by a quite outstanding goal
from the big money summer signing Benjamin Šeško. His 7th for Manchester United and his 5th in his last 6 appearances for the club. Thomas Souček outstanding, brilliant finish from a flowing cross to give the Hammers the lead.
I mean, you got to applaud for fucking hell, mate, brother. A good, really good point. This point is a valuable one. The fact that we've not won a game at the London Stadium for about God knows how many years, and we come up there with a draw. Fucking hell. But, oh.
The one thing they did show, again, tremendous spirit. You think of the goal late in the game against Fulham, you think an equaliser there, what a goal it was. West Ham fought for their lives. We had a little bit of a moan and a mention at half time. It wasn't a great first half, but the drama
Oh, mate, I can't even tell you this point.
What a 45 minutes.
My heart is going. My heart is beating so fast. My heart is beating so fast. I can't even celebrate because the kids are sleeping out. I'm waking them up, bro. It was a poor performance overall. Yeah, it's nothing to celebrate about here, apart from the points itself.
He's just got to get in front and get touch. And what a touch he does, and it flies into that top corner. It was absolutely
But I'm actually not been on the pitch for a long period of time. Maybe Šeško should have come on way sooner. Oh my days.
It's a positive night in a way for West Ham, but it could have been so much better. Full time, West Ham United 1, Manchester United 1.
Thank you very much to Darren and Ali. What an ending.
There are a few pot players in there tonight. Honestly, bro, valuable point. It's almost.
But that will be an absolute signal for the fans.
So we got back to.
Benjamin Šeško with a goal in the 6th minute of 7 added on at the end of that match. It's his second goal under Michael Carrick. The other one, a 94th minute winner against Fulham. It means Manchester United stay in the top 4, 1 point
Stay in the top
above
4, bro.
Chelsea as it stands, but the Hammers were about so.
It's crazy, isn't it? Chelsea and United.
But now staying 18th place.
We've won the same number of games since Michael Carrick took over.
You said it
4 each. 4 in a row each, and we just draw the same day again. We drew each team just drew their games. Like, oh my days.
Put crosses into the box and put the big man on, and it was a wonderful finish. But I do have to say, I'm seeing Man United look off, they're dejected, but equally so is this man and his team, because they were moments away from getting 3 vital points in this relegation battle.
Mikhail, just try and sum up how you feel at the end of that one, because West Ham did so much right tonight and was so close to it, a second straight clean sheet.
It's going to be depressing for the boys and be so upset. But before the game, they'll definitely take this point. So, as much as it's going to be hard to take right now, they're going to go in, they're going to realise by tomorrow, they're going to understand how difficult, how well they did, and understand that a point against Man United, who's on form right now, is still a massive point for them to stay up the season.
Mickey, before the game,
let me show you the table quick.
You always feel with Man United under Michael Carrick at the moment that they're still in the game right to the death.
Yeah, they've shown that tonight. Exactly what I was explaining before, but I think West Ham was perfect.
Bro, this is the table. Look at that.
Midfield, exactly what Nuno said in his sports rules.
Look at the table, bro.
Compact it, made no space for Man United to create anything. Perfect for 90, 92 minutes, but Man United kept going and kept going. That's what they've got under Michael. They keep going into right to the death, and they got the goal out.
Wow.
I don't think they deserved the goal, I'm honest with you, but the finish was phenomenal.
Well, we'll get more into that game and the dramatic finish here at the London Stadium very shortly, where it's finished 1-1. But some big news to share with you now in that HBO Max is arriving on the 26th of March, and that will be the new streaming home of TNT Sports in the UK, as well as all the sport you love. You can also find the most talked about series like The Pit and Euphoria, plus hit movies like One Battle After Another and Sinners, all under one roof. We are very much looking forward to that. Well, earlier today, we saw an incredible conclusion to the women's alpine team event as Austria's Ariane Reidler and Katarina Kuba won gold with newly crowned Olympic downhill champion Breezy Johnson and superstar teammate Michaela Schifrin missing out on the podium despite being the huge favourites. We're going to round up all the day's big talking points tonight at 10:30 in Ciao Cortina, and tomorrow's coverage starts at 8 with Buongiorno Milano as we look ahead to an action-packed day 5. Well, reaction and analysis on the way from the London Stadium, where Manchester United snatched a point at the death. Thomas Souček gave the Hammers
That
the lead,
table,
but
looking at that, is a
Šeško,
total
in the
madness.
6
Thanks everyone
minutes
for
of
staying.
stoppage
It's
time,
been my
has kept Man
longest
United
stream
in the
ever, I
top
think.
4.
When I'm present as well, that's like 8 hours long stream. Oh my days! But what a finish! What a finish from Šeško! What a finish! Got a lot to learn from this game. Got a lot to take from this game. The positives are we got a point, right? Lamens was really, really good. Kept us in it. Euro came on, kept us in it. The other thing is we were lucky. West Ham, they're not clinical enough. They're having a bad season. Absolutely, we've been. Oh my goodness, what a game! But look at that table. We are now 1 point, just 1 point above Chelsea. They drew as well today, 2-2 with Leeds United. But we need to win 8 games to finish in the top 5. We need to win. We've got to win 8 games. So now, just add that. If Chelsea win their own games as well, that's another problem. Liverpool playing tomorrow, but they can't really catch us for the minute. But fucking hell, mate. What a game. What a game. Sean, brother, thank you for staying, man. Thank you. Tomorrow, I might be heading to the head tomorrow to watch Fulham. City versus Fulham tomorrow live. So I'll be at the stadium. I might be streaming from the stadium tomorrow to keep up. This game is almost similar to that game, your game tomorrow. City Fulham is the same game. City needs to win that game tomorrow. They need to win it. They need to win that game tomorrow, City. To stay in it. They can cut the gap. The gap will go down at least. You know what I'm saying? But anyway. What a fucking game. What a game. What a game. What a bloody game. One. Good night, everyone. Oh, yeah. Just before I go. We'll take the point. We'll take the point. We will take the point, and we move. We move with our point. At least we stayed in top 4. You can probably call it faggy time again. Probably the luckiest game we've played under Carrick. The sluggiest game I've seen we played under Carrick. The most stagnant team or sets of players I've seen since Carrick took over. It's like everyone was scared to play again for some reason. I don't know if they were worried about, according to history, we've not won a game there for a while. seemed to be worried about that. Maybe that was playing in their, in their heads. The ball is slightly worried about that. They're thinking about it. But fair play to Nuno. I would say it's not the fact that West Ham played well. I think we just played with fear today. We played with a lot of fear today, and for some reason, the game plan worked for a bit. But I tell you now, the guy is not getting his haircut. He was there ready for his haircut, bro. Man was there ready for his haircut. He was there ready to get his haircut. Sat there waiting for his haircut. And then West Ham scored. Boom. Look at everyone around him. Look at everybody around him's reaction. Even the barber. Where is the barber here? Okay, you can see there. So he's got to wait another 5 games, bro. What's Shesko saying in this interview?
To feel like a team. How is the spirit at the minute? Because you're on such a good run. Another draw today, another point. How does the collective group feel at the minute?
No, we feel amazing. We're breathing for each other, doing everything together. When difficult moments comes, we're stepping together, which is really important and can lead to the results like they are right now.
I know you said you wish you wanted to win today, of course, but from a personal note, goals makes players way more confident. What can you take from today to hopefully bring you and your team over and towards the end of the season and get yourself more goals?
I think we just have to keep on going like we were doing the last games.
Thanks to you, Roman, for coming on.
We have to breathe for each other, and we have to take care in every single situations, every second of the game, to be focused, to be on point, and obviously when the chances are coming, to finish them.
Well done, say thank you.
Well, he got the winner against Fulham. He earned his side a point tonight at the death here. Nicky, what does that say then about the spirit of this team under Michael Carrick now? They're unbeaten in 5.
Yeah, it just shows that they're never going to give up and keep going. They stick together. We just said the same on the interview there. They kept the belief that they can get something out of the game. I think that's important because you do go through bad games, you're not going to play great. And I think all the best teams find a way to get a point or a win. And today, a point's a very, very good point for me because I thought West Ham was on top of the game. The master plan that they did was block the midfield up so that they couldn't get through them. They did that very well, and I think they should have scored 1 or 2 more. If I'm honest with Callum Wilson, should have scored one going through on one-on-one in the end. But a great point for Man United in the end. And like I said before, it's a great finish from the boy.
Yeah, that game plan West Ham was working really well. But before the game, Karen, you spoke about how vulnerable they are from crosses. And that's the 11th goal they've conceded from across this season.
Yeah, the most from open play in the Premier League. So I was a little bit surprised at why Manchester United weren't trying to work it out to these wide areas. And Burma goes onto the right-hand side for the first time. Obviously, then you can get the left-footed cross in. And I mentioned about getting the centre forward on. It doesn't have to do a lot to get into the position, but what it does is great finish, and it's just the contact and the pace on the cross helps him as well. It's a brilliant little touch.
Mikhail, talk to me about that finish. Would you have been proud of that one?
I would have been I would have been so proud. Like when you look at it, the more you look at it, the better it becomes. Like it's out of position. It's not like he tried to hit. It's just a nice little cushion, and it's just gone up straight to the top corner. Like it. The more I look at it, the better it is for me.
What do you think of the way Šeško's growing as a player at Manchester United? Because there's been a lot of attention on him, but he's made some real